Once upon a time, there was a fine young man traveling the seven seas. He was young, he was wild, and sometimes a bit impatient with the girls. One day, he met an old lady in a dark corner of a tavern. She had an apple. "Eat this apple," she said. "Eat this apple and you will get rid of all the problems you will have with girls." And so he did. He waited. He waited for the apple to take effect. But then he felt there was something terribly wrong. He stumbled. He tried not to fall, but the pain was unimaginable. And then his stick fell off. His stick fell off. His stick fell off. His stick fell off. Yes. His stick fell off. Devastated and deprived of his manhood, he lost the will to carry on. But then, he heard an ancient legend about a mystic animal which was said to hold the cure for his problem. The only thing he needed to do was to touch the horn of the... Gosh, is my dick long unicorn. He instantly set sail, went to Moon Island, found the beast, and after a long and furious battle, finally touched its horn. The curing process started immediately. In fact, the growth was so immense that from that moment on he was known as the three-legged pirate. He sailed back to the tavern, searched for the old lady, and then... they fucked all night.
Good morning, good evening, and all. Hope you're doing well today. I know I am doing well, but hope you are too. Today we'll be playing RNGodess as always, trying to get the help horn from Dominion Tower. So it's literally one of the few last things I need for Cape, and it's annoying. So let's hope we get it. Also, we'll be watching some YouTube on the side because...
But before I get into this, I need to preface this with, dude, my finger is on the pulse with the Genshin Impact community. Okay? It is. So I know everything that's happened. I've already seen this video. But, like, this is a video that I think is important enough to where I need to watch this with y'all. Because BWAP has been a cornerstone of the Genshin community for quite a long time. Right? Like, Blob was a dude where I didn't even know he existed for a very long time. Then everybody was always like, oh, Blob's my favorite content creator. And then I pulled him up, and I'm like, dude, this is just a guy who just reacts to the main story quest and uploads one video every 8 months. And when I first saw it, I was like, wow, this dude's getting millions of views by slightly reacting to the main story quest. And then I realized Blob's content is just really fucking comfy, and it brings people comfort, and also it gets people caught up with what a lot of people care about the most in Genshin Impact, which is just the story. So this dude making thousands of dollars doing this bullshit while I'm daily uploading, grinding my ass off. Blob, you're a genius. He's a goddamn genius. Let's watch it real quick. I'm gonna weigh in on how I feel about this afterwards. But I want you guys to see this.
Yo, what's up? It's been a while.
Also, wait, have y'all seen the photo of Blob? Okay, I just pulled this up. If you haven't seen Blob, bro, this guy hot as hell. If he's above 18. And the reason why I say if he's above 18, because the only thing I know about Blob is that one, he steals his grandmother's jewelry and her knitted coat. And two, he plays a shitload of Roblox. All right, let's get back into it.
It's been over a month since my last upload on this channel, and it's been over 2 months since my last Genshin Impact video.
Dude, I'll also say this. Because Blob stopped uploading his story quest content, and I saw so many people worried about it, I started uploading my own. And I'm not gonna lie, that video is doing so goddamn good, I want to puke. Like, I'm gonna be uploading videos for every single story content from here until the end of time. Dude, it is a travesty, and I actually might get my editor to go back and edit my reaction to the Albedo story quest. Dude, that is some of the best content Genshin Impact has ever had. And it is a straight up travesty that that's not documented on YouTube. It's an absolute joke.
So, about that, people are asking me if I've quit YouTube. Am I okay? Am I ever going to come back? You know, how am I feeling? And
that's another thing, man. All these content creators getting so depressed and like quitting the game. I've been told since day one I was just playing this game to milk for views. Dude, I genuinely feel like I still am pound for pound the content creator who enjoys this game the most. I do, man. I'll say it. I'm not burnt out at all. I'm really not. I'm really not.
I don't want to fight
I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can be like, oh man, I really want to go variety on YouTube. I don't. Now, I have new ideas for YouTube, which I'm really excited to share with you guys, but I still like Genshin a lot. Maybe that's just me, but I still like it quite a bit.
Thought a lot about what I want to.
So guess what, you fucking dicks? You're still stuck with me. Unlucky. Maybe you can follow Blob for Roblox.
Say, and where I want to go with.
To be honest, with the general demographic of this game's fucking Twitter community, you're probably all already on there anyways.
Things, and I think it's time for me to start to communicate with my community about what I want to do now. No more staying silent anymore, because I kind of...
That's what people do. That's what content creators do. They're terrified of saying that they don't want to play Genshin anymore, because they have the fear that their content is dead the moment they say that. And so rather than ever talk about it and be open, and that's why so many people think that I hate this game, is because when I get pissed off at this game, I say it. Whereas other people just stay quiet. And like Blob is literally admitting that right now. Right? Like, no content creator wants to bitch about the game because one, they know it's going to trigger the Twitter fucking dipshits and they're afraid of them. And two, you know, they don't want people to leave. But for me, I just speak my fucking mind all the goddamn time. It's not because I don't like the game. It's because I don't like certain things. I want them to get better. That way I can enjoy it more often by using my community to produce constructive criticism. What a concept. No, because I don't jerk off the Kaching doesn't mean that I fucking hate Genshin Impact. It's that I wish Kaching had a sexier skin, which is coming soon. Just like me.
I left cold turkey. I kind of left y'all in the dark with this, and I'm sorry for that. I apologize. So I'm gonna answer the question
Why does this game keep on giving
everybody
me
has been
dumbass
asking me
boss?
the most, and it's probably most important to y'all. Have you quit Genshin Impact? And the shortest answer I can give is no, not really. But I'm not...
Wait a minute, was that a leak? Hold up, was that a leak? I saw so much of that on Twitter, I thought it was common knowledge. So anywho, I had this crazy dream about Kachin getting a skin, so much so where I bought into it. That's crazy. Take what I just said with a grain of salt. For legal reasons, take everything I just said with a grain of salt.
Not going to be making Genshin content as often anymore. Basically, I've been feeling a bit of a burnout from Genshin Impact. It hasn't felt fun to play. It hasn't felt fun to edit at all. And I've tried almost everything. I've tried changing my party. I've tried a new editing style for my videos. Tried going back to editing shorter videos as well. And nothing has really worked for me. So I think at this point it's time for me to stop denying it and just accept that I'm burnt out from the game. No, I'm gonna be completely honest.
And there's nothing wrong with that. And by the way, I will say this: if you're ever feeling burnt out from Genshin, dude, just stop playing. Like literally, you won't miss anything besides a couple crowns and maybe some like weird, random fucking skins. Literally, Genshin is not a game to fucking grind and play every fucking day. But not just take a fucking break, man. That's what I did. I was burnt out. I stopped playing for a week, and then I played again. It was fun as fuck. Like, literally, why the fuck play a game that you're not enjoying? I know it's a crazy concept. That's a crazy concept. I guess it actually fucking works out if you're not enjoying it.
About this, and this might upset some people, but I haven't felt excited to play a story quest or a hangout or an event in a very long time.
Hey, Bot, let me tell you something. I don't give a fuck. If that makes you feel better. Get this, Bot. I don't give a single fuck that you haven't been enjoying it. Want to know why? Because if you're not enjoying it, I don't want you to force yourself to do it. Okay? So what I want is for you to play something that you actually give a fuck about and enjoy, because I don't care if you like Genshin at all. What? You think I'm going to stop watching your content because, oh, you're not playing Genshin anymore? No, I'm not a fucking pussy. Do what you fucking want, man. Literally, do what you want. It's called YouTube, not Genshin Tube. Upload the shit that you want.
The last time I enjoyed playing a quest and making a video for it...
Like this dude's talking about, I haven't loved my wife in 8 years. Like, that's a serious issue. Bro, it's a video game. It does not fucking matter.
Was during the Golden Apple Archipelago event.
Shit, who's gonna take the kids? Who's gonna take care of Klee, bro? Who's gonna take care of Klee?
And that was over 6 months ago. Which is crazy because a whole new region has come out since then.
Yeah.
And
I'm fucking shocked he did not enjoy Inazuma. That's crazy to me. It's such good content.
And I still haven't been able to regain that feeling that I once had. I don't know.
Does this not sound like somebody who's trying to make love to his wife but he can't get a hard on? That's crazy, dude. Or sorry, an erection. Or a boner, as the Zoomers say.
Oh, if it's because of bad writing, or if it's because...
It's 100% because of bad writing. I'll say it, dude. Every quest that is not voiced in Genshin Impact, I just skip. Okay? Now, every quest that is voiced, I love. Because they're good and they put care into it. But I say, bro, if it ain't voiced, don't care. Sorry, bro. I can tell when you don't try. There might be like 1 or 2 outliers, but the majority of quests that are not voiced are so fucking terrible.
I feel burnt out from having to record and react to every single quest in the game, but whatever it is, it has definitely sucked out a lot of the fun for me.
Dude, think about it. Block was burnt out from reacting to story quests once a month. I've been making a Genshin video every single day for over a year. I think I'm just built different, dude. Am I built different, bro? Jeez, oh shit, bro. Am I built different? Damn, bro.
I haven't felt good recording a single Genshin Impact video in the past couple months, and editing them feels even worse every single time. And at some point, I just got fed up with the game and decided to put it down. And I told myself that I would come back when I actually felt excited to record and play the game again. But the thing is, I haven't touched the game since then. It's been over 3 weeks since I last logged into Genshin Impact. And before my last login, I didn't play Genshin Impact for about a week or 2. So it's been quite a while since I've actually done anything. So if you were wondering if any videos of the events or quests that came out during that period were ever going to come out, like the Albedo event, they're never coming because I didn't play during that time and I didn't record it. Sorry, I know that might disappoint a lot of people, but it is what it is. There's also probably people asking me if I'm going to do anything with Honkai Impact in the future.
Dude, I really think he should, but if he doesn't enjoy it, he doesn't enjoy it. But Honkai is so fucking good, man. I can't wait to play that shit again.
Or if I'm going to continue playing Honkai Impact.
Honkai's so fucking good.
What I can say is, I'm not going to quit. I'm still going to play it. But I'm probably not going to be making as many videos as you guys expect me to.
Oh my god.
Which, and let me translate, that means he'll be making 0 fucking videos. Okay? Because here's what content creators do. They say, oh, I won't be making much more, so just wait. No, it just means they're not making any more fucking videos. And it's fine. Like, you want to get out the door without it slapping your fucking butt cheeks on the way. I get it.
Yes.
I get it. Because, like, when people say, oh, I'm done playing Genshin, I'm done playing Honkai, people would freak the fuck out. But it's just, oh, you know, I'll just pull back a little bit. No, there's no more. It's done. He's fucking dead, bro. It's over.
Yes.
Man, when Plot doesn't play Honkai or Genshin anymore, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with myself. Dude, literally, all I want to see is him upload a video on, like, Goat Simulator. Or, like, Roblox. I'll talk about that after.
Make on it, because I don't want to feel forced to record every single chapter that I play through. And end up falling into the same burnout hole as I did with Genshin. So if I'm going to be playing Honkai Impact, it's either going to be on stream, or I'll just end up playing it by myself. So to wrap things up, I'm not quitting Genshin Impact, nor am I quitting Honkai Impact. I'm just not going to have them as my main source of content anymore. I do want to start getting into a bigger variety of content in video games. I don't want to stick with just 2 games forever. I also want to start streaming on Twitch a lot more often, which is what I've been doing for the past week or so. And I'm just going to be going wherever the wind takes me from now on. I'm taking a very big leap of faith going from the game that made me blow up in the first place to basically just doing whatever.
Am I fucked up? Is there something wrong with my head? Or like, why is this so dramatic? It feels like someone's dying. I don't know, man. It's literally just like, just play different games. I made like 8 videos like this, and I was like, hey guys, I'm gonna take a quick break from Genshin. Be back later. It is? Fucking, I don't know, man. Just play a different game.
Nope.
I feel like it's fine. I've never talked to Blop ever. I've never once talked to him ever. So maybe he's like an emotional guy. But like, this to me, it's just like such a non-issue. It's like, hey man, if you're not enjoying it, people are going to understand. Play what you like. Right? Dude, tons of people upload their reaction to the story quest. Nobody fucking watches theirs. They watch yours, man. They're there for you, dude. Like, I really feel like it's a non-issue, but I get it. I get that paranoia and stress can cause you to do and say things that you regret, or at least aren't thinking clearly. In my opinion.
I don't know if people are still going to watch. I don't know.
Well, his fans are rude, so that's why. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Dude, people say that shit all the fucking time. Oh, this guy's fans are toxic. Oh, yeah, all of them? Yeah, every single one of them? Okay. Alright. Yeah, dude. It's the Blop group. Blop, get a hold of your community. Shut the fuck up, dude. No content creator can control every single one of their fucking fans. And also, being a fan of somebody's content that's like Genshin related, it's different if like somebody's like, oh, I watch Toronto. Wow, you're toxic. Oh, I watch Tectone. Wow, you're toxic. It's different. But it's like, we play Genshin, bro. We play Genshin. We play anime titty kill Hilichurl game. This isn't shit like Hassan on fucking Twitch where it's like, oh, America's burning. Russia's taking over the internet. Like, it's fucking anime game, bro. Shut the fuck up with this guy's fucking fan base is toxic. Okay? Now, I will say there are content creators where their fan bases are pussies, but toxic, I definitely disagree. What's wrong with me? All right, go, let's continue.
Whether or not I'll grow or not, I might just be shooting myself in the foot. Like, dude, I could very well just have made the biggest mistake of my life doing this. But I would rather take this chance to start to branch out into other forms of content.
Go for it, man.
Instead of doing the one thing that makes me feel miserable right now.
Dude, it's literally not even an issue. Because, like, if it just doesn't work out, then just make Genshin content again. There you go. You're fixed. You're fine.
So, with all that out of the way, I guess all I have left to say is thanks. Because I honestly never even expected myself to get this far. And I don't know what I would be doing without any of you guys supporting me throughout the past year. It's been absolutely insane.
Yeah, the support
and
for
I'm
WoW
glad
is nuts.
I stuck with doing this. And even though I'm not going to be playing Genshin Impact as much, I hope you can all still follow me throughout my journey with whatever I post next or do next.
You're not killing hilichurls and collecting minted berries. I'll take my viewership elsewhere. No thanks.
So with all of that, I hope you all stay safe out there wherever you are, and I shall see you all in the next video.
Johnny, dude, the comments.
The only thing I need left is.
Wait, where's Tawano's content? Yeah, this one, dude. What the fuck, Tawano? Help! Let the wind lead, my friend. What the fuck, bro? He's stopping playing Genshin, not fucking dying in real life. Yeah, my opinion on this is like, Bwop's gonna be fine. Everybody knows Bwop's gonna be fucking fine, right? He's gonna be fucking fine. It doesn't. It's just Bwop. This is just a video of a content creator who doesn't believe in himself. Whereas it's like everybody else sees Bwop's worth besides himself. So he has some paranoia. He's worried about it, but Bwop, he's gonna be okay in whatever it is he ends up doing. Probably gonna be Roblox. Let's be real.
Ooh,
Hello and welcome to my channel. I went to lose game. The 2.4 livestream dropped yesterday. We now know who is coming in patch 2.4. Shenhe is the new 5-star on the block, and Xiao, Ganyu, and Zhongli are all having a rerun. Here are 25 things to consider for the Xiao rerun banner and Shenhe's banner. In the first half of 2.4, we'll be getting Xiao and Shenhe as the featured 5-star characters, along with Yunjin as a brand new featured 4-star character. Let's start by talking about the pogo boy in the room, Xiao. But before we get started, it's time to pay some bills. And today's video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends has millions of players and is available on both mobile and PC. Destroy that link in the description below or scan the QR code on your screen right now to get started with Raid. Do you have a 4-head? Well, this brand new Hydra boss has a freaking 6 head, with each head basically being a boss battle on its own. The head of Blight poisons you, hit it with fire. The head of Torment fears you, get some bravery with the rare Veil buff. The head of Mischief steals your buffs and buffs its other heads, just don't use buffs. The head of Wrath kills you if you hit it 15 times, just don't hit it 15 times. The head of Decay makes your own healing hurt you, stop being bad and getting hit. And this last one, the head of Suffering, makes you hit yourself when you hit it. I don't know what to do against this one. Raid's also giving away the legendary esports legend, Simple, with a 1 instead of the I. Completely free. All you have to do is log in for 7 days between now and January 28th. And did you know, the fastest way to level up your champions is through farming the campaign. You can grind loads of EXP and silver all at the same time. And as always, the holidays in Raid are jam-packed with festive events, with special tournaments and even new fusion events to get some festive champions. And if you want an even bigger head start, all you have to do is hit the link in the description below or scan the QR code right here. New players will get an epic hero, Tayrel, 200k silver, 1 EXP boost, 1 energy refill, and 1 ancient shard, so you can summon an awesome champion as soon as you get in game. You will find your rewards here in your inbox for the next 30 days only. I wanted to thank all of you for your support and Raid Shadow Legends for sponsoring this video. Xiao was released all the way back in patch 1.3 on February 3rd, 2021. It has already been over 10 months since Xiao's release. Anyway, I wanted to talk about Xiao's power level in the current meta. Even nearly 11 months later, Xiao is still considered to be a good DPS character by the community. I recently made a DPS showdown between Constellation 0 Xiao, Constellation 0 Ito, and Constellation 6 Noelle, and I highly recommend watching that to get a good perspective on how powerful Xiao is in relation to the brand new 5-star DPS character Arataki Ito. Let's start off by talking about his advantages and disadvantages. So I think everyone and their mother knows that Xiao's primary damage source is bouncing on his pogo stick and using his plunge attacks during his burst. First of all, Xiao has one of the most unique playstyles in Genshin Impact. If you're looking to mix things up a bit and you like jumping up and down over and 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 over, then you'll probably enjoy Xiao. In terms of his damage primarily coming from his plunge damage, on occasion we are blessed with random buffs to plunge damage, usually through an event thing or an abyssal moon. Essentially, these buffs to plunge damage primarily benefit just Xiao, with minimal effect for the rest of the cast. There is also one character who buffs plunge damage exclusively, and that is Constellation 4 Albedo. So if you do have Constellation 4 Albedo and want to make full use of the rare seasonal plunge buffs, then Xiao's plunge damage is an advantage here. Unfortunately, Xiao's damage being primarily plunge damage is also one of his biggest weaknesses. While there are artifact sets that boost normal and or charge attack damage, none of them boost plunge damage, except for the Shimenao's 4-piece, but we'll get to that later. This leads to one of Xiao's biggest weaknesses, being that he currently has no 4-piece artifact set to fully utilize. A proper 4-piece set can seriously buff a character's performance, like how the Husk of Open Dreams heavily buffed Albedo's damage. Perhaps Xiao will get an artifact set for him in the future, but as of now he doesn't have one. It can be argued that the Shimenao's Reminiscence is good for him, but the energy management and buff duration of the set make it very cumbersome to use on Xiao. Next, let's talk about Xiao being an Anemo character. Anemo is in a very unique spot, being probably one of the best support elements in the game, but also being able to situationally annihilate shields if you're able to swirl multiple elements at the same time. Anemo also has very few enemies that resist it. Anemo, as you're aware, also has no damage amplifying reactions for Anemo itself. It's also important to note that Anemo Resonance does not in any way boost the raw damage that Xiao outputs. Xiao's cooldowns are also clearly designed with Anemo Resonance in mind, and while the 5% reduced cooldown is nice, it's far from the roughly 27% additional damage that Geo Resonance provides Geo characters, or even how good Pyro Resonance is with its 25% attack. It's also worth noting that Anemo Resonance is by far the best resonance for overworld exploration and will save you a ton of time, but of course you can always use any other 2 Anemo characters instead of Xiao. Another issue with Anemo as the main damage source of DPS is that there are very few and expensive sources of Anemo resistant shred. Venti's constellations provide some Anemo resistant shred, and Jean is arguably the best source of Anemo resistant shred, but she only obtains it at Constellation 4. And finally, and fortunately, Zhongli is good for this at any constellation, but you usually want more than just 20% resistant shred for most situations. Xiao also has some serious battering issues, and no, I don't really mean energy issues, which he does have a bit of, but more so battering issues. Xiao is usually ran with one other Anemo character. Because of the way particles work in Genshin Impact, you have to swap in the other Anemo character, use their elemental skill, then swap back to Xiao and catch those particles. This is actually a very time-consuming process and adds a ton of time to a single DPS rotation. Compare this to modern DPS cores like Ito's 3 to 4 Geo character team comps, where since there are so many Geo characters and great off-field Geo energy generators like Albedo and Zhongli, they pretty much don't need to funnel any energy to any of the characters. Another popular character that helps bypass this issue is Raiden. Raiden just gives her whole team a bunch of energy while essentially never needing to battery herself up. We're seeing more and more of a shift away from the old funneling of energy meta and more focus into being able to battery your team without all the extra swapping and waiting for particles to fly to you. Perhaps one day we'll see an off-field Anemo particle generating support character, similar to how Albedo and Zhongli are for the Geo element, but perhaps instead for the Anemo element. This will save Xiao's team a ton of time for not needing to funnel energy to Xiao. This problem is compounded by the fact that Xiao's elemental skill does not generate particles during his burst, so Xiao has to wait until after his burst ends in order to use his E's to generate additional particles. Next, let's talk about Xiao's hitboxes. First of all, his elemental skill has really thin AoE and it's difficult to hit all the enemies with it. But let's move on to his plunge hitbox, which is very large and is very potent for hitting a lot of enemies around Xiao. Now, it does have a lot of knockback, which leads to both advantages and disadvantages. Xiao's plunge will gradually knock enemies away from him. This causes enemies to spread out from where he's plunging, which leads to problems with utilizing his AoE. If you can't kill your targets in a few plunges, this will lead to grouping issues, and with the enemies spreading out of range of Xiao's plunge damage. At the same time, it can stun lock enemies, which is nice at times. So this is a major hit or miss in terms of how useful it is. As such, Xiao is best used in my opinion against multiple monsters that don't get knocked back, like Rune Guards and triple Magu Kenkis. So this is a bit specific in terms of what he's actually really good against. Sadly, Venti is not a proper solution for keeping smaller mobs grouped together, as Xiao's plunge attacks do not hit things in his tornado, at least picked up by his tornado. However, Xiao's E's do hit things in tornado if you jump first, so you do have an option for doing a bit of damage to things in Venti's tornado. And lastly, Xiao's plunge through hitbox is very unreliable. When it does connect with an enemy, you gain a nice damage boost, but again, it is extremely unreliable and should generally only be counted on as a nice bonus when it does occasionally happen. Now let's talk about some problems with his burst. First of all, Xiao is largely dependent on his burst to output his damage. His burst also saps his HP, and finally he cannot generate particles during his burst with his elemental skill. Outside of his burst, he only has his elemental skill, which do a bit of damage, and during his burst, Xiao is actually easily interrupted by enemies when he's jumping up and down. And the last major problem with Xiao's burst is its duration and cooldown. So Xiao has serious issues with team buff duration versus his burst duration. Xiao has one of the longest burst infusion durations at 15 seconds, since he does not snapshot his stats for his burst, unlike for example a character like Arataki Ito. Depending on your support characters, like let's say Bennett and then Constellation 4 Jean or Thrilling Tales Sucrose, Xiao's burst only gets 9 to 10 seconds of the benefits from his supports. This problem exists with pretty much all supports that Xiao can utilize except for Zhongli, whose 20-second shield actually lasts throughout Xiao's entire burst. So what this means is that Xiao's actual full damage burst duration is only 8 seconds or so, and being restricted in Bennett's circle. Not only that, but Xiao heavily relies on having Bennett, both to provide a massive attack buff that he needs, as well as to heal him from the damage that he takes during his burst. And secondly, Zhongli is also highly recommended because he provides the much needed Animo resistance shred, as well as the shield to prevent Xiao from getting knocked out of the air. This essentially dedicates 2 of the best support characters just to Xiao, which can be restrictive on your team building for your second team. Now, it's debatable as to whether or not Xiao is free-to-play friendly. The good news is that Constellation Zero Xiao is fully capable of handling your DPS needs. However, in comparison to other characters, Xiao is eons away from his full potential with a free-to-play setup, compared to characters like, let's say, Child and Albedo. One of Xiao's best teammates is a Constellation 4 Jean, which I bet most of you guys don't have. And unfortunately, Xiao's true potential is locked behind Constellation 6, with Constellations 2 to 5 being comparatively terrible to many other characters' earlier constellations. Constellation 1 is okay, but far from necessary, so it's really just as Constellation 6 that's worth considering. And now that I'm finally done talking about Xiao, I wanted to briefly talk about Shenhe. Of course, right now we don't officially know all that much about her, but I can talk about what has already been mentioned. It appears that Shenhe will be a flat damage boosting support character for cryo characters. I'll explain this in more detail in a future video, but this brings a lot of stuff into consideration. One of the biggest things to consider is your current cryo character roster. Do you have Ayaka, Ganyu? Which cryo characters have you built? Perhaps Rosaria, Kaya, and even Diona. When considering a support character that specifically buffs a group of characters, you need to ask yourself if you already have invested into these characters or if you plan to invest into them into the future. Another interesting issue is the 4-character team limit. The current meta cryo teams already have full teams of 4 that are very effective. Take this Melt Ganyu comp with Ganyu, Bennett, Xiangwing, and Kazuha. It's difficult to replace any of these characters for Shenhe. Another comp to consider is the Freeze comp, which is often composed of Ganyu, Mona, Venti, and perhaps Diona. Oftentimes you can move around perhaps Venti for Kazuha or Diona for swapping out both Mona in order to use Kokomi, but generally speaking, you will have an opportunity cost when you swap in Shenhe. If I were you, I'd wait until we see the impact Shenhe has on existing cryo teams and just how much of an improvement she provides over the existing team options. It's also worth noting that Shenhe, being mainly a support character, will get very little screen time during combat. So if you care about what characters you stare at for prolonged periods of time, then this is something worth considering. Now I'll quickly summarize all the points I've made in this video, starting with Shenhe. She's going to be a very complex character and will take time for the community to fully understand. So in my opinion, if you're unsure about pulling for her, I'd wait until people like me and other people in the theory crafting community and other playtesters really get their hands on her in order to test her thoroughly. Shenhe has the 4 team slot syndrome, in which she needs to replace a character in some already very well established 4 character teams. And then the question becomes, can she improve the standard cryo or freeze team significantly more than the existing characters? And also, can Shenhe create some new playstyles with characters like Chongyun that might be good or viable? We'll have to wait and see. And next, let me summarize everything for Xiao. His strengths are that he's still pretty strong at Constellation 0. He also has a very unique playstyle, completely different from every other character in the game. Now he's still in the same ballpark in terms of DPS to a new DPS character like Arataki Ito. Although admittingly I think Arataki Ito just does more DPS in pretty much every scenario, but you know, at least Xiao is in the same ballpark. Xiao has very large AoE with his plunge attacks, and his plunge stagger can help stunlock some enemies. He is great against multiple non-staggerable enemies, and Animo is a great neutral element with very few things resisting it. Animo Resonance is the best resonance for the overworld hands down, and multiple enemies near each other can lead to insane shield breaking power thanks to Swirl. As for his weaknesses, his single target damage is average at best. He is burst dependent and loses health during his burst, and he cannot generate particles from his E during his burst. His plunges push staggerable enemies outside of his AoE, and his burst duration is very long, and thus his buffs end midway through his burst. He often needs to wait many seconds for energy particles to fly to him, thus wasting time, and there's currently no good 4-piece artifact set for him. Animo Resonance does not amplify his damage in any way, and Animo Resistance Shred is rare and expensive, with its best provider, besides of course Zhongli, being Constellation 4 Jean. Xiao is also very dependent on Bennett, and is also usually dependent on Zhongli, and most die-hard Constellation 6 Xiao players are no longer speedrunning with him, with Shintenzu being one of the few and best modern Constellation 6 Xiao players. As such, Xiao unfortunately holds very few world records as of today. Shintenzu does hold a couple world records for various domains, and I highly recommend checking out his channel to see the pinnacle of Xiao play. So with all that being said and done, this is not me saying that Xiao isn't a good character, because he still is a good character. He is still completely capable of clearing most of the hardest content in the game, even at Constellation 0. So despite all his drawbacks, you'll most certainly be able to beat pretty much everything if you commit and invest heavily into Xiao. It's just that modern standards are a bit higher nowadays in comparison to 11 months ago, and Xiao really hasn't had any buffs at all. Since then, we've had the release of monsters like Ayaka and Raiden, as well as explosive nukers like Eula and Hu Tao, and even the current Arataki Ito. Someday perhaps miHoYo will release a 4-piece artifact set for him, maybe even create a tailor-made off-field Animo particle generating support to catapult him back into being one of the best DPS characters like he used to be. And finally, Xiao and Shenhe will have Yunjin on the banner, who might be a very interesting character for normal attack-based characters. So there you go, 25 things or so, I think, if I counted correctly, for Xiao's rerun and Shenhe's release. Let me know what you plan to do in the comments below. Also, I regularly make Genshin Impact videos, ranging from C0 showcases, DPS showdowns, guide videos, and more. So be sure to smash the subscribe button, as it's the best and easiest way for you to support my work. Also, don't forget to like the video and leave a comment for the YouTube algorithm. As always, I appreciate every single one of you. This is I Went to Lose, signing out.
Previously on the free-to-play adventure. Hey! There we go! Saxon! We don't let the game win! We don't let the game win! Oh my god, please be out there. Do not hurt me. Hello everyone, it is finally time. We are going to be crowning our very, very first character on the F2P adventure. I know it's very late. I'm already AR56, but we are finally here, and Raiden is going to be our very first crown character. So now, talent level 9, and definitely not least, we have talent level 10. Raiden is cracked and crowned. The next character I crown will probably be Bennett's Fantastic Voyage or something from Dylan. We'll have to wait and see, but Raiden for sure is the character we've crowned. She's got a normal attack level of 1, which is not great. She also has, we don't have enough of these resources anymore, but her ult is crowned now, so she should output some pretty good damage. I think Chihaya Buru is something I will end up crowning in the future. And today, I'm gonna try and get at least 18 stars in Spiral Abyss. I started to realize that I really do need these Primo Gems. So, how far can I get to Spiral Abyss? I'm pretty sure I can't beat floor 12 still. I need a second DPS, which we now have in Diluc, but I'm hoping we can do well. And I hope we can get a fair few amount of stars, at least for the Battle Pass mission as well. So wish me the best of luck, guys. This first floor is Hydro Abyss Mage, so we want the ice on the second floor. Can I just brute force this? I feel like I can just brute force this. Put Kaya there, then we'll do 1. Ooh, I feel like I should separate. Okay, we'll go with that, and then the second team will go with, oh, this is some extreme copium here. Okay, we've got some pretty scuffed teams, but we're gonna try our best. Right, we got character energy recharge. That's good. That's very good. Starting off strong. Cool, cool, cool. Do this. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll do this. Good, 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 good. We'll do this. Boom. Who do I need to chase? Those charge attacks have such a great range. I'm frozen! Stop! Guaiba, go! Guaiba, I'm frozen! Why is this so difficult? Why is this so difficult? This is floor 8 or floor 9. This should not be this difficult. Okay. No, no, no. We're winning, guys. We're winning. We're winning. Don't worry. We're winning. We're winning. We're winning. We are winning. Let me back in the healing circle. No, no, no. We're winning, guys. We're winning. We're winning. We are winning. We are good. We are doing good. Boom. Okay, okay, okay. Clean, 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 clean. I can do this. We got 5 minutes to spare. We got plenty of time, guys. Okay, freeze comp. Here we go. Perma freeze. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We like that. We like that. Sheesh! Look at this Kaya damage. Look at this Kaya damage. You love to see it. Oh, I'm taking damage here. That's not good. Okay. Boom. Lumine. Okay, Lumine. Lumine, come on, bro. Lumine, what do you mean? Okay, guys, we got 3 stars locked and loaded on the first floor. That's good. 3 stars. We start off with a banger. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Oh, character crit rate and crit damage. Nice. Oh, okay, okay. I like this. I like where this is going. Drag everyone in together. One-shot them all with Raiden. Crown Raiden. Ah, yes! The power of Crown Raiden has been unleashed. Unleashed, I tell you. Unleashed. Oh, mwah, yes. Yes. We like to see that. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Could be better, but it's not bad at all. And we're going to go for the Prima Freeze. Oh, you love to see it. Into the Shatter. Into the Lumine. Into the Freeze again. Into more energy recharge. Clean. Okay, okay. I like it. I like it. Clean. Oh my god, I'm cracked, guys. I'm cracked.
What if I did?
Okay, ignore that. I missed that. I missed that, but that's okay. I'm trying to make my gameplay relatable, guys. You know, because I know you guys would miss that, and I wouldn't miss that, but I want to make it relatable. You know what I mean, guys? Back with the Lumine. Back with the shield. Back with the Shatter. Okay, okay. Is this another 3 stars I smell? Mmm. Smells good. Boom. 12k damage. Boom. Where's the last one? Okay, Harbinger of Dawn. Popping off. Okay, cool. Looks good to me. Nice! Oh, very good. And last but not least, character elemental burst plus 20%. That's a really, really good one to get. Ooh, we do not have energy right now. Okay, that's fine. Oh, we're shredding him. We're shredding him now. I want to keep Raiden's ult for the bitter end here. Okay. All right, you guys ready for this? You guys ready for this? You guys ready for this? Goodbye, Bozo! Goodbye! Nice. Didn't even need Raiden's ult, to be honest. Okay, we go again. We push them back by doing this. Okay, they're not getting pushed back. That's fine. Terrible game design, not my fault. Lots of energy to be refunded here. We like to see that. Shatter, I missed. To be relatable, I missed. I didn't miss that time. I actually landed it. Relatable content creator right now. Cool. I'm attacking the wrong thing. To be relatable. Stop! 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 What are you doing? Relatable gaming. Relatable gaming. I'm being relatable, guys. I'm being relatable. Okay, the perma freeze is on. Oh, I'm actually gaming right now. Yo, I'm actually gaming right now. Yo, this is clean. I am gaming right now. Oh, these guys are getting bullied. Actually getting bullied. Look at this bozo. Bullied. Yo. Clean. Oh, very nice, guys. 9 stars acquired. Not bad at all. F2P Adventure looking very clean. Boom. Is that it? 150 primos. Every little helps. Every little helps, guys. Every little helps. Ooh. So on ice on the second team and pyro on the first team. Ooh. Okay. We got this, guys. We got this. Elemental burst. Cool. Oh my god, I don't know if I have this actually. I don't know if I got this one. I've lost my Harbinger of Dawn proc now as well. Oof. Stop! I just lost so many precious seconds there. Give me my ult back. Oh my god, this team has like no damage. This team has like absolutely no damage at all. Draw everyone in. Yep. Cool. Oh my god, what a nightmare. What a nightmare. Okay, the furious clicking, I have to. All right, this is the fast team. You're meant to be the fast team. Why are you so slow? Where's the damage at? Is this what it feels like when you can't one-shot? Is he being healed right now? Okay, we got damage here. We got damage. Nice. Okay, we're okay. 12 stars secured. I want to go for 15 stars. Okay, this is good. Very good. We're winning. Oh! That was fast. That was a rapido. That was pretty clean. Okay, we'll do this. Put that down. We'll put that down as well. Put that down. Boom. Some big hits. No, don't get your shield. We can kill you before your shield. Nice. Oh, your shield might be a bit of a problem. No, your shield is no problem. You're gone. You're finished, bozo. Goodbye. Okay, next problem is you. Oh, no. I will brute force this shield. I have no idea what's going on right now, guys, but it's okay. I feel like I'm doing the right thing right now. Nice. 15 stars secured. We're doing it. What do I want here? Character Elemental Mastery. Yeah, I guess we can go for that. Okay. I think we have the right characters for this, so we should be good. Actually, Bennett should make trivial work of this. We got Bennett and Shangling. Oh, if I can actually get triple stars on this, that would be pretty cool. We're almost there. I can't see his HP right now, but I think we're almost there. Nice! Okay, that was fast. Okay, floor 10. This could be pretty good. This could be very good. You know what? Let me eliminate this guy first. He's being annoying. I'm saving Kaya's ult. Oh, we're actually gonna do it, guys. Holy fuck. Alright, Kaya's ult is here. Awesome. So much cryo being applied right now. Very pog. Charging up Raiden's ult. That's why I used Singcho just now. Yo! We're doing it, guys. Holy! Wait, I'm actually winning. You love to see it. Yo! You actually love to see it. Go on, Raiden. Very nice. 18 stars secured. 18 stars secured. Good stuff. 18 stars secured. Thank you very much. Okay, this is where it's going to get difficult. Without Venti especially. Ooh. Oh no. Got a bit of a problem here, guys. Hydra on the second team. Cryo on the first team. Oh, Barbara's level 20. Okay, character EM, cool. That's good. That's good. Okay, so far looking good. Looking good. Lots of damage here. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Everyone's coming to me. That's good. That's good. That's clean as well. Shangling's still popping off. This is good too. We'll run over there. Okay, we're blitzing this stage. This is good. Oh, we're actually dominating this stage. Clean. No, the bubble! I need a bit of healing now, though. Need to heal up Shangling. Well, I don't want to kill him too quickly here. Okay, that was fast. That's good. That's good. This floor is you bozos. Oh my god, these guys are so tanky. Oh my, they are very tanky. That is, that's a bit rough. Okay, we might be struggling here a tiny bit. I lost so much of my Raiden ult just now as well, which is not good. I have 2 minutes to do this, so I should be okay. I'm like concentrating so hard right now. Like an unnecessary amount of concentration. Go on, Raiden! Go on, Raiden! It's all yours! What? Diona, where are you putting that? Why did she fire her ult there? I'm missing so many abilities. Oh, I have 1 minute left. Holy crap, I have 1 minute left. It's okay, it's just 4 enemies. What can 4 enemies do? Surely it can't be that bad. Oh, it is if you go all the way up there. I can't reach you. Teleport to me. Good. Excellent. Awesome. Okay, we got this in the bag. We got this in the bag, guys. Ah, never in doubt. Never in doubt. Everybody full HP. Everyone full energy as well. Never in doubt. Ah. We're up to 18 stars now. The goal is 20. Right, let's drag everyone in here. Okay, we'll do this. Drag everyone back in. Perfect. Oh, this floor is the tricky one, I see. I want to get rid of her first. Alright, she's down. We can get started on you now. Don't give her time to attack. Just keep juggling her. Okay, clean. We got this, guys. We got this. Floor 11. Let's take that energy particle. Oh, this one might be a bit of a problem here. Oh, these guys are separated. That's not good. I need them to be together. Holy fuck. There's so much shit going on the screen right now. Oh my god. Oh, I need them to be together. I have time. I need to stop panicking. I have plenty of time. I have 3 minutes to do this for 3 stars. I need to chill and I need to whittle them down both slowly. Damn, this account can go really fast though. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna go for the burst here. Oh, I missed! Get him! Yeah, baby! Let's go! Alright, this is the real test. This is the real test here. Oh my god, this is the first time I'm finding Hydro Cube on this account. Come on. Cool. That's fine. I feel like this was a bad start. Okay. Oh, do I have to get rid of these slimes? I don't have to do that on my way.
How did I miss?
Which is why I'm so confused. Okay. Right, I am gonna go for 2 stars on this. I think 2 stars is reasonable. Oh my god, these stupid phases. I don't know the attack patterns, guys, because normally I just destroy this thing very quickly. My F2P damage is so sad. Oh, this doesn't look good. Wait, what's going on? Can I attack it right now? I can. Oh, so this is the big phase to attack. Okay. I'm learning, guys. I'm learning the boss mechanics. What are you doing now? Oh, that doesn't look good. Oh my god, so many healing slimes. Please die. Die! Why are you not dying? Why are you wasting my time like this? What the fuck is that? Alright, now the slimes are coming. 1 shot. Okay, cool. Okay, we got this, guys. Ain't no way we don't got this. Bro, please, stop being a pain in the butt. Melt his ass! Please! Get him! There's one. Another one. Okay, 1 more. No! Okay, we got the 2 stars, guys. 2 stars secured, I'm pretty sure. We got the 2 stars secured here. Give me my ult. Finish. Oh, so close. Please, the 2 stars! Stop messing about with me! Die! Okay, 2 stars. Not bad. Not bad, honestly. I'm happy with that. We got 27s? No, 26 stars. Right, the question is, can I beat floor 12? Last time I wasn't even able to get past chamber 1. On ice and pyro on the second team. In which case, oh, there's no healer. Oh no. How do I charge Shang Ling up? No, it's okay, we can go with this. Here we go! Go on, Raiden! Obliterate! Oh, wait, she's actually putting in work. Oh, what the hell? There's 3 of them? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's kind problem. Just gotta drag them all up like this. Yeah. And then Raiden their cheeks! Raiden them all! Come on, Raiden, it's your birthday! It's not really, but it kind of is. Drag them all in. Oh my god, guys, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Oh my god, I'm doing it! Wait, 1 minute clear? Pause champ? Wait, I'm cracked! Oh my god, I'm gonna 3-star this floor! Oh wait, holy shit, there's so many of them. I lied, I'm not gonna 3-star anything. Wait, I have 2 minutes. Oh my god, this dude is so tanky, what the fuck? No! Oh my god, I threw. Okay, wait, I've got this in the bag. Nice. Oh, that's a huge AoE. Oh my god, that chained so well. That was so good. Oh, that's a huge chain again. Right, want to keep all my ults here. A little under time here, but it's okay. That's fine. Okay, we have all our ults though. I probably should have used them again. Right, we got the hit off there. That's the main thing. The other thing I need to do is make sure Kaya is over X amount of HP. Okay, this is fine. This is actually looking pretty promising. No, I don't think I can 3-star this. Unless, come on! No! A few seconds too slow. If I can only make my first team a bit faster. Okay, 2 stars is not bad though. 2 stars is not bad. 2 stars is not bad. Next floor. Oh, we might be in trouble here. Might be in trouble here, guys. Okay, we got the damage. Ah! Yes. Dodged. Yo, Raiden putting in work. Raiden putting in the work right now. Oh, shit. Hold on. It's okay. We're doing good. We're fine here. Switch to Raiden. Wait, let me do that again. I can do that cleaner. Okay. This is good. Lots of damage. Ah! Okay, nice. Cool. Oh, no. Oh, my God. He bastard. Oh, my. Why does he keep dashing? Bro, chill. Can you relax? Oh, my God. Stop moving. What is your problem? Don't you dare dash again. Okay, cool. I'm going for 2 stars again. Oh, fuck. Where's he gone? Oh, I lost so much time. God damn it. 2 stars might be off the table here as well, unfortunately. Oh, wait, Raiden, you're alive. Hear me out, Raiden, you're alive. Okay, Raiden's alive. As long as I beat this floor, that's what matters. If I can beat Spiral Abyss, that is the main achievement we're going for here. Problem is, Bennett's like kind of dying right now. So Bennett, if you could like stop dying, that would be great. Bennett, if you could stop dying, that would be great. Oh shit! Bennett live! My friend! My king, Bennett! Okay. The 2 stars is off the table. It's not happening. Might not even get 1 star here. Bennett. No. Bennett! Okay, I'm actually hard sweating this now. Okay, he won't dodge me here. He's still taking hits. Okay, this is a really good run. And he's ran straight there, which is great. Got a nice clean dodge off there. Ult should come back here. Yeah. Okay, this is clean. Yo, this is clean. Nice dodge there. Nice clean iframe. I'm not a Zhongli main. I'm a gamer. Holy shit, this is a good run, dude. Wait, where'd he go? Fuck. Oh, it's right there. Yo, I'm gaming! Okay, not bad. So I have to be careful here. So the easiest strat, I think, would be to get rid of these guys first, because they are causing me the most problems when they're attacking me from the sides and I can't really see them. Dude, that fly is literally up in the sky. How do you expect me to hit that dude? Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Made a mistake there. That's fine. Just gotta keep staggering. I've lost the stagger there. That's fine though. Okay. Oh, I didn't know you could just force your way through that shield with pyro. Interesting. Dude, there's no way you've just teleported up there. There's no way you've just teleported up there. Don't be silly. Don't be silly now. Come on. Don't be redonkulous. Okay, she's gone. She's a goner. Die! Just gotta keep iframing like a beast. Uh-oh, I'm in danger here. I'm in danger. Oh!
I forgot. I keep on forgetting things.
It's okay, he was dead weight. No, what the fuck is that combo? Bro, stop! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Please!
Is it 15 that I can take off?
Well, that's as far as I can get on the F2P adventure before I lose my sanity. It looks like I need another DPS character that is not relying on some scuff team. So Diluc is probably going to be built at some point. His ult would be really good on those floors because it has a wide AoE and it can drag enemies together. But yeah, otherwise, thank you very much for watching the F2P adventure. Thank you to my chat who are down here. And again, www.twitch.tv/AsianGuyStream. The wonderful baboons, bonobos, scammers, and snakes. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, guys. And bye-bye.
I think I can use my Virtus now, right?
This is everything you need to know about patch 2.4 in less than 5 minutes. If I go over 5 minutes, you are more than welcome to give me a digital slap. If you are looking for the Primogem codes, they will be in the pinned comment section down below, as well as the description of the YouTube box. So first of all, you guys want to know about the banners. We have got Shenhe, Yunjin, the two new characters, 5-star polearm and 4-star polearm, Cryo and Geo respectively, and they will be paired with the Shao rerun banner in phase 1 of patch 2.4. Yunjin will also be available on the Shao rerun banner, and then to top it off in phase 2, if your Primogems weren't scared enough already, we have got Zhongli and Ganyu rerunning as well. We still don't know which 4-star characters are going to be on the banners yet, and of course during that time we will also have the new 5-star polearm coming, which is meant to be for Shenhe. After that, we've got a free costume for Ningguang, and it looks absolutely magnificent. And on top of that, if you want to splash some cash, if you are a Keqing main, it's going to be necessary to do so. Keqing is also going to be getting a nightgown costume, likewise to Ningguang. It's very similar to how Barbara and Jean also got their costumes. We've got Barbara's one for free, and Jean's one you had to pay for it. And there is going to be a discount for this limited period, and then after the limited period is over, you're going to have to pay full price for the costume. I expect it to be the same price as the Jean costume. After that, we also have a free 10 Intertwined Fate, which means you get one free multi, use it wisely. We also get a free 4-star Liwe character of our choice from many different Liwe characters, including Yunjin. So if you don't want to pull for Shenhe and you don't want to pull for Shao, please make sure to pick Yunjin from this and save your Primogems and Intertwined Fate. We have a new region called Enkanomiya, which is submerged underneath Inazuma in the Abyss, and they will feature 2 new bosses which look like water lizards and the Pyro Abyss Herald or Pyro Abyss Lecter, and this is going to be very interesting. They look very difficult. And then after that, we have got the return of the Jade Chamber, which is the thing that Ningguang used to nuke the Oziel Demon Waterlord thing, and we are going to be fighting the Demon Waterlord thingy again, or something that looks like it as an event. So that won't be like a full-time thing in the story quest, but it will be a part-time event as well. And speaking of part-time events, we have got another Wave Rider event. Fun. I don't really like the Wave Rider myself, but we also have the return of the Wind Trace event, Hide and Seek. Hopefully we can get some content creators together to play that as well. We got a potion event where you buff yourself and take on some monsters, and then we have a Tanuki Tours the World event, and then we also have a Rotate the Thingy-me-bob to match the Thingy-me-bob on the screen event as well. We have some minor quality of life changes coming to the Scroll Wheel, the Serenity Pot, and the Abyss as well. For the Abyss, it will be easier to tell whether or not you failed a trial, and then on top of that, you can now see the monsters available on the next floor, or the floor that you're on, instead of having to leave and then enter again, which is a minor gripe of mine, but they are now fixing that, which is fantastic. And I believe that is everything you need to know about patch 2.4. And yeah, we also get free music as well. MiHoYo, we already know, do amazing work with music, and we're going to be getting the next set of soundtracks again for free on Hoyo Mix, on YouTube, on Spotify, etc, etc. Hopefully I haven't missed anything major out. That should be all of the important stuff. Patch 2.4 is jam-packed, and I want to wish you guys a happy new year, because I have way more time before we hit 5 minutes. Well, this is a short video. I hope you enjoyed. I hope that was helpful, and have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Where are they? Okay. Hydrix is a no. Not. I could disassemble my crystal rod. I'm just gonna disassemble my crystal rod. I hate my crystal rod though. Could disassemble my crystal rod and make a whatchamacallit, the automatic. Wasn't there a... yeah. Historic and classic. Do I have any of those? Yes, I do. Can I make a automatic?
Thank you, Gundam Charizard, for the tag. Nice name. Okay, go back a couple of months, and do you remember the Genshin Impact anniversary, like, review bombing stuff? Well, Genshin Impact is getting review bombed once again, except, this time it's not from the Genshin fandom. See now this Reddit post with 11k upvotes titled Genshin got review bombing again, but it's from a different game fandom, Mobile Legends, where the fandom wants Estes skin. Another post says, for little insight, Mobile Legends just had their World Cup M3, and winner team chooses the champion skin, and they chose Estes, a hero in game. But instead the company decided to do a community poll to choose the hero, as that would increase the sales, hence the backlash. So that seems like a scummy move, but why are people review bombing Genshin Impact? Here's some examples. We want Estes. Hashtag we want Estes. We want Estes skin. We want Estes. The Mobile Legends devs are Moonton, not MiHoYo. I will say though, it's kind of amusing to just imagine hypothetically a scenario where this actually works. Like MiHoYo sees the review bombing, and they hit up Moonton, and they're like, yo, so what's going on with this? And then Moonton actually like brings Estes instead or whatever. I just think that's an amusing fantasy going on in my mind. But yeah, definitely not cool, definitely scummy to review bomb a game that has literally nothing to do with your game. But yeah, that's the situation. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll see you there.
How many clear parts did I get? 19. Wasn't even worth it, but whatever. Is that about to change?
Just a quick heads up, some of the topics that we will be discussing in this episode are quite graphic and quite grotesque at times. This is mainly about Chris Chan and the history of Chris Chan.
It's
all about it. Yeah,
it's and it is a very disturbing story. I would not recommend Chromecasting this to the entire family.
Yeah, don't watch this with your family. Watch this with headphones if you have to. Avoid it if you're not, if you're a little bit squirmish.
There are some sensitive topics included.
Yeah.
And also, we apologize if we say the wrong pronoun for Chris. We're not doing it intentionally. We mean no ill will. And thank you so much. Enjoy. Welcome to this episode of Trash Taste. I'm Connor, and I'm here with the boys as usual, Jerry and Gaunt. And today we have an interesting guest, a rather unusual one, I might add, as well, Gino Samuels. Hi, Gino. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Just okay?
Just okay?
I'm very okay.
So, there's probably going to be a lot of people who don't know who you are or what your work is. Some people might be familiar with what you do. You do a YouTube series on the very notorious and infamous Chris Chan.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
It's a very extensive series.
Yeah.
That's the way
Extensive is an understatement from what I can tell.
So, yeah, obviously there's, if you don't know what Chris Chan is or the lore behind Chris Chan, it's a very strange tale of the internet, and one that I don't feel qualified to talk about.
I don't think any of us are qualified to talk about it.
How would you explain what you do to somebody who doesn't understand anything about Chris Chan or the internet, essentially?
Okay, well, I talk in depth about Chris Chan. And if you don't know, Chris Chan is a certain person who's received a lot of attention over the years from various online forums and online groups for his and then later her unusual actions. And
it's an understatement.
Unusual actions, yeah.
That's a very brief introduction, a very simplified introduction there.
Right.
Yeah, also has been bullied a lot.
Yeah.
I guess you could say he's kind of like the forerunner of several online groups,
right.
Several online, I don't know what.
It's so difficult to describe what he's all about, right?
You kind of have to go chronologically year by year to really get the full story. Honestly.
Yeah. So this is. Oh, go on.
Yeah, because I had not heard of Chris Chan until I think a few months ago, where Connor introduced me to one of your videos. And I was, because he couldn't believe that I hadn't heard of Chris Chan as someone who had been on the internet. He was just like, what?
Yeah.
How have you never heard of Chris Chan?
Gaunt's been doing YouTube since, which year now?
2007.
So basically the start of YouTube.
Yeah.
And I found it, how dare you be on this, how dare you be on this website and not know anything about Chris Chan?
See, because I knew of things associated with Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Which we'll obviously get into later in the video. But when I heard the name Chris Chan, obviously, knowing because I'm Japanese, right? So whenever I think something Chan, I think oh, it's just like a character or something like that. And then when I realized that Chris Chan was an actual person, I was like, oh, okay, now this completely changes things.
So the reason why this episode came about and why Gino is here today is that I've been watching Gino's series. Now Gino does. A quite kind of a mountain task of documenting everything, and I think what episode are we on? 59 right now?
59,
is that correct?
Yeah.
So you have made 59, roughly around 30 to 50 minute videos.
How many hours of content have you made? Do
do
you even know?
Of course, many people have calculated already. It's over 40 hours.
40 hours.
So this is a 40-hour documentary. Michael Jordan is eating his heart out right now.
Yeah, right.
Last Dance, eat your heart out. 40 hours of content, and it is just this very fascinating look into a side of the internet, essentially.
It's a really interesting, just case study, isn't it? On just a person on the internet.
And I think it's just so. There's nothing like it on the internet. And to have just such material, the sheer scale of it is really daunting. And trying to convince someone to start watching, because the way I try to get people into Chris Chan and this whole thing is not because I don't particularly care about what happens, but it is almost like a TV show at this point, which we can also get about later, whether that's ethical or not, and whatnot. But I get my friends into the documentary. I'm like, please watch this. It's insane.
Like when you introduced us to Gino's documentary at your place that one time, and I saw that there was 45 episodes at the time. I think I was like, oh, is this what it feels like to try and get someone into One Piece?
No, I was about to say the exact same thing. I saw the episode. It was really interesting, and I looked at the rest of the episodes and just the sheer length. And I'm just like, oh no.
Yeah, it's like I know, because just from watching episode 1, I was like, oh, this is so interesting. I want to watch more. But just the sheer amount just made me kind of fall back a little bit and say, oh my god.
I think I started watching your series around episode 9 or 10. And that's when I started watching basically whenever you uploaded them. And it's been one of those things where the longer it gets, the harder it is to convince people to start. Because it gets so daunting. I think what happened the evening I showed these guys the series is that we'd had been drinking a bit.
Yeah.
And we were like, what should we watch? And I was like, I know the exact thing to watch at midnight. Let me put it on.
Yeah, we finished watching all the Super Monkey Ball speed runs, and we were what else can top that? And Chris and Connor was like, watch this.
Yeah. So we started watching it. I don't even know how to begin talking about this topic because it is so difficult to explain if the viewers don't know anything, and I imagine the viewers don't know much.
Right.
How would you describe Chris to someone who has no idea who Chris is?
Okay, Chris Chen is an autistic individual who through the process of bad parenting and their own afflictions caused themselves to both become a subject of bullying online. And also, in turn, they did not learn to avoid the trolls on the internet. by addressing them all the time, only brought them into a bigger mess.
It is just a case study of what not to do on the internet.
Right.
Yeah,
in almost every single aspect.
It seems like, from an outsider, because I think out of the three of us, I know the least about this topic, and it just seems from what I can garner, it's kind of like the perfect storm of someone who is very susceptible to what people say about them on the internet and being trolled, and just kind of the worst trolls possible, egging them on.
Yeah.
And you just see the result from that.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, it says a lot when you can make 40 hours of content and you're not even up to date yet, are you, with the full story?
Not even close.
Yeah, I think there was obviously, people might know a lot about the recent news that happened.
Yes.
As Chris Chan or Christine, how do I even say this?
I'm like afraid to say it out loud.
Had, a lot of people like their mother. Unfortunately, Chris.
Oh, it's 400.
I'm trying my best to say this without getting demonetized.
A lot of people like their mother, but I think Chris really likes her.
Took it to another level.
Yeah.
We joke, but the reason why it was so
it
was covered in a lot of mainstream outlets because it was so
trending on
despicable.
Twitter as
It's
well.
Christine had sexual intercourse with their mother, who I believe has dementia. Is that correct?
Possibly.
Okay, I don't know. But when you see clips,
it's very old, right?
Very clips. It's very
Just
concerning.
80, or I think around 80 now. Yeah. So.
And it's obviously incest is illegal, and the fact that it is just insane.
Yeah.
It is, and quite frankly, it feels like the worst timeline to be on. It felt like we can get into it later about what happened after, but how do you when you start to introduce the topic of Christine, how do you talk about it to people who have no idea, who want to know about it, in a sense that you've given the basics of who Chris was back then and how it all started, but how do you describe the documentary that you make?
It's a deep dive into a certain individual that I guess for the most part Chris was mostly known for the videos on YouTube for a very long time, but then I started exploring their wiki, which is their own dedicated wiki based on everything they do, and I found so much amazing information and interactions and content which gets ignored a lot on YouTube, so I decided to compile as much as I could, as much interesting stuff as I could, into video form to make it more digestible on YouTube. And
so you just read all this stuff, you're like, this is so interesting, I want to repackage it in a way that is more accessible.
Right, yeah.
Wow.
So how did you get involved in this initially?
Initially, I wanted video series like mine to exist, but no one had it around, so I decided to make it myself.
Yeah, fair enough.
And go.
No, because I guess what motivated you to get into this kind of, because it seems like there's an entire culture around Chris Chan right now.
Christorians.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
Christorians. What's a Christorian?
Christorian is a person who knows pretty much everything about
Who was
Chris.
a part of Christory. There's a person who was part of Christory.
I just couldn't imagine someone unironically being like, I am a Christorian. Yes.
Professional
That's what I do,
Christorian.
yeah. Do you, are you technically one? Do you refer to yourself as one, or does it make you
Do you
cringe at the thought?
identify as a Christorian?
People refer to me as the go-to Chris Jordan at the moment. Yeah.
You sound utter contempt when you say that.
You're the face of all the Chris Jordans right now.
It's a burden I must bear.
You know those memes where it's like the people holding up like the world, the army, and they're living like peacefully at the top. It's like Gino Samuel holding up the fabric.
Holding up the world.
I feel like in some aspects, because you do seem almost, you hate many aspects of it. Is that fair to say?
I wish there was something more to my identity rather than being a Chris Jordan.
Right, of course,
But yeah, of course, I can't blame them because it is like the thing that I'm most known for at the moment, at least.
Yeah. It is just so. I think when a lot of people see that you've made 40 hours or nearly 60 episodes on something, they do think, what drives a man to do such a thing, to make 60 episodes? And I think if I remember correctly, when you've been doing this, your channel got deleted at some point, right?
Yeah.
So your channel is called Gino Samuel 2.1, plug, link in the description. Is that, I think because it got deleted during the first one, is that correct?
Yes, Gino Samuel 2 was terminated for bullying and harassment.
Right, and that was for the Christian episodes?
That was the Christian episodes. I was up to part 12 at that point, yeah.
I think I remember this happening, and I thought you were going to quit, right, at that point, at some point, no?
Yeah, I did quit. I actually made part 13 and then released it on a different video hosting platform. But then after that, I decided, you know what, I'm just not going to do this anymore.
Yeah, because what I want to know is, did you know what you're getting yourself into when you started this project?
Well, at around part 5, I got already 10,000 subs on YouTube. So for that, I made a Q&A video, answered some questions. And people asked, how long do you think it's going to be? I said, I'm probably going to get up to date around part 15. So I really had no idea.
Well, yeah, because it's just insane that, because again, I've seen a couple of your episodes, right? And it's just insane because it's like one episode isn't just talking about like one core thing. It's just a compilation of all the things that just happen in chronological order. So like on average, like how long does it take to make one Christian episode?
From the start of writing to the publication, maybe 3 to 4 weeks.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, like I can't think of the amount of research that has to go into it, right? Because like,
what is your research process for this? I wouldn't even know how or where to start.
Do you talk to a lot of people in the community? Do you ask them, hey, what happened if you're not sure? Or like, what is the whole process?
Very rarely I do talk with someone, but mostly I go through the Quickie and then the Kiwi Farms.
Kiwi Farms?
Kiwi Farms is a certain website, which is focusing on discussions around people online who do laughable things and are affectionately or unaffectionately referred to as lol cows.
Yeah, because there's a whole website called lolcow as well, right? Which is separate.
As a different thing.
Yeah, so different website, but that is like the type of person, generally someone who just makes a lot of drama, does a lot of very questionable things.
Yeah, my understanding of Kiwi Farms and Lolcow was always just like a place where people go to like talk drama about certain people and like.
Yeah, well, I feel like 4chan is just unfiltered garbage that is sometimes funny but also extremely questionable. I feel like Lolcow, Kiwi Farm very centered on the creators online and very much about people who are doing stuff online, whereas 4chan is just anything.
Yeah, anything goes. Yeah. Well, was it? Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't Kiwi Farms started like for Chris, like to document Chris?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was originally called Quickie Forums. And
did you not know that?
I did not know that.
Okay.
Well, there you go. So, yeah,
we're going to learn a lot today, ladies and gentlemen.
So yeah, it was originally called Quickie Forums, and the reason it developed into Kiwi Forums was because it was during a certain dry spell of content from Christian when they were not being active online for like a year or so. People started making subforums about other people who are similar to Chris.
Right.
And then after a while, they decided to abandon the Quickie Forums and then get a new domain and call themselves Kiwi Farms, which is apparently a result. It's actually based on a mispronunciation that some other lolcows said about the Quickie Forums. They pronounced it as Kiwi Farms. So that's how it started.
And so Quick is that just Christian Weston Chandler?
Christian Weston Chandler,
which is the name.
CWC.
Right.
CWC.
And that is essentially the universe, or like what is that? What Christine built? Is that? Correct me on the law. There's so much information; it's very hard to keep track.
Yes, Chris started building their own world. I guess during their teenage years, in late 90s, they developed this concept of Quickville, which is the city of quick, Chris Chan.
So there is like this. There's just like this whole.
It's a fantastical world.
So
It's a fantastical
you know, like,
world, exactly.
do you know what Sonichu is?
No.
Do you want to explain what Sonichu is? Well, I mean, it's very.
I mean, yeah. Okay, so I think Quickful was actually before Sonichu, so it was just like
Right.
slotted into there. But yeah, Sonichu came about as a high school project. Chris was doing a design class where he had to design his own CD, and he wanted to put on Sonic and Pikachu. I can't remember, was it Sonic or Pikachu? And the teacher said you couldn't put in any copyrighted characters.
Right.
So he decided to go around that issue, combine Sonic and Pikachu into Sonichu.
And that came with a very iconic meme online.
Yeah, so I found out about the whole Chris thing because I knew what Sonichu was. Because you know, being on all sorts of internet forums back in the day, like you would just see Sonichu like out of context or used in.
Yeah, I remember I saw it a lot and had I just thought it was a ripoff.
Yeah, right. So I thought it was just like one of those like funny memes that someone created, right? And then I realized, Sonichu is linked with this person called Chris Chan. And then that's how I found out about the whole world of Chris. And then I just went deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole, essentially.
So, when you watch your documentary, it starts out, I mean, quite positive, I'd say. Well, not positive, but
hopeful.
Yeah, I'd say hopeful. You get introduced to Chris at the time, and it kind of becomes this you get to see Chris on TV when very young, right? When they won a competition, and you're like, oh, okay, it's going pretty well. And then you start to get into some very personal details about Chris, which I always found very concerning. How they were like, how did you get this information? Because when you get introduced to Chris, you learn about Chris. You learn that Chris is autistic. That Chris is very obsessed with games and stuff. And then somehow we get a very detailed explanation of Chris's school life, how they had at the time multiple gal pals, as Chris always refers to them as, who then we found out later Chris's parents were asked the gal pals to be friends with Chris, so that Chris had friends.
There was just like so much personal, intimate detail that I don't even think I have about my own life.
Yeah, right. There was like a medical record or something, or a psychiatric record?
Psychiatric evaluation, right?
How was that?
Episode.
You showed this in your episode of Chris, and I just sat there in awe, being like, I don't even know where mine is. If I have one, I don't.
Like this
where
is
would
the
I get
information that should be like public.
Was this all self-published by Chris?
Some of it was. The documents, the school papers, the medical records were actually, I guess, illegally taken from their property.
Oh wow!
At later points, it was at a point much later in their life, around 2014. Actually, there was a troll who got into their dumpster. And took out all the papers.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
fucking hell.
So people have been going to Chris's house and just dumpster diving constantly, just trying to.
That happened at least once. I don't think many people did that. Yeah,
it's kind of crazy.
Maybe just one time. Yeah, but people do go there and take updated pictures of the house, for example, and their lawn. Yeah.
Yeah. So as someone who doesn't know much about Chris Chan as a whole topic, so like, what are some of the most notable things they've done, or that we can mention? I could say that have like garnered them such a notoriety online.
I mean, at this point, is there anything that they haven't mentioned?
Because for me, I'm just like, okay, so you talk about Chris Chan being like one of the most documented people probably in history at this point, and just seeing the first part of your documentary, I'm just like, yeah, I can see that. Like I don't think someone has had such intimate detail be leaked or put out into a public space before. But like, what are some of how did they gain notoriety in the first place? That's what I'm so curious about.
All started in 2007 when photos of Chris were posted on 4chan, I think, and then maybe somethingawful.com.
Yeah, I remember that forum website.
Yeah, so people connected the dots and showed off the pictures as this is the person who created the Sonichu comics, and look at him. It's kind of like a freak gawking.
Right, which is something awful. They used to just like post anything that was awful, quote unquote, what they thought, and they would just mock it.
Yeah.
And that was the thing.
Yeah, so that's how that started. And Chris noticed this and started making videos addressing rumors and correcting the record.
Yeah, I believe one of the most worrying things, and is where you could definitely tell this was going to take a turn for the worst in the documentary that you made, is that at some point Chris has this brilliant idea of just releasing everything.
Yeah.
Just handwriting an absurd amount of personal information, probably penis length included at some point in there, you know.
So like the way that she fights back is to basically dox herself.
Yeah, which is a really strange strategy.
Yes. This was in response to the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, which was made about Chris Chan at that time. Yeah, and apparently, according to Chris, they were fed up because they got a lot of details wrong. So I wanted to correct that and add context to the information, which
it just sounds like a disaster.
Yeah,
right?
Basically adding a footnote.
Yeah.
That's all the information.
It's just like you see like a fire and you're just like, let's just pour oil on this.
No, that's not how you burn a fire. Here, let me help you. Jesus.
Yeah, and he called this task information overload, which
I love that. I love that Chris kept calling it that. It's like, I don't think that's how it works on the internet. Maybe in person, if you screamed that, I would be like, wait, what?
Which I imagine he was kind of like thinking that the Encyclopedia Dramatica page would be like a malfunctioning robot. If you feed it too much information, his head's gonna explode.
Yeah,
or something like that. You thought that maybe.
It's like feeding a logic bomb to like an AI or something, right?
Yeah.
It's like a plot to like a movie or something.
Yeah.
And Encyclopedia Dramatica, again, is another drama website, right? Where it's just encyclopedia of people who have done drama things, and it's literally just documented. There's a lot of
there's
people on there.
numerous websites that are horrible like that.
Oh yeah, it's unfortunate that some people go on there and then correct the record about them.
Yeah.
I still don't think that's an act that's been done. I don't think
that's
most
definitely unprecited.
Most people on there tend to not go on there and say, "Hey guys, no, I didn't actually do that. I did this instead." And I think so. That's like the. Correct me if I'm wrong. That is one of the biggest catalysts, right, to what kick-started the fascination that people have with Chris.
Yeah, and it basically fed the trolls because they received so much information, so much personal information about Chris, and this included one particular drawing of Chris and their friend at the time, their female friend, being satisfied in a certain way. And that got a lot of attention too, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, I think later on, Chris also mentioned, or Christine at that time mentioned that they thought that it was okay to draw sexual pictures of someone because they weren't actually doing the sexual thing to them or something.
Yeah. Also, Chris in a video, Chris in a personal email said that they made that drawing in order to release their certain urges instead of acting it out in person.
Wait, personal email to who?
Personal email to the female friend.
Oh yeah, justification. I do remember this. This was in a previous episode, right?
Yeah.
So they were like, "Oh, I'm not going to do anything to you.
Right.
That's why I'm drawing stuff, so that I don't do anything to you." Which must be an extremely concerning email to receive.
Is this person just like the human yikes machine? Like what?
Well, that's the problem, is that every time when you watch this documentary or when you're reading about Chris, which is just worrying in itself, every time you want to give Chris a chance and root for Chris, something happens where you're like, fuck.
Yeah, every time she's that close to getting the W, she does something.
Especially earlier on. I feel like in the start of in the history, you very much are rooting for Chris to just stop. Just stop.
Just get off the internet, dude.
Raising money for charity or something. You know. And I think there was one turning point for me where I was like, for fuck's sake, when I was watching this, and I think it was. I don't think they do this anymore, but Chris at the time would just say racist things. And was quite homophobic very often.
Yep.
And it was just to the point where it was like, and I wonder how much of that was due to the environment that they were raised in.
Possibly,
right? I feel like it raised very difficult questions where it was like, is this your fault or is this your environment's fault that you were raised and you haven't been educated better on?
Like, is this how you actually are, or were you like orchestrated by people?
Well, it's hard to say, because I feel that they're a very impressionable person, and I felt like you can definitely tell whatever that was told to them as a child was stuck with them quite a lot.
Right.
So I it's a very conflicting thing, especially because Chris does have autism, quite severe autism. You almost want to justify certain things, but then every single time you want to justify, well, I'm sure it's, something else happens.
Yeah.
Where you're like, for fuck's sake, I am trying my best to want you to do
trying
good.
to be on your side.
I am trying my best here.
Yeah,
you know, I'm just like, like that domino meme.
Yeah, it is literally that. It is literally the massive domino.
Like Chris Chan draws Sonic Shoe, and then it ends with sleeping with his mother. Like I'm just like, what happened in between? How did we get to this point? Like,
because it's I don't even know where to begin about. Because I do want the viewers to kind of understand the certain milestones, if you will, kind of run through it just so
notable points,
just so that people can kind of who don't know anything about it can understand, roughly the timeline. So in 2007, this all started, correct? And I don't know when the trolling saga started, but it felt like it lasted a millennia. So
what's the trolling saga?
I feel like there was like 30 episodes where it was just trolling.
I mean, yeah.
There was
30 episodes, but it was like in the span of 2 years.
Yeah, the problem is that there is. I feel like the recent history of Christine has been very not well.
I think you meant to say Christery.
The Christery has not been. There's not as much essentially. Right. I feel like there was a lot more recordings of trolling and stuff, and just the amount of it.
There's a lot still, but it's mostly confined to long Twitter rants and like threads on Twitter, and not that many videos, which I guess is not as entertaining to most people.
So what kind of trolling are we talking about here?
Oh, there's some egregious stuff. Do you want to?
Oh, sure. Things really started to kick off in around 2008, I guess, when trolls decided to pretend to be females online interested in Chris.
The catfish.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Of course, and that happened many times actually. Chris kept falling for it every time, which is unfortunate.
Every single time.
Yeah.
So you think like even it's like how many times?
They want to have 10th catfish.
Right. It's like how many catfishes before you're like, I've seen this one before. This looks awfully familiar. One thing as well that is really concerning about Chris throughout this whole documentary, especially in the earlier years, is just how much Chris wants to have sex.
Yeah, I like that because I think that's like the only way that you could fall for catfish that many times, right? So like
it's very uncomfortable.
He just wants a girl.
Yeah, how did he refer to girls at that point? Because I remember
boyfriend-free girl.
Boyfriend-free girl. We need like an entire encyclopedia.
This is like this podcast will not do it justice. Hopefully, what we can do is give you a basic introduction and a quick rundown of the important events, and that if you really enjoy or you are extremely intrigued by what you hear, you can go and watch Gino's videos about it. But we'll talk about it. And boyfriend-free girl is one of my favorite phrases of all time.
By the way, that's officially called a quickism.
Oh, okay. These are all words that are
used by Chris. Yeah, invented by Chris. Kind of. Yeah.
It's like it sounds like a story, like a made-up story.
The thing that's very concerning about Chris throughout the whole thing, especially earlier on, is the way that he talks about sex is very much almost like watching a caveman speak about sex.
Right.
Yeah.
Where it's like I want sex. It's just like there's no emotion,
no intimacy.
There's no mention of wanting to be close with someone. It's just I just want to have sex.
It's not so much like I want to make love. It's more like I just want to procreate.
Yeah.
Like vibe, right?
Yeah, it's really strange. And I think that also starts, like you said, it starts the trolling saga, which has some really disgusting points. Right. Which so they start trolling with the catfishing, and then it goes.
We're not at the disgusting point yet.
Oh no! What? It depends it depends what flavor of, because I feel like there's a little bit for everyone in terms of disgusting.
What is this, an IGN review? Just a little something for everyone.
Whichever thing disgusts you the most. At some point, Chris has been involved with it.
Yeah.
Like whichever thing disgusts you, whether it be. I think one thing that I think was the first thing that happened that really caught me off guard, and I knew that this documentary was not going in good places. I can't remember if this was the first or what. There is many of the trolls. Correct me if I'm wrong here. They often, when they were pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, they would like convince Chris that they were like almost dating.
Right.
Is that right?
Right.
And then they would ask Chris for videos. Of him doing certain things at the time.
Videos and pictures, yes. Close-up pictures of certain body parts, yes.
Yeah. And I just remember I was taking a bath one time watching this documentary. I was just like cleaning, just chilling, because you have a nice bath in Japan. I was chilling. And I just remember it was like, and then Chris bought the cake and then filmed himself sitting on it. And I was like, what? What? So.
And then you proceed to scrub hard.
I'm not clean enough. I'm not clean enough.
So what? Why did this all happen?
I think it's just a way to see, would Chris actually do this? just to challenge Chris in a way as well.
Right.
And I guess this also comes as a consequence to the state of the internet at that time, where you could be anonymous a lot more easily.
Yeah, it was very open.
Yeah.
Kind of just sounds like they were limit testing.
Well, it was like that year was like the Wild West as well, where everyone, it kind of came normal enough.
2008,
Yeah, mid-2000s internet was terrifying.
Yeah, that was...
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it was
remember
crazy.
mid-2000s internet, man.
Yeah.
It was literally like the lawless place.
Yeah,
right? Like,
because
you could do
I think
anything.
at the time I was mostly on Newgrounds at the time.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
place was truly like, if it was the Wild West, there would be duels happening left and right.
Yeah.
People
Yeah.
getting shot down.
Yeah.
And so this was for 2 years, mainly, the main...
Mostly 2 years, yeah.
And was this because Chris was just extremely active in responding, or was it because there was just a lot more of it, like a lot more trolls than there is now? What was the reason why there was just so much in those 2 years, do you think?
Well, it helps that Chris provided many entertaining videos. So that kind of created content for them to laugh at. There was this certain group, a very close-knit group called the Private Villa of Corrupted Citizens, which...
Like, I don't even know if you're making it up.
It's almost tragic with like
I feel
the
like I'm
lack...
being trolled right now.
It's sad that a lot of the trolls sometimes just seem as pathetic as Chris sometimes.
Yeah.
And watching this, you're like, I don't know who's more pathetic. The guy trying to get Chris rubbing a cake in his ass video, or Chris. I can't decide
That's
myself.
how you feel when I'm like talking about Faye. Just
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
What?
Yeah, this
what did
is
you just
as
say?
difficult as Fate to get into. I think this is
The Chris lore is more complex.
No, yeah. That's, I think Chris Law is in its own world. In this
Yeah,
world.
definitely.
Evening weebs, Baby Man here, and today's episode is sponsored by Honey. You know how these podcast ads go, we read the spiel, blah blah blah, we give you a promo code at the end, but this one's different, because this is an ad for Honey, and a Honey ad doesn't just give you one promo code, a Honey ad gives you straight up millions of free promo codes. I'm guessing you shop online, and when you go to your favorite shops, Honey will just automatically fill in the promo codes when you're at the checkout. But it won't just dump in one promo code, no. It'll dump every single promo code it can find, and then test them all in second to see if one can give you a discount and the best discount it can find. Plus, Honey knows where to look for promo codes that is hard to find. If you didn't know, pizza is very expensive in Japan, and I often use Honey to get discounts on pizza. I mean, recently I just saved $10 on pizza to, I guess, make it a normally priced pizza anywhere else in the world. So, get all the promo codes you can at joinhoney.com/trashtaste. That's joinhoney.com/trashtaste. Thank you, Honey, for sponsoring this episode. Back to the video.
So this trolling group, the PVCC, which is actually named after a thing in Sonichu, the comic series. So Chris made this name up. It wasn't the trolls. The PVCC was also the name of their community college. Well, the Piedmont, Virginia Community College, renamed as the Private Villa of Corrupted Citizens, because to Chris, that college symbolized a very dark time in their history, because the dean of the school prevented Chris from posting an attraction sign on the wall asking or looking for a girlfriend.
Chris would often post signs across the school and then also around their area,
Yeah.
just advertising that they wanted a boyfriend-free girl. Right?
Yes.
Wow. It's very strange because I think the lack of awareness is just always the Achilles heel when it came to Chris.
Yeah.
And I believe, for example, there was a period where Chris got kicked out of the mall
At least once, yeah.
for putting up signs.
Well, it wasn't signs. It was loitering. I believe.
Loitering?
Loitering with like
waiting for a boyfriend-free girl.
Right. Yeah. Like
Chris would approach people right at the mall.
Yes, they would as well, and also maybe throw a rock with the red string attached, and try to like lure a girl in.
You're making this up. Yeah.
It's called the red string of fate.
Oh right, that's popular in Japanese culture.
I believe so, yeah.
And like anime and stuff.
Literally, like your name.
Yeah, your name has it like on the pink.
The red strings of fate, right?
And instead of a pinky, it's just a rock. And they just throw at people.
So Chris was literally fishing for girls.
That was at least one one attempt at that. Yeah.
Okay.
And then, yeah, Chris was actually very infamously dogpiled on by security guards and thrown in jail, I guess, for a little bit, but then released and then permanently or like temporarily banned from the mall.
Right.
The local mall. So yeah, that was an issue for Chris because that prevented Chris from
Wait, how much
going
was
to
it?
the go-to hotspot for boyfriend-free girls for a time.
I can't even take it seriously when you say that.
Because what I find fascinating, right, is that from an outsider looking in, you want to feel sympathetic towards this person because they are getting the worst of online trolls, right? But at some point, you just hear a story about something that they do, and you're just like, what is wrong with you? Like,
it very much pushes the limit of, how much accountability can you put on someone?
Yes.
Especially when Chris does have like quite severe autism.
Yeah,
it's very difficult to feel like, man, if this was a normal person, this would be totally your fault. But also, how much can you? Like I said earlier, like there's so much factors of like you can clearly tell the upbringing was questionable. Maybe I don't know how good the parenting was. I mean, I'm not a parent; I can't judge.
Right.
But you have to have learned some of these things from somewhere, right?
I mean, what for you was like the sympathy line that like Chris like went over the line and you just like, nope, there's no way I can root for you anymore. If there was,
were you ever at the sympathy line?
I mean, I'm not very sympathetic. No,
Yeah,
but especially not after the recent events.
Recently now it's like there's no sympathy there.
There's like
all sympathy's gone.
The sympathy line is just like in the dust at this point.
But like I said, I remember I was watching it and there was parts where like I genuinely felt like sympathetic towards Chris. And I wanted to see Chris do better. And then there was just a rant about why Chris hated gay people at some point, and I was like, for fuck's sake. Like,
But was that orchestrated by the trolls?
No. That was, I believe, a lot of the issues of upbringing with Chris is the parents who were very old when Chris was conceived. The father was 54, the mother was 40, so they were already old-timey kind of people who didn't really understand what autism was when Chris was diagnosed with it, and they were kind of afraid of letting Chris go to a special school for autism, or to treat it in any way, and just they kind of pretended that it didn't exist and kind of tried it.
I would be absolutely crushed if I found out my parents asked someone to be friends with me. That would.
Yeah,
I wonder if that did affect Chris at all.
I don't know. Did Chris even view it that way?
Eventually, they found out. Yeah, but at the time, they were very happy. It was the happiest time of their life, as they stated many times during their high school.
Yeah, it's almost.
What's the backstory behind this?
So Chris had a lot of gal pals. Is that correct?
Yes.
In school,
who were girls, but not girlfriends. Just friends who are girls.
Platonic relationship.
But he did want to have some of them to be girlfriends.
Free girls, as you would call it.
And you would see a lot of the pictures of like Chris's earlier birthday parties would be with these gal pals. And it later found out that Chris's dad had asked, I believe, maybe their parents or them to be friends with Chris.
Actually, it was kind of an amazing situation where this was a later trolling attempt. I think at around 2015 or so. Chris themselves tried to organize a high school reunion, so then they would finally meet up with their gal pals one more time. But during this time, trolls decided to pretend to be gal pals, and stated in their emails that their parents only asked them to be friends with them in exchange for like money or good grades or whatever. And then Chris asked their mother, "Is this true?" And then she answered yes. They just coincidentally got it right.
Wow.
Jeez. But like, I'm thinking like, because even up until the whole trolling saga point, that I think a lot of these trolls knew already so much information about Chris's backstory and everything. Right?
Yeah,
so it's like, did they get it right coincidentally, or maybe there was like some hunch being like, well,
It's also really sad watching. Sorry, go on. I interrupted you. You had a question.
Oh no! I was just saying, like, I wonder if it was actually a coincidence or not, or maybe they had a hunch of some kind to be like, maybe the parents did actually do this, and let's just like run with the story.
I guess it was a hint. Yeah, that means how likely is it for these gal pals to be so close with Chris? Honestly.
Right.
Yeah.
Reality is sometimes harsh, unfortunately.
I think one of the things that...
Did you just quote Thanos?
Reality is harsh.
Reality is often harsh.
Do whatever I want it to be.
I wasn't even aware because I've never even seen the fucking movie.
You've seen the memes.
I've seen the memes. I don't remember them.
You know subconsciously.
That meme was really rent-free in my head somewhere.
There is the one thing that I felt very sad about watching this documentary is Chris's clear nostalgia and almost want to be back in high school.
Yeah.
And the fact that Chris never grows out of it.
Yeah.
That's what really just felt very sad watching, because this has been going on. We have videos of since Chris is God knows how young and going up, and just never changes, and always wants to be back in high school where things were simple and had gal pals.
Was their high school life good? Probably compared to now, but
so they claim.
Right.
They claim it was great because they had gal pals, and that's it really.
Also, I believe they used to frequent the local game store an awful lot as a child. Is that correct? Or as a teenager?
That one I'm not too sure about.
Right.
Personally, yeah.
I feel like people have a lot more patience when you're a child, right? And I felt that Chris had a lot of luxuries. Probably, in fact, people would probably, they wouldn't question a lot of things, and they would also be very patient with some things. I'd imagine that people aren't really when you're an adult. People get kind of scared. Like there was a whole arc, if you will, with Chris in the game store.
Yes.
Where Chris ended up. Arc. Yeah, an arc.
There's arcs in the story.
There's multiple arcs. So Chris how did this start with Chris in the game store? Because you're trying to explain this rough arc to Garnt.
Chris went to a local game store where they played games and bought games.
Pokemon trading cards.
Pokemon trading cards, yeah. Right. Yeah, and could play, games on the TV as well, on the Wii at that time, I believe. And that's where they met their female friend, which they later drew
right,
in a certain way.
Real rock.
Yeah.
Real
So yeah, in this game place, Chris really liked this female friend and got way too touchy several times, way too many times, even though she addressed this in emails privately, but Chris continued to do so, and eventually that relationship fell out after the image was leaked by Chris and themselves. So
it's like who leaked all this information? It's always Chris.
It's always Chris, yeah.
So yeah, and after that point, Chris still continued to go to the game store for a little bit longer before they started causing way too much trouble with the manager getting very annoyed by their constant hogging of the TV, of the games, possibly even shouting racial slurs at the African American children. So
yikes! Every single time you want to root for Chris, just so you hear something, you're like, for fuck's sake!
Yeah,
fuck.
I get it if Chris tried to approach the girl, to be like, I just want to be in a nice relationship with you, not in a weird way kind of thing, and then they're just like, no, I'm going to do the worst thing possible to try and move this forward, move the relationship forward.
Had to be racist towards kids? Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It's like being a nuisance is one thing. Hogging the TV is one thing.
It's like
there's only one thing worse than a racist: a child.
It's like a comic book villain at times. It's like a Darman video, right? It's so textbook racist, or in some ways where it's like you can't make this up. No one would act like this.
Yeah.
And so anyway, carry on, the game store.
Yeah.
So yeah, they were banned, and after about 9 months, I believe, Chris made a video on YouTube addressing the manager of the game store, thinking that if you put his name in the title of the video, he would just magically see it and see this video addressed to him.
Well, like the manager's real name.
Honestly, yeah.
Because people just going onto YouTube and just typing out their full name, being like, "Oh, just made a video about me."
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't like his name in the title at all. It was like the stock DV SNQ005 or whatever. Chris started the video with, "This video is addressed to the manager of the game store, blah blah blah," and please let me back. I learned my lesson, like that.
I remember this. Yeah, I do remember this.
Right.
And the manager was like, "No."
Yeah. That, about half a year maybe after that, Chris was convinced by a trollsome gal pal or a girlfriend online to go back to the game store and try to get themselves unbanned.
Right.
They actually recorded the conversation privately on their person.
Of course.
Because Chris's girlfriend at the time, as far as they knew, thought it would be a very good idea, and like they would like be able to threaten the manager with like, oh, you said this, and I don't know,
use this blackmail.
Try to blackmail him,
right.
right. And then the manager said no, and just kicked him out again. And I think threatened to call the police. And then on the way out, Chris called the manager a Jew, and.
You know what I mean? You see what I mean? Okay, and then that happened, right?
Yeah, that happened, and then other things happened. Yes, about another year after that, Chris went back to the store with their mother actually, and this was after their elderly father had died already.
Right.
So they went back to the store because they saw a new banner up on the store saying under new management or under a new owner, and they realized that the manager of the store now became the owner of the store and became angry again. They were kicked out, and on the way out, the manager of the store was run over by Chris's car twice. See, the thing was...
Not accidentally, right? Like,
well, the thing was, we're not really sure what was the order of the situation, but both Chris's mother and Chris themselves were driving the car, and each took a turn to run over.
This is pretty horrible. This sounds like a fucking Looney Tunes skit.
It's so you can't make this up.
It actually sounds like a Looney Tunes skit.
Right.
So I'm not sure who did it first. Like, did Chris accidentally do it and then
swap?
And then,
oh, your turn. Finish the job, please, mother.
Or maybe they thought that like. The second time the other person driving would like cover for them, you know, like
right. You take
the one driving. It was me, so then let's run over him twice. But anyway, yeah, they were both charged with manslaughter. No, it wasn't
manslaughter.
No, it wasn't manslaughter. It was like grievous bodily harm, or I don't know.
Was the store owner okay?
The owner was okay actually, and he actually wanted the charges to be dropped or at least lessened.
Damn.
Oh.
Yeah.
What a nice manager. After
someone ran me over.
So we got racism, homophobia, hit and run. Like, is this person just speed running hate crimes now?
Yeah.
Like,
no, there's more. There'll be more.
No, she's trying to like 100% hate crimes. Like, getting the Xbox achievement.
It's like a bingo list of crimes. it is shocking how many you can accidentally commit when you're not really aware.
Chris Chan, the original gamer. The completionist.
Oh God.
I mean, some people might say that Chris might be the first Let's Player in a way.
Yeah, because Chris did videos of
Chris
Little Big Planet.
Chris made a video on Little Big Planet back in 2002 or 3.
Wow.
And they were narrating their actions over it, which makes like
that's a Let's Play,
like one of the first Let's Plays ever. Yeah.
Holy shit.
And that review was actually published in the Nintendo Game Magazine. Or was it Nintendo Power? Was it
Nintendo Power?
Yeah, it was published there.
Right?
Wow.
Actually, Chris had 2 things published in Nintendo Power over the course of their life.
It was like an Animal Crossing video, if I remember correctly.
It was Animal Crossing? Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Wow.
And they were talking about what they were doing, and one of the first things that Chris did during their narration in that video was saying that they were a high-functioning autistic virgin.
Oh yeah.
This is something that Chris often mentioned very often. It was, I'm a high-functioning autistic virgin, which, you know, when you watch it, it's like, what?
Yeah,
you're just not used to hearing
that's
that.
like 4 words I didn't think I would hear next to each other.
Or someone self-proclaimed.
Yeah, right.
You know, which is just, it's bizarre. And the whole, like I said, there's arcs, right? There's just, and the game store is over like 10 years. No, it's quite a long time, if I remember correctly.
About 5 years, yeah.
It's quite a long time.
The game store arc.
And also watching these this documentary, it's kind of, because it's all in chronological order, it's concerning how often stuff gets revisited and Chris tries again.
So what other arcs are there?
Well, like I said, the trolling one feels like it lasts forever.
Yeah.
The initial, I mean, Chris is always being trolled with that.
Did it ever stop though?
It didn't really, but there was like, I feel like
that was like the 4th Ninja War arc then.
Just kept going.
Yeah, it's like the manga arc that you wish ended like 10 years ago, that just kept on going. And like, you know, there's some really abhorrent trolling that was done. And again, like some of it is so bad that I do still feel sorry for Chris. Like, you know, wouldn't he shove stuff up his, you know, his member at the time?
Up his member?
Did he do that, or was it his butt?
It was the butthole,
which isn't very good.
Obviously, yeah. But yeah, this was a very unfortunate, very dark episode in Chris's life where Chris believed that their girlfriend at the time was being kidnapped by their evil brother or whatever. And also their PlayStation Network account was also being hacked and held hostage. So Chris had to choose which one would you prefer to save, your girlfriend or your PSN account?
And which?
Which they chose.
Chris chose the girlfriend, but by choosing so, Chris believed that they would get both because they made the right choice.
like a Bible, you made the right choice.
Exactly. Yeah.
The £5.
Yeah, it's the money on the Bible. It's the money on the Bible. You get both if you pick the Bible.
Wow. But yeah, during the course of this debacle, Chris was tasked with either, I think, burning their Sonichu medallion, which they fashioned out of like Play-Doh or a clay.
Yeah. Very iconic piece of.
Either burn it or put it up their butthole. So Chris chose to cut it up into smaller pieces first because it was too big.
Of course, totally.
Don't burn it at that point. It's already destroyed, but don't burn it. Don't put it up your butt.
You can put it back together afterwards, right?
What was the logic behind cutting it up instead of burning it? Is this ever explained?
No.
It's just like, what if you're destroying it? Why not choose the option of destroying it?
Well, because you can still put it back together, right?
Maybe
was that the thinking?
Maybe Chris thought that they didn't have access to matches. I'm not sure. I really don't know. Which is kind of ironic. Given what happens later. But
yeah.
What happens later?
We'll save it. Wait, you don't know?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
It's like one of the most biggest plot points in the whole story.
We haven't even got to the plot twist.
I'm so invested in this story.
It's like one of the most well-known parts of the story.
I might know it if you remind me.
Maybe we'll talk about it later.
It's in part 39, by the way. So
part 39. I remember because this is the part that I was waiting for to happen because I'd heard so much about it and I wanted to know. I know, it's insane. So, yeah, there's Chris put the thing up their butt and filmed it. And obviously in your version you censor it for the...
I believe it was like a Skype call or something. So the person acting as the girlfriend and also the evil twin brother, they were the same 13-year-old boy, by the way.
13-year-old boy?
13-year-old boy doing this.
What?
So yeah, after the shoving, they revealed themselves to be a 13-year-old boy and that the girl never existed, which distraught Chris. There were other
naturally.
Yeah, there were other members of that trolling group in the call, but just listening and being muted. But after that, they came out and said, "Jesus, stop!" Like they knew.
I remember this. Yeah,
they knew that this boy went way too far. Obviously.
Yeah. It's so disgusting that that only like a sick kid would ask someone to do this.
Yeah.
When I was 13, I think I was just playing Jenga or something. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. I certainly wasn't thinking about that. I wonder, like, how do these kids do this? Right? That's like, throughout this thing, it's almost, as much as Chris was doing some really abhorrent stuff, I almost find that everyone involved was also very guilty of doing some really heinous things.
Yeah.
And it felt like anyone who went near this, like, cesspit of drama was just dragged into doing really horrible stuff.
Honestly, the entire thing just sounds like a shit show. Like,
it's like
figuratively and literally.
It is the worst part of the internet in every aspect. It shows every single terrible thing a troll can do. It shows the terrible nature of what feeding trolls does. I don't think there's... And that's why it's almost hard to look away. Because it's so... fascinating.
It's such a magnificent train crash, right? That you just like, it's like
the train crashes and does 10 backflips and then lands and then catches fire.
Yeah,
it's just almost like everything that it's just so insane. And I think that's why again you should go and watch Gino's video on it. Videos.
Wait, well, hold on. Like you guys like blue ballsing me with this like plot point right here. Like I need to know.
So there's the whole trolling thing.
I don't know. Is this the best arc?
So yeah, go on.
So yeah, so the trolling with the fake girlfriends thing went on for quite a while, pretty much until Chris's father died.
Right.
When this was 2 years, right?
About 2 or 3 years, yeah. So after that, they decided, let's leave Chris alone. They've suffered enough, I guess. I guess that was their thing.
Yeah, 2 years later, I think we've done enough damage. I think this is enough. Like it should have been stopped at the medallion being shoved up.
Yeah, so there was a solid year where Chris didn't do much except occasional Facebook posts. Yeah, and then fast forward to 2014, where in the middle of the night, Chris was, I believe, trying to make a cup of coffee, and the extension cable which connected to their coffee maker, it was like draped over the bathroom door, and like the constant opening and closing like damaged the wire. It caught fire. The house caught fire. Yeah, it was a.
You also have to understand that at this time, Chris's house is a hoarder's house.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
okay.
you know, when you hoard stuff, your house just goes up in flames.
Yeah, of course.
That was the problem, is the reason why this was so jank, and the reason why the coffee machine was so fucked to begin with, is because there was no floor space.
Right.
And I believe there was 2 or 3 cats inside this hoarder's house.
Yeah.
No.
Did the cats, I don't know if the cats, I assume the cats unfortunately didn't make it.
One cat died. Yeah.
Now I'm sad.
That's what's so sad about this, is that, you know, in some aspects you kind of don't feel sorry that Chris ruined their own life, you know, because you almost, you know, this is done by yourself.
Yeah.
But I think the most unfortunate part about this is not only is our Chris's parents and dragged into all of this mess, but also pets as well.
Yeah, just like other, you know, like innocent bystanders just got involved.
You know, this manager got ran over. You know, there's many points in this story that are so sad. Just for, again, it's like a vacuum. If you're involved with Chris in any way, generally not good stuff was happening. And the hoarder's house. There's pictures of it. I'm sure you can show it on screen, right? It's totally fine.
Yeah, probably fine.
It's fine. This is what it looks like. It's pretty bad. It's very, very
So
bad.
was Chris the hoarder, or was it the
Chris
parents?
was mostly not the hoarder. Actually, Chris's room was the most tiny.
Mother, right?
It was Chris's mother. Yeah, she was the hoarder, and actually resulted in the pretty, I guess, infamous video of Chris, who after posting a house tour video on YouTube.
It's just insane to think that you would post a tour of that.
Yeah, right. For a girl, obviously.
Right.
Girl, as far as Chris knew.
Yeah.
Chris's father found out and demanded that Chris take down the video off of the internet, which was kind of an impossible task for Chris to do. Yeah. And then during the recording session where Chris was shouting at the camera and all the trolls to take it down now, Chris's father walks in and they have this little discussion about Chris saying about Chris's father saying, you know, if the health department sees this video, we're gonna be evicted. You know, you just stuck a knife in our backs and killed us with your video. Is what he said. Yeah.
Right.
So it was very
Jesus.
Yeah. Crazy video, yeah.
When you're watching this video, you have to watch the video to get a real horrible sense of scale of this. It is essentially like a jungle gym. You can't, like, even the camera doesn't, you can't see anything. There's junk everywhere. And it's just too zoomed in.
Yeah.
So every time you're like looking around, you can't get a sense of scale of anything because there's just so much stuff. And obviously, you know, hoarders' houses are basically just fire hazards. I mean, that's the reason why you get evicted, because you can't do that.
That's exactly what happens, right?
Yeah. Cockroaches, probably also. I believe the cats were also sick at the time. Is that right? Or they weren't?
I wouldn't be surprised.
You can't be healthy.
Yeah.
There were other later cats who became sick in the house. Yeah.
Right. I remember watching a video when they moved to the new place, which was it provided by the government?
There was a new temporary rental place. Yeah, that was provided by the house insurance agency. Yeah.
And I remember there was a point in this video where you could hear the cat, and it sounded like it was dying. It sounded very bad.
Dogs too. Honestly.
Yeah, the dogs as well, right?
God. No, leave the animals out of it.
It's a horrible story, you know, and I think it puts into. You often ask the question of like, how ethical is it to watch all this stuff and document it and talk about it? Is that something you often struggle with when you're making these videos?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think one thing about your video that I could get is that it seemed like you weren't. It was just pure documentation.
Right.
You weren't putting your opinion into it. It was just pure. This is what happened, and this is just a pure documentation of things you can already find on the internet.
Yeah, it's kind of just like, you know, just laying out the information and kind of leaving it up to the viewer to make their own opinions about the whole case,
For better or for
might
worse.
be, right? For better or for worse.
Because I think that's what really attracted me to your videos is that, again, there was just no input from you, but also made you kind of a mysterious figure. It's like you always start the video saying like, who is Chris? What drives it? I'm like, who's Gino? Why is he making this video? Which is why I wanted to bring you on, because I really wanted to learn more about you as well and what drives you to make these videos. Because I feel like, you know, it takes a mental toll, I imagine, having to document this stuff. And there are some lines that you have to say out loud because you narrate Chris's words.
Yeah.
And I there's some very funny out of context clips of you being like just shouting really funny stuff about putting stuff up your ass. I'm so sorry. I hate to do you like that.
It's the burden he has to bear.
Yeah,
it is the burden.
At which point were you just like committed to like? I mean,
yeah.
With that way, you were just committed to, I assume, completing this thing. I mean, you've gotten this far, right?
I mean, I was committed since the beginning.
Yeah.
I imagine I was not expecting this to last this long, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah.
But I do understand that some parts may be a bit boring for some, just the constant maybe Facebook like readings of a Facebook posts or tweets, for example, which I do cut down as well, but I find it interesting and relevant to the story, which is a kind of
it's all right.
kind of a conflict for me.
Every anime has its fiddle arc.
Yeah. I find that's what makes your video so compelling is that it almost feels like no stone is left unturned. Like every single thing is included. Is that fair to say that you include pretty much everything?
Not really.
Oh, really?
Most things that are really not interesting or not relevant to the development of the story, then I do skip over them.
So how much stuff is, when you have the episode, how much stuff in between like tweets or Facebook posts is cut? Like if you had to give like a ratio of like how much information makes it in to not in the video.
Possibly about 1% doesn't make it in.
Oh, so nearly everything else goes in. It's like literally everything goes in. All right. Wow.
I mean, it depends on how much detail on how much time I spend on it. Like, for example, if it's a vaguely interesting tweet, for example, I just mentioned that Chris talked about this, or like if it's more compelling, if it's more interesting, I just read word for word most of it, for example. So I spend more.
Yeah, because I was about to say, like, if you had said like, about 20%, that would be like, Jesus, how much content is there on this person? Like,
a worrying amount.
Right? Like, I already watch your videos and I go, my God, this is more information than, several generation families that, have on the internet, let alone just this one single person.
Oh, God, I remember. What year did Chris transition?
2014, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
And it is a very disturbing phase.
That's what I want to like. What led to the?
There's a lot of stuff that Chris does, and later Christine. They're very like worrying, I'd say.
Right.
Well, that happened a lot.
What's the line of worrying?
I've already heard a lot of worrying things this episode.
So how did it start? We know that. How did all of it begin with Chris?
The transitioning.
Yeah.
Chris very early on exhibited some interest in being a female. Like, for example, writing on public posts in a troll created forum, which was made to appear like a fan site for Christian, but they're all just trolls.
Yeah. Of course.
Chris said that sometimes they thought that maybe life would have been better if they were born as a female, but since I was born since like God delivered this package, I must like feel it. I don't know. Something like that.
Yeah.
Chris sounded a lot more poetic than I do.
Yeah, well, of course, very poetic.
Then Chris started leaking some. Chris was sending nude photos to other girlfriends, which I featured. Chris trying on their mother's underwear, bra as well.
Right.
So that was worrying as well.
Yeah.
And then after that, another girlfriend convinced Chris that maybe they would feel better jogging because they were very self-conscious about their man boobs bouncing around. So she suggested maybe Chris should wear a sports bra. And then Chris discovered that they really liked the feeling of a sports bra, and pretty much never took it off after that point, honestly, until they transitioned and started wearing women's underwear full time.
Right.
It's like some people suggest that maybe Chris was influenced by trolls saying some quotes exactly that Chris was convinced to become a female to explore their feminine side.
Right.
This is questionable. No one's really sure how this happened. But Chris started first identifying as like a lesbian soul in male body, something like that.
Okay.
Right. I'm not very well educated on this stuff. It's very I try to, but it's quite a lot of information.
Yeah. And after about another half a year or so, they fully embraced the identity of the new name, Christine, and changed their gender officially, even on their driver's license. So it's quite legit at this point.
Yeah.
And they do use gender transitioning medication as well.
Okay.
So,
Right.
Yeah.
I say concerning because during the first phase, it was very much a DIY transition.
That wasn't the first phase, actually. That was,
Was it
like,
not?
That was quite a bit after.
Oh, was it? Oh,
yeah.
I felt like because that was what stuck out to me. As,
What goes before DIY?
well, so
Well, Chris decided to expedite matters by listening to binaural beats on YouTube.
what is binaural beats?
Binaural
I still don't
beats,
know what that is.
Binaural beats is a type of like a humming noise that's supposed to influence the way your mind works and kind of change you in a certain way. Like, for example,
It uses like a certain frequency, I believe, that it almost acts as like a type of hypnosis of sorts.
Is it bullshit? Is it?
There is actually science behind
Is
it.
this a well-known thing? This is the first I'm hearing of this.
No, this is very much like a music, like.
Is it really a real thing?
Type of thing. I mean, there is some science behind it, but like the whole thing of like hypnosis and stuff like that is very debatable.
I mean, binaural beats making you like feel uncomfortable or comfortable. Yeah, I can see that happening, but changing you from male organs to female sexual organs. Then
Chris was trying to grow boobs.
And then Chris was actually going to the actual channel of these binaural beats and asking the uploader, will this binaural beats video cause my testicles to develop into ovaries, or will they make another video about that, or something like
answer
that?
no.
That's very sad because in some aspects this is where other aspects of the internet failed Chris, right? Like this is a predatory thing to, and I don't know if they encouraged or they said that you'll grow boobs from listening to this beat.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. But it also, when you're desperate enough, as I imagine Chris was at the time, you'd be willing to believe it.
I mean, I'm sure Chris has fallen for more obvious stuff with like, because this was after the trolling phase, right?
Right. And didn't Chris end up in hospital for trying to? So this is a very disturbing thing. They believed that the opposite sex organs were inside. All they had to do was cut it open. And they did indeed do that, right? And they ended up in hospital?
What they cut was the space in between the
douche, right?
I believe that's
I believe that's a way to call it. Yes.
I think it's called the gooch.
I think it's called the gooch. Yeah.
The gooch. Sorry.
Skin between the balls and the bladder. Right?
Yeah, they cut
it. That one.
Pretty deep cut, right?
They cut.
The
perineum.
I don't fucking know. I'm not educated on this. I don't touch that place often.
It is the perineum, also called the taint.
The taint.
Oh,
the taint. So that's the space between the hole and the...
I'm so sorry, viewers. I'm so sorry.
We're using scientific terms here.
Yeah. Chris believed that in this space was where their labia would be if they were born as a woman.
So they
cut it open and posted photos.
They posted photos?
Oh, yes.
What?
Wait, of after the act? Like after they cut
it must look like a crime scene.
Jesus.
Looks fine to me. I don't know.
You poor man.
Gino's like, I've seen worse.
I can't tell if you've been broken by all of this. You've been so numb to it for so long.
Like a war veteran now.
Yeah.
Just like this is
murder.
Me.
Do you know what sound a man makes when they die? I do, and I like it. They went to hospital for it, right?
They were very reluctant to go to the hospital because they thought
were infected, right?
It could have been.
It could have
died. Honestly.
Yeah.
From what I understand, it was very worrying.
It could have
no shit.
It could cause like abscess or something and died from it eventually. But eventually trolls convinced Chris to go to the hospital and get it checked.
Oh, the trolls convinced Chris to go to the hospital.
Which is weird because then later on, I'd say from this point onwards is where it used to be like kind of like a almost torture hostage situation.
Yeah.
Where it was like, I want to torture you, but I want to keep you alive.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the trolls, and I believe especially what happened later on as the founding member of the Kiwi Farms,
right,
often would financially look after Chris and would help manage Chris's finances.
Right. Wasn't there like later there was like a group of people, right?
People would often they did a GoFundMe correct after the
were they called the Watchmen or something? Was that what they called?
The Watchmen is a different thing.
This is insane. So these people who had originally were trolling Chris ended up then
supporting
Chris and almost being protective over who can have contact with Chris, right?
Yes, they were. Yeah.
it's weird, right? Because it feels like a hostage thing. Where it's like, I'm going to feed you food and take care of you, but you're still my hostage.
Right. Like the weirdest cult I've ever heard.
It's very strange.
Yeah, the thing is after Chris's father died, the main trolls behind all that kind of stopped their trolling and then moved on to Kiwi Farms, just like as an observation kind of thing and looking after Chris. But like the other trolling that happened after that point was made by other people, which were not affiliated really with the original core.
Which is then there's like tons of different factions of people who are obsessed with.
Yeah.
with
So
Chris.
who are the Watchmen?
The Watchmen was a group created.
It's a comic drawn by Frank Miller.
Pretty poor movie adaptation, apparently.
The comic was definitely better.
Sorry, go ahead.
Watchmen's not that long. Anyway, Watchmen were a group which were created for the sole purpose of protecting Chris.
Right.
Which did not work at all. They're broken up at this point when it was revealed that some members of the Watchmen were actively involved with trolling Chris.
Oh my god.
Backstabbing the Watchmen.
Well, this is why it's such a fucking mess. Like, every single person involved is, has questionable motives.
Yeah, because I only found out about the Watchmen from the recent events.
Yes.
Right. And there's like 3 or 4 other groups or something that were all involved in all this stuff, and they all have their own names and stuff like that.
When did documenting Chris really reach its peak of popularity?
Peak of popularity?
Well, now it's very popular.
Yeah.
But, before this, I definitely felt like there was an increase of people who were benefiting and profiting off of Chris in many ways by making content around Chris in a almost harmful way.
This is definitely a more recent phenomenon in the past few years, I think.
Which is, I feel like, where it started, it was kind of improving.
Yeah.
And Chris was not really involving much, and people were not really trolling Chris as much. And then when the popularity of documenting Chris, I swear it feels like it then started going backwards, and this trolling started to get worse again. And
kind of coincides with the Idea Guys saga, no?
The Idea Guys?
The Idea Guys.
What's that?
It's another trolling group. Which
how many trolling groups are there?
I just love the names.
There's a new one every month.
Yeah, okay. So the Idea Guys.
So the Idea Guys were very detrimental to Chris's psyche because they convinced Chris that all these different alternate realities, alternate dimensions of like anime land and all these cartoons actually existed, and you could travel to them interdimensionally.
They were the ones.
Yeah, they were the ones.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so
and to this day, Chris still believes
that
they can access this different dimension.
Yes, and Chris actually believed that at some points they were possessed by like Sonichu and other characters.
And that they were Sonichu, right?
Right,
or something like that.
Like they were it was Sonichu speaking through their body for like a solid.
Don't worry about it.
It's a bad omen.
One of the days she was just like, all right, I'm going to yeet out. This is a bit too much for me, man.
Anyway, Sonichu was apparently talking through Chris's body for about half a year, honestly.
It's just like you can't explain. Like, it's so hard to keep up with this because even, when we watch the whole series in depth, it is so confusing and there's so much stuff. And we've barely even touched on the fact that one of the main aspects of what Chris was doing was making a comic about Sonichu and all the stuff was...
That's what really started the whole attention on Chris, because their comic was so crazy and outlandish, and people realized that Chris was actually using the comic as a way to live out their own fantasies.
Yeah.
Right. Like getting
a self-insert.
Like a well, there was a self-insert, The
main character was Chris.
Basically.
So they believed they were Sonichu.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
For a little bit.
And then there were other characters as well, right? From what I remember, there was like Rose Chu and stuff like that.
Rose Chu is Sonichu's love interest and wife. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's also, I believe Chris also at many points would include real people that would die or principal or something, right?
There would be the main villains, but no one actually died, in Chris's comics, because Chris believed that Quickville was real, and they didn't want to cause that much harm to the characters because they would feel hurt.
Right.
I really believe this.
I say right. But like, I
totally understand what's being said here.
Yes. I'm totally following what's going on right now.
Also, one other thing that I also found very worrying was Chris's spending. And lack of financial...
Okay, where did Chris get an income from? Now I'm curious.
Chris has a social security or disability payment called which Chris calls the tugboat, It's about $800 a month.
Okay.
And this is what Chris uses to pay off credit card debts and buy Legos, which brings him in, which brings Chris into more debts.
Right.
Chris gets money and immediately spends it on like toys, Legos, which is very disturbing because I think Chris's mother at the time wasn't working either, very old, nude, and they were mainly relying on the income that Chris was bringing in.
Already been like retired at that point.
Oh, they were. No one's been working in that family since the 90s, I believe.
Right.
There's a very very chilling video later on where Chris is getting their mother to promote Chris's selling of merchandise.
Yes.
And saying that they need money for food and stuff.
Right.
There's several videos like that.
It's very concerning stuff.
Like merch is in like what?
Handmade merch by Chris.
Oh, it's like the Sonic Shoe medallions and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, there were medallions. There were signed photos, I believe, as well, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Jeez.
It's all very concerning stuff.
I assume it's the trolls that are buying that kind of stuff.
I mean,
just to like fuel the fire, I guess.
At this point, are they really trolls? Are they just like almost like fans?
Super fans. People want to get in on it.
It kind of sounds like a symbiotic relationship,
right?
Where Chris feeds the trolls and the trolls feed Chris.
Right? It just doesn't end. Yeah.
And by acquiring objects from Chris, they become part of Christory in this.
Yeah, that's that's serious. These people are very invested in it.
I love that term.
I really enjoy keeping up with it, but also I do feel like I'm consuming something bad. Like I'm taking part and helping and fueling a very dark side of the internet.
Yeah. Right. But it's also just so insanely fascinating, just because again, we've never had anything like this in the history of the internet. I feel like it's so outlandish, right? Like, is it a good
I'd argue in the history of the world.
Honestly, like it's just so, everything about it is just so outlandish. It just doesn't sound real.
I think because everything that should have protected Chris failed.
Right.
Everything that should have been a safety.
It feels like this is almost like a case study,
of how not to parent, how not to
act on the internet.
Yeah, how not to. Literally a case study of how not to do everything.
Yeah.
Pretty much. It feels like
anything about this, just don't do it. Yeah.
Do you feel, when you're, because obviously you're making a documentary.
Yeah.
How do you handle dealing with like the moral implications of it sometimes and struggling with that if you do it all? Like,
I usually don't.
Yeah, you just like whatever, just power through.
Yeah, because I convince myself that I'm just documenting. It's all right.
I agree. I don't see what you're doing as anything inappropriate or wrong by any means.
Right.
Yeah, because it's not like you're like one of the trolls that's
it's
pulling
out there,
information
right?
out, right? Like it's already existed out there. Yeah.
But I think by watching it in its entirety or watching it in parts, you really do just end up feeling sad about the whole situation.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like if you hear little bits and you get very tailored information in a way that leaves out important details, you might be more likely to participate or fuel trolls to join in. Whereas if you watch, I feel like if you watch the documentary, there's no way you can be sitting there thinking, yeah, I want to join in and troll.
Yeah.
You're just like, fuck, man, Jesus.
Yeah, definitely.
This video is sponsored by Final Gear. Final Gear is a mech-styled RPG that is set in an apocalyptic world. It'll soon be released in the US, Europe, and Thailand, featuring over 100 gorgeous maiden pilots for you to train and thousands of powerful mech suits for you to unlock. Assemble your mech as you wish with your favorite pilots. It's a side-scrolling shooter game with real-time tactical maps. Upgrade your base strategically to achieve the final victory with greater ease. Final Gear, with its plentiful characters, fascinating storylines, distinctive mech-related elements, and exquisite shooting style, is loved by loyal fans all over the world. Players share tips and strategies and show off their cool and powerful custom mechs every day. We've also got plenty of gifts and events in our game communities and social media. So what are you waiting for? Download Final Gear now. And don't forget to use our code ONSCREEN right now to get some extra goodies. Final Gear is the all-new strategic RPG featuring mechs and maidens. Remodel your mechs at your will. Train tons of beautiful pilots and tons of different occupations. And experience breathtaking mech battles. A journey featuring powerful mechs and beautiful pilots is about to begin. Captain, let's fight side by side. The game has also previously been released in Japan, South Korea, and China, and has received tons of great feedback. And it's going to be released in September 30th in the US, Europe, and Thailand. One of the main reasons I reached out to you and asked you to come on the podcast is, well, first of all, I found out that you lived in Japan, which is great. Very convenient for us because we only let in-person guests come on.
Yeah.
And two, obviously there was some massive recent news at the time of recording.
Mm-hmm.
This will be published a lot later. And I kind of want to get into the most recent history, and obviously if people who are the Christer.
Come on.
sorry.
Every time we say Chris or Gino's like, fuck.
Funny he dies inside.
Must be like whiplash. Like we said, there was some very big news, and I guess let's talk about the very recent history. Sorry.
You got it.
About it, because I think the viewers who don't know anything will be intrigued, or viewers who do know will want a little recap, maybe.
Yeah.
So what would you say is like the very recent, where it began, I guess, or where the arc or whatever, if you will.
So this all started at the end of July of this year when a certain phone call was leaked, like a Discord voice chat, was leaked between Chris and a certain female party. A real female, by the way.
An actual female.
Yeah.
Who was actually obsessed with Chris, right?
That's a different female.
Okay.
Right.
There was someone who genuinely wanted to be with Chris.
Yes.
Who was in this group. Is that correct?
Yes. There was, but this is a very disgusting female, troublesome female, and they were chatting away, and Chris revealed very casually how their recent development in their relationship with their mother was going. And how it started, and how
when did this development start?
I guess June or July of this year, as far as we know.
Right.
Yeah, Chris was exploring their mother's body, and
this is actually sickening.
It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. It's
quite crazy.
But I remember when it started, everyone was like, "Please say psych." Like, please say this is the joke. I remember that even the Kiwi Farms members were like, "No, I'm sure there's a mistake."
Yeah. What was originally leaked was a 4.5 minute edit of the call, which was very heavily edited, which originally removed all mentions of the female party in the call, so you didn't hear her at all. So it sounded very fake and edited. So I thought maybe like
if it's stitched together,
to make it sound like that. But no, later at another point, like a 9-minute call was leaked with the full context, and no, Chris was actually doing this apparently. Jeez. I was hoping that Chris was like astral projecting and like maybe in their minds having intercourse with their mother in Quickville.
You just wanted to justify it in any way that made it not real.
Not be real.
I know. Yeah, I know. I saw that argument quite a bit when the news first broke out, because the whole thing of Chris, with the whole Quickville thing being, almost in this delusional world, right? So I think the biggest argument was that they just imagined that they, did stuff with their mother, but in reality, we have no proof, kind of thing, other than this call, obviously. But
yeah. Chris was talking about how at first she said no, and how she was very confused. But then apparently Chris satisfied her in a way that their father never could.
It's you can't make this up. It's so fucked.
I actually feel physically sick.
Yeah, I do. I feel like it's disgusting.
This is like
this is the most disgusting episode.
Like every bone in my body. Like I think this is the worst and the most.
I definitely feel we need to put a disclaimer at the beginning of this episode.
Yeah, we're gonna have
to.
Because and what's more messed up is that this all came out of Chris's mouth as well. Like this wasn't paraphrasing or anything. This was like their voice.
Just how proud I think Chris sounded was very disturbing. Yeah. And how almost happy they were was very disturbing.
Yeah.
And it was just, for every time you feel that Chris understands social norms or understands the situation, there's just another one that slaps you in the face where you're like, Chris has no understanding of what the fuck is right or wrong, I feel.
I feel like I've heard serial killer stories that are less disturbing than some of the stuff I've heard right now. Like this is just going like so many stages beyond what is even like comprehensible of what a human mind can do. It's
if someone wrote this in a story, they would be like unrealistic.
Yeah, I know.
This is bullshit. This is so stupid.
Yeah.
No one would ever do this.
Yeah.
And it's just so sad. And then also, Chris later is Chris currently in prison or in jail?
Currently in jail, yes, because
rightly so.
Yeah,
for incest charges, I believe.
For incest charges, yes, because over 200 people called the local police department after that call was leaked, and Chris and their mother were actually first separated. Chris had to find some other form of accommodation for a while their mother was being checked in a health center, and Chris was at a hotel, and there were lots of people outside the hotel recording and taking pictures and waiting for a celebrity to come out of the door.
Yeah, it was disgusting.
Yeah, the trolls immediately found where they were staying, right?
It's just disgusting, these trolls doing this. Like, what's wrong with you? like, what? This is not something to like try and get a scoop of.
Yeah.
Like, this is just tragic.
And then the police came around, and Chris was arrested publicly in front of everyone. And then Chris said that the merge was happening, like the merge of dimensions of cartoon and reality were happening. And I was like, Chris doesn't realize what they're getting into.
No. I mean, I actually, because, you know, when I saw the news break out, and I think there was a guy who was live streaming the entire thing, right?
Yes, it's another lolcow. If you will,
So one of the lolcows was live streaming the arrest of Chris.
These guys seem so pathetic.
Yes. Oh yeah, no, absolutely pathetic human beings. But because like the guy was shouting at Chris like a fucking paparazzi. You know what I mean? Like, how do you feel? Like what's going on in your mind right now? And of course, you know, Chris is
like smiling, very jovial throughout this whole arrest.
But what's so disturbing is that throughout that entire time where Chris is talking about, you know, the dimensions merging and that they have, you know, like Sonic Chew and Rose Chew in their presence or whatever they were saying, the entire time again, they were smiling. Like, they have no idea how much shit they're actually
wonders,
in
like,
right
did Chris understand what being arrested?
I don't even think Chris understood what was happening.
Also, I believe they were like plugging their channel as well while he was. Well, I think they were plugging their channel while Chris was, or something like that.
Yeah,
they were plugging their channel a lot of places. It's like, what are you guys doing?
There was so much wrong with that live stream.
Kind of just want to bleach my ears. Listening to all this now. Like,
it was really hard to sit through the footage, but my God, it was insane.
As fucked as it is, it's also super fucked the sheer amount of people that are trying to just milk this for content. A lot of people just, you know, are making really terrible clickbait videos that were like 10 minutes that didn't include anything and would just put Chris's name in the title because it was a hot topic.
Of course.
And I believe you actually you announced a hiatus after this happened.
Yeah, I was actually originally planning a hiatus anyway after part 60 came out, but in light of these events, I thought 59 is close enough. So I released 59, I guess, as scheduled, maybe a day after the arrest or so. And then I did a hiatus stream saying, I'm going on break until next year. See you around.
Is this because of the allegations?
Yeah, because I want things to cool down. I don't want to take advantage of the situation, so I'll back away for a bit. Yeah.
I mean, props to you.
Yeah, super commendable.
It'd be very easy to be like, you know what? This is probably the highest search terms, the best SEO for Chris Chan right now. You know, it's everywhere. Every video about Chris Chan's getting 1 million views. I could just pump it out right now and get 2 mil. But props to you, man. I do.
That's big boy move right there.
Yeah. You won a lot of respect points from me for doing that. This must have been a tough call. I'm sure a lot of people were like, no, release the next part. Tell us about all the details.
Actually, most people were very understanding.
Really?
Yeah, actually, I was very surprised.
I mean, I guess from the seriousness of the situation, right?
Yeah, when it happened, you know, did you get like a barrage of messages and emails?
I did, yes. They're slowed down for now, but I probably did get 200 or 300 Twitter DMs saying, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
No.
It's like sorry for your loss.
It's like a personal loss, like a family member or something.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Is this the end then? Do you think this is the end of the story?
It's a very quiet part of the story, at least.
Right.
But since Chris is in prison now, or in jail actually, awaiting trial in September, I believe.
Yeah.
There's nothing coming out of Chris. Nothing at all, so it's very quiet. It's just speculation and discussion.
I do hope because in courthouses in America, you can just turn up, can't you?
You can turn up, but I believe there's laws against recording.
Yeah, you can't record. Yeah,
you can write an account of what happened.
I somehow have the feeling that we'll get some audio recording.
I somehow have a feeling that the trolls are going to find a way.
They're going to find a way.
Yeah.
It's going to be so sad. You know, this is already disgusting enough. The last thing you want is like 20 trolls in the courthouse just like giggling away, watching this all go down. Horrible. I don't know.
Don't be that guy.
This is why this whole thing I say is a cesspit, because anyone involved with this in most capacity is a piece of shit.
Right, like both parties are just as
you're good. I'm sorry. There are a lot of people who are out there trying to take advantage in any single way they can to get a quick buck.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, it's just nuts. The more I think about it, I'm just like, this would be the greatest told fictional story of all time. And then you remember nothing is fictional about this.
I think the most horrible thing about this is that this is real. This is actually like this actually happened.
Yeah.
This happened in real life, and it's just so well documented.
And it's just like all these events when you hear them separately, They sound like, like that would
It would be
already
the worst moment of somebody's life.
Right,
Yeah.
of somebody's like one of those things. And to think that all came from one person.
Yeah, that's why I think, people say most documented person in history. I don't think that's correct. I think it's just the most embarrassing documentation of someone in history.
Right.
No one has taken as many L's as Chris. No one has self-given that many L's.
Right.
Like, the sheer amount of disturbing stuff that has been self-documented.
Yeah.
Serial killers haven't reached this level of fucked up stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
We've had serial killers with more class than some of the stuff that Chris has been doing, which is worrying to say.
Yeah.
And I again, like, the whole situation is very sad.
Yeah.
And I've never wanted somebody to lose access to the internet more than Chris at many points.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you just sometimes you see people online and you just think you should not have any kind of internet presence at all. And I think this is just the worst example of just like everything that can go wrong and everything that has gone wrong.
Yeah, when I
will
found
go
out
wrong.
when I found out that Chris had a Twitter, I was like, oh no. Why?
I feel like Chris is, before this drama happened recently, Chris had been pretty tame online.
Yeah.
Chris had actually commented in one of our videos.
What?
I believe so.
Really?
When?
When we spoke about Chris on Trash Taste.
Are you serious?
I believe Chris had actually commented on it, and a very normal comment.
Right.
And Chris had been pretty chill, I'd say. Was pretty calm about most
As far as
things.
we know, yes.
Until the shitstorm happened. It was the calm before the storm.
Right.
What was the arc before that then?
Arc before that.
I feel like it was mainly like a lot of people were hoping that, and Chris was getting better, and that was generally calmed down a lot and wasn't doing as many questionable things. Is that correct in saying?
Yeah, definitely. Right before this happened, there was a certain book published on Amazon comparing Andy Warhol to Chris Chan, and
What?
Why?
because apparently there was a legit argument for that.
Right.
There was some interesting comparisons there. I was in contact with the author before it was published, and he gave me a advancst copy. Seemed pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, you read through it and...
I guess it was good. I didn't read too much of it though.
Yeah.
Didn't have much time. But Chris apparently did have enough time. They bought it themselves, and they were reading through it, and they were enjoying it actually.
That's what's weird, is that Chris participates and consumes all the stuff about themselves.
I mean, in a sense, there's like kind of a kind of coolness to being compared to someone like Andy Warhol, right? Like as much as like some weird shit Andy Warhol has done in his life, he's also like an artist. Right?
Yeah.
So like I think to Chris would be like, oh cool, someone says I'm like Andy Warhol. That's kind of epic.
What's most sad about this whole story is that at any point during Chris's earlier life could have been salvaged if their parents just took away the fucking internet.
Right.
Yeah.
Take away the PS5, something. Just do something. Like a complete lack of parenting in many ways.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why? How on earth was Chris posting all this stuff online, and the parents had absolutely zero knowledge? How did that happen? And if they did have knowledge, why the fuck didn't they stop any of this?
Well, maybe because they're old age, right? Could be. Maybe they're like a generation gap.
They didn't understand the impact of what
I don't
Chris
think
was
they
doing
understood
online.
the internet.
I just feel like everyone in their life has just failed Chris.
Yeah.
And it just feels like now Chris is now just a part of that cycle as well.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's what happens when your parents fail you and you take, you often pick up, I'm sure we've all done it, where you've picked up aspects of your parents that you're like, oh God, I wish I didn't pick that up.
Yeah.
Like little things, but normally with most people, it's little quirks, it's
Yeah.
like...
Or things you say.
It's small behavior, not, not life-destroying habits most of the time.
Exactly. Scary.
It is a chilling tale about parenting, I feel, most of the time. Where do you think it all went wrong, or where do you think Chris was failed the most? Was it, and how much blame do you put on Chris?
That's tricky. Yeah, a lot of the blame goes to the parents. At the very beginning, they encouraged Chris to see the world as against Chris. Because Chris had autism, and they were treated differently because Chris had autism, and any action that Chris did could be excused because Chris had autism.
Right.
So Chris was raised with this understanding that the world was bullying Chris all the time.
Which is not something you should teach to your kid.
So Chris was given the mindset of, I'm always the victim, but also I can be excused for my actions.
Yeah. Chris, because their parenting was so bad, Chris was mostly raised by television, by cartoons, by
games,
by anime games,
right,
by pornography as well.
Right.
Chris learned most of the outside world from those sources, and Chris would often say things that would be like cliche lines in a TV show, like it takes a real man to admit his mistakes. He would say that, and thinking that would solve the problem.
Sounds cool in a TV show.
Yeah.
Not so much in reality.
And they would infamously in their videos would do the claw fail, as they say, like this threatening gesture, like a cartoon villain.
Yeah.
So, like, damn, yeah, like that,
damn
right?
you, like that.
And always take off their glasses for dramatic effect as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Just feels like a lot of it is also motivated by trying to have sex as well. I mean,
That too, which is also caused by the media that Chris consumed, like as this amazing goal that one must achieve. Chris once stated in a video that some of the life goals were driving to Ohio, which Chris completed, playing the lottery, which Chris completed, and the Virgin Breaker was still not completed yet. So Chris was aiming to take that off the list.
This felt like the monkey's palm of wishing. Chris got the wish complete, but at what cost?
Yeah, so I was going to ask, before her mother, did she ever lose her virginity?
Yes.
Really? Okay, really?
Prostitute.
Oh, that's right. I remember this.
The prostitute arc, of course.
Of course.
I remember that.
The very
of course. The oldest profession in the world.
Honestly.
I feel so bad for the prostitute.
It is again, you present a scenario and you pick the worst choice. It's like going through heavy rain, pressing nothing. You know what I mean? It's literally the worst outcome and the worst input in an RPG or something.
Yeah.
It's fathomable just how many bad decisions were made back to back to back to back. And still, Chris always found a way to get a fucking internet access.
Yeah, and it just sucks, right? Because, you know, they were given the choice, and they always picked the wrong choice. And it sucks because no one was there to lead them in the right direction, right? Like
because the trolls were the only ones who had contact with.
The trolls were the only ones, and of course the trolls are going to lead them down the wrong direction.
It feels like in a way that Chris was raised by trolls. You know, you hear about people being raised by wolves and whatever. Like,
honestly,
because some of this stuff sounds feral.
Yeah,
you know, it does almost sound on like that level of just a case study where you have a child that's just raised by wolves, except just replace the wolves
living in the mountains.
Replace the wolves with the most like the lowest internet trolls you can think of, and this is what you get.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate as well that I think the time around Chris was raised was definitely like the whole like American Pie era of films where sex was like the goal. If you were a young boy, 16, it was like everything was about. Even when I was growing, I'm sure you guys felt the same. But everything in media was like,
get laid.
Oh
now.
my god, you're gonna lose your virginity tonight at the prom. You know, that's how it was. You know.
Yeah.
And as the movies would say, it's always at the third date. So Chris always specified that no sex before the third date. You know.
But I imagine if it came up in the conversation, I'm sure Chris would have been delighted.
Yeah. To add on the being raised by trolls thing, Chris was actually given lots of reasonable advice, I guess, by the trolls during that era of 2009, 2010, like clean up your room and stop and get a job and get at least a part-time job in Walmart, for example. And trolls were trying to make Chris realize that Sonichu could never make them money because it was an amalgamation of Pokemon and Sonic.
You can file that IP.
So they wanted Chris to give up on that fantasy and, you know, be more productive in society, which Chris did not do.
But at this point, Chris had never been made to have to do anything that they didn't like. Chris was always just doing whatever they wanted to do.
Right.
If Chris wanted to play games all day, Chris would play games all day. So it's kind of, I think it's hard when you've gotten to the age of 20, 25, and then you're suddenly told, hey, don't play video games anymore. Don't do these things online.
Like
start
reality
working.
slaps you in the face.
Start working a 9 to 5. That's never going to happen.
Yeah.
You know, and if the person is never forced to do that by parents or an external force, of course it's not going to happen. I only worked at McDonald's because my parents told me it was a good idea and I wanted money.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have done it.
Well, what's so weird is that those same trolls who were telling Chris to, you know, get a job and clean his room were the same trolls who were like, hey, you should shove your medallion up your butt.
I mean, like, what do you think the trolls wanted out of all this? Because
just entertainment. Probably.
Entertainment, yeah, and more Sonichu comics. At that time, they were really looking forward to the Sonichu
It was like a hot
comics.
commodity at the time.
Really? Was it that?
Why
did people want
Sonichu was
more of
more
it?
known than Chris for a very long time.
Yeah.
As like an internet meme.
Yeah.
And then now I feel like it's very much flipped.
Yeah. Why was this? Why did the Sonichu the comic like gain popularity?
Well, because Sonichu as a comic was created first by Chris when they were, I think, from 21 years old, and it looks like it's drawn by someone considerably younger, like a 5-year-old, for example. It's debatable.
So Chris didn't have the most amazing art skills.
Chris did not.
Right.
Or storytelling
Shocking.
skills.
Better than me.
Or any kind of skills, honestly.
Right.
But so that's why this ridiculousness of the comics was the appeal for a long time, and also Chris started to focus more on the Chris in Quickville rather than Sonichu a lot of the times, and beating up trolls and the security guards.
Yeah, in the comics.
Yeah.
Where whenever anything bad happened in Chris's life, often it would be appearing in the comic as like a kind of, when you get insulted and then you go back home and you remember how you should have responded.
Right.
Yeah.
It's almost like that, where instead of being like, I should have said that in the moment, Chris is like, I'm going to draw the scenario in which I come out on top as the Sigma male.
Right. It's the thoughts you have in the shower.
Yeah.
Shampoo bottles clapping you.
Yeah, exactly.
And during this time, the trolls were accusing Chris of being gay, which Chris did not agree with.
Well, Chris was very homophobic at that time.
Very homophobic and very, very straight, according to Chris. So to prove this, Chris drew an entire episode of the comic where Chris's characters, Sonichu and Roaster, have very explicit sex. in the so-called children's comic.
How do you prove you're not gay? That's how you do it, clearly.
My God.
So that was the thing.
But then because, I understand like Sonichu and Rosechu, not real IPs, right? But then later down the road, weren't like actual IPs used in the
like Mewtwo
like
is a character,
Mewtwo was
right?
a character, right?
What?
Yeah.
Eventually, I guess I didn't go up to the comics that far. Or I think Mewtwo's only married to Chris.
Yeah, Mewtwo's married. Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's right. Mewtwo is married to Chris in the Quickville dimension.
That's right.
No?
In this dimension.
Oh, in this dimension.
Sorry, God. That's it. Sorry to confuse you there. I also, I feel like these details aren't important. Right, this is not an important detail.
Well, then what is an important detail?
I don't know. I think it's an important detail.
Why is it an important detail?
Because we have a person who is like, in this dimension, I am with Mewtwo.
Let's go to a Smash tournament.
Why?
There's a difference between maining Mewtwo and being with Mewtwo. Very different.
Why Mewtwo? Why?
I don't know.
I think Mewtwo's hips. Damn!
I've never looked at Mewtwo and I'm just like, damn.
He has childbearing hips. Of course.
Is that a boyfriend-free girl? Like, is that what Mewtwo is?
Yeah, boyfriend-free girl.
Definitely a boyfriend-free girl.
Is that in the Pokedex description of Mewtwo?
Doesn't Mewtwo have no gender?
No gender. In Pokemon,
No gender.
Yeah. Mewtwo's created
How very progressive of Chris.
Of course, yeah. Chris used to be anti-asexual, so...
Anti-asexual?
Well, yeah.
Chris had a problem with people who didn't want to have sex.
Right. The gay people and the asexual people, too.
Right.
Because I believe that Chris was once rejected by a girl because she said that she was asexual, so...
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's why.
I was going to say, I was like, that seems like a very weird hill to die
twice, I think, actually. At least twice. But anyway, the Mewtwo thing is because of the idea guys.
Right.
The previously mentioned trolls,
The troll group, yeah.
which convinced Chris that they were in a relationship with both three. There's 3 husbands and wives: Mewtwo, Magichan Sonichu, and Crizzle Rosechu.
How very progressive, I think.
Wait, what was the second one?
Magichan Sonichu.
Magichan.
Which is a different character from the Sonichu comics. Magichan.
And they put that idea in Chris's head.
Well, yes, the marriage idea, yes.
Why? Why do they do this?
Yeah, why?
What do they have to gain from convincing Chris that they were married to Mewtwo?
For the lulz.
For the lols, of course.
For the lols.
This sounds like the worst offspring of Inception that I've ever seen.
Yeah, true. This is literally the worst Inception movie.
Yeah.
There was a very troublesome account during the Idea Guys saga where the Idea Guys convinced Chris that they were holding Crizzle Roastu, their love interest at the time, hostage, and they were torturing her. So in order to stop them from torturing her, Chris was forced to do many other things, such as film videos like urinating on the floor and then having
like on a carpet or like a laminated wood floor.
I think it was the carpet.
Oh, for fuck!
Oh, again, the worst choice.
Fuck, man! Like, oh, okay, carry on.
I think it was the carpet because I didn't get to that part in the doc, so I'll get to it later. But anyway, yeah. So then Chris was told to have pretend sex with a pillow while All Star by Smash Mouth played in the background. That was the thing.
What the fuck? I'm sorry, that's just funny.
No, it's terrible.
It's almost funny to think about, but then at the same time,
the song
think
choice.
about
It was like,
it
no,
was the song choice. The song
I
choice.
was disgusted, and for some reason I heard All Star Smash Mouth, and I'm like, I just don't know what other kind of reaction to have.
Yeah, I don't know whether to laugh or be disgusted.
And Chris did it, obviously.
Oh my god.
Another trolling group at a later point leaked these videos on Chris's on Twitter.
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, also the Idea Guys managed to extort over $6,000 out of Chris.
Okay, that's not cool.
That's not cool.
Yeah.
And this is where the owner of the QB Farms and another elite group of former trolls got together.
What makes them
Chris.
elite?
Yeah, I was going elite troll.
Well,
oh god,
put in the special forces. Call
Yeah.
it the big
What is an elite troll?
we're an hour and a half in, and we never even mentioned the man in the pickle suit. I can't believe this.
Wait, what? How can we forget the man in the pickle suit?
Man.
Of course.
This was an earlier trolling attempt back in 2009, 2008, 2009, where Chris went on a real life date, if you will, with a female troll posing as a girlfriend, who was then snatched away by a man in the pickle suit because Chris hated pickles because it reminded them of penises. Of course, they're super straight, so
right.
Yeah, that's why.
Not that he doesn't like eating pickles.
Oh, they hate pickles too.
Oh, yeah,
all pickles, eaten or just seen. Anyway. Anyway, the guy behind the pickle suit costume is actually the administrator of the Quickie, and he's one of the moderators on the Christian forum on QB Farms. So he's like a big shot still.
Wait. So a dude in an actual pickle suit arrived.
Yes.
During the day.
Yes.
And took the girl.
Yes.
You know what? If that happened to me on the day, I'd probably be fucking traumatized with pickles as well.
This is so early on that I think I've forgotten about
this is part 11, by the way.
Clearly a Rick and Morty fan.
Yeah. Pickle Rick before.
Shit is hilarious.
Okay, so what is this?
Turned up.
Oh my god.
Funniest shit I've ever seen.
Funniest shit I've ever seen.
So what does this have to do with the elite trolls?
So the man in the pickle suit and the owner of the QB Farms and another troll got together and seized Chris's Discord account, which was used to communicate with the Idea Guys. And from there, they found all this information, and they found then the addresses and names of the Idea Guys and tried to report them to the FBI. Actually, because this was a extortion of money across state lines, so it was a federal offense.
Right.
Yeah, so they even called the Idea Guys' mothers, to no avail.
I mean, because I assume they were all children, right?
Teens at least, or maybe early 20s.
Or scared the shit out of them, though.
Probably. I think they stopped after that.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, there was no case against them. Chris is still out $6,000.
Jeez.
Well, they were out until a GoFundMe was established by the owner of the QB Farms to get Chris a plane ticket and to go to a My Little Pony convention in California.
Yeah.
They raised over $5,000, and like maybe less than a week after that was the phone call concerning Chris's mother.
Right, they were about to just go to the My Little Pony because they were obsessed with My Little Pony and because of course, and the Sonic series. And I remember there was a whole series of Chris complaining about Sonic and the new series of Sonic.
We missed that too.
Right.
That was back in 2014. God damn.
There was also like my favorite like troll who was like probably the most talented troll, like the Liquid Chris one. Is that what it's called? That's very good.
We should just go in chronological order.
Yeah,
I skipped everything.
I'm so.
Because it's not really that important to the story, but it also the Liquid Chris is probably my favorite part because it's probably the most tasteful. All of this.
I love as well how every time a point is brought up, you say the date like it's like a real historical thing.
High school 1945, Germany.
December 2014 is when it all happened.
And I know how people feel when One Piece fans talk about their arcs now. It's like, oh yeah, the big mom arcs.
I'd say the only like tasteful troll in my opinion was the Liquid Chris.
Yeah.
Where someone did a spot on impression of Chris's speech
pattern. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah,
and filmed videos as Chris and taunted Chris by like saying they were the real Chris. And it was very well done.
Right.
And the way that they would speak is like it's very good.
Right.
And they challenged Chris to like a sing-off or something.
Yes. How this started was Liquid Chris, as he became referred to, actually started posting videos on YouTube as Chris just for the entertainment of his friends.
Yeah.
And then after a while, trolls noticed this and wrote emails to Chris about it saying, oh, this guy's trying to steal your identity. You should probably address this. And this is how they became involved with each other. And to prove who was the real Chris, they would do several things. Like for example, the actual real Chris, or Solid Chris, as they were referred to at this time.
Solid Chris. It's like Solid Snake.
No, this is literally the plot to Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, Solid Chris posted their like real address, their phone number, their driver's
proving
license.
it was them.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So
why?
Because they were the real.
They were the real one. Only they would know.
Chris.
It's like that meme of like someone who, when it's like hacker who knows my address, me who knows it longer. It's literally that meme.
Yeah.
Go.
So yeah, and then after that, Solid Chris, decided that the best way to go about proving this was to do a SingStar challenge where they would pick 3 songs for the other to sing, or it was like something like that. But anyway, the best singer would be voted the champion.
It's like fucking American Idol.
It's bizarre how Chris chose this. That's what's.
And they amazing because Liquid Chris was actually a pretty good singer
and very good at playing guitar.
Guitar.
So like actually like just killed the songs, and Chris was terrible. That's what was so amazing about it, is that it was so funny.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And then, and after the contest was over, according to a technicality, Liquid Chris won. And then they decided to call it quits and leave. And according to the Liquid Chris storyline on YouTube, he went off to get married with his girlfriend, and then go to Richmond and join Nintendo and make a Sonic 2 game, for example.
Right.
And then Chris was very angry with that.
Because they weren't the ones making the Sonic 2 game.
Right, yeah.
The fake Chris.
It was very well done trolling, actually. It was like where you're like, okay, trolling isn't too bad sometimes. Very tasteful, very funny.
That just seems like the tasteful prank.
Yeah, basically.
Because there's no repercussions in that, right? It's just good fun.
No one's getting hurt.
I just feel like that is just good content.
Yeah, that's good content.
I mean, Solid Chris was very angry. It was really entertaining videos.
It's not like life-ruining things, you know?
It's not extortion of money or anything like that, right?
Exactly. But you have, compared to the other stuff, it's like, oh wow, something somewhat tasteful.
Yeah.
Right.
And then obviously there was the whole saga with Chris and Sonic.
Chris and Sonic, yes. So.
Like the real Sonic?
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Not the fast food chain.
Yeah. That's a different Sonic. Anyway, this Sonic, this was in relation to the new Sonic game at the time.
Sonic Boom?
Sonic Boom, that's it.
Right.
Yeah. The new TV show and game, which was which of course featured very wild redesigns of the characters, including a Sonic the Hedgehog with blue arms, which was incredibly offensive to Christine.
Right. Okay.
Incredibly offensive. Oh my god. Chris
they were very angry, right?
Chris would rant on Facebook, and they would demand that GameStop would stop selling Sonic Boom. They would even buy Sonic Boom merchandise and break it apart and paint and repaint their arms tan, and
Jesus.
And they encouraged a boycott of Sonic Boom, even though they were purchasing Sonic Boom toys themselves.
Right.
So yeah, and then of course they went to a GameStop, and they tried to change the Sonic Boom game covers with one saying, "Please don't buy this game. Sonic's arms are not blue." And Chris was banned for that.
Of course.
And then Chris went back again around Christmas 2014, and then they were kicked out again. But during this point, someone noticed that Chris was there. They started filming a short video on their phone, and on their way out, Chris pepper sprayed a GameStop employee.
It just doesn't sound real.
One thing I want to know is, has Chris ever had like a single real friend in their life? Have they ever had like an actual human connection?
I guess they're a gal pal from the game store, which Chris ruined that with that image.
Right.
Yeah, probably that.
So that was probably the one time where they had somewhat of a chance.
Yeah, because she actually had the friend actually had a brother who I think was also on the autism spectrum, so she was more understanding of Chris's needs.
Right.
But yeah.
But obviously not that understanding.
Yeah, pretty much everyone in Chris's life failed Chris in every single way, which makes this a very tragic story.
I mean, it's sick, it's fucked up, and it's also sad, right? Because it just seems like Chris has just never had like a proper human connection in their life. And that's pretty fucked, because everyone needs like a real human connection. And if the only connection you're getting and the only communication you're having is with internet trolls, and not just like light internet trolls, but like...
I think I would lose my mind if I had that.
So yeah, exactly. I would actually go insane, which I think Chris is right now.
Which might explain why Chris is so involved in this whole dimensional merge thing, and why Chris astral projects into these different cartoon dimensions, like hyperdimension Neptunia was also very, very big for Chris.
You never want to assume someone's mental well-being, but you have to have great concern when you see the stuff that Chris as of late was very involved with. And even though it seemed harmless, you do have to wonder why, what had to go wrong for someone to believe this stuff.
Well, obviously, in the case of Chris, everything.
Yeah, it's I remember there's also many points with the Sonic thing where Chris was demanding like getting responses or something from Sonic or something.
Really?
Was there a point where Chris was very angry because Chris thought that they included Chris in the show as like a gag?
Yeah, there was Chris actually did not think so, but everyone else thought so, because there was this character on the Sonic Boom TV show, which was a crazed Sonic fan, which looked a lot like classic Chris Chan, and trolls thought, or like observers of Chris thought it was Chris, but Chris denied it, and yeah, it's very similar.
Wow.
And I remember they would Chris would spam voice actors a lot of like My Little Pony and stuff, and just demand them to. I don't remember what to do what.
Just weird demands, I guess.
Just on Twitter all the time.
Yeah, this was because Chris met them at the My Little Pony convention.
Monica Real, right?
Monica Real. That was a long time ago. That was 2004, actually, before the internet thing really kicked off. But Chris was in contact on Twitter with these voice actresses because they showed compassion for Chris during their meetups at the MLP convention.
So Chris, which I guess tipped Chris off the wrong way.
Chris could not let go. Yeah.
Jeez. Like, I know I shouldn't be dumbfounded because this is a podcast. And we need to keep talking, but like I genuinely don't even know what to say anymore.
This has just been me like the past half hour.
Yeah, right. Like I'm trying to add on to the conversation. Anything.
I just don't even know what I want to say. Like where'd you go from here?
I don't know.
Surely there must be many points where you're like, fuck, I can't do this. I can't keep documenting this shit.
Like has there ever been points where you've just legitimately gone like, nah?
Yeah, when I stopped making Part 13 originally, went on a break for like about 9 months or so.
Right.
Then it came back with 2.1.
Well, I mean, like anything that Chris themselves actually did that made you go, I don't want to document this.
I mean, the closest thing was the recent event, which encouraged me to go on a break.
Right. Because you were saying because you were saying that the court case was September, right?
September 16th was.
Yeah. So probably by the time this episode comes out, we might have new information
Right.
about it, right, at this point. But
I mean, at this point, I just want the story to end. Like, the story needs to end.
I just hope the judge just never lets Chris have any internet connection. That's what I want.
yeah.
But I also worry the trolls will probably find a way to do something in
I
person.
mean, it seems like this has led very clearly into real life. I mean, it obviously has with trolls showing up at Chris's house.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know, it's like the line has been blurred so much that there is just no line anymore. Yeah, it's
just the Wild West, isn't it?
It's like now it just kind of seems like this is the shit you would expect to hear on the deep web or something.
Yeah.
But no, it's right here in front of us for a lot of people.
Scary.
It's some of the most disturbing things I've ever heard in my life, probably. Especially coming out of the internet. And just this story needs to end.
I thought I've heard a lot of fucked up stories from the internet. And then I'm hearing all this today, and I'm just like, Jesus.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's really not good.
You know, one thing that I have to wonder is quite difficult, as I've experienced something similar myself, is when you're a creator who makes something, and often a certain type of video, is it difficult, being stuck in the category of the guy who talks about Chris Chen? Is that something you struggle with?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I think the word you're looking for is pigeonholed.
Yeah, because I had a similar thing when I started my YouTube career, where I was only doing a certain type of video on a certain type of anime, and it was like all I was known for.
Yeah,
and it was what everyone referred to me as, that guy who does X video.
At least your username isn't that like me.
True. Yeah, Joe's called the Anime Man,
so I'm kind of fucked. I don't make anime content.
He doesn't watch anime anymore.
No. It's the biggest lie.
Yeah, the biggest lie on YouTube.
It's the man now.
Is there any, is there like a plan? Do you have something you want to try and branch out to?
Oh yeah. Actually, my channel is called Gino Samuel 2.1 because it's actually originally my second channel. So my first channel is devoted to music, original and covers. So that's what I've been doing a lot longer than the Christian stuff. As far as Japanese things go, I guess I'm most well known for doing a cover of Plastic Love, which kind of.
Oh, you did?
Okay. I did. It got over 1 million views, so it's
shit!
Wow, nice.
That's my other thing that I'm known for, I guess.
Nice. So you know for Plastic Club and Christian.
Yes.
two very different things.
Yeah. Wow. Also, there's the Gino Samuel 3, which is where I post documentaries that are not about Christian.
Right, you did one about yokai, right? Is that
I do a series about yokai, yeah. These
cool.
little shortish videos about yokai, and hope to branch out onto other topics.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Nice. Do you like Japanese folklore and culture and stuff like that? Well, I assume you ask because you're in Japan, right?
Mostly focus on yokai. Other docs will be about different topics.
Yes,
wide range.
Yeah. People are probably wondering, why are you in Japan? What brings you to Japan?
Well, I've been interested in Japanese culture for a very long time,
right.
And I started teaching the language myself. Actually, when I was still in school, I was learning the writing systems and reading and writing myself, and then I got into a course in university which allowed me to do a year abroad study in Tokyo or in Japan. I didn't know if I was going to Tokyo at that time, but yeah. So that allowed me to experience Japan, and then decided to come again and work as an English teacher.
Nice.
So yeah, that's where I am now. Spent a year in Hokkaido, which was I don't know, man.
I love Hokkaido.
Yeah,
but I've only been on vacations there.
Exactly.
Right.
If you have to live there for a year in a very small town of 5,000 people, it's quite a different experience.
Wow. Which is the majority of towns in Hokkaido. Exactly. Most of Hokkaido is pretty desolate.
So
yeah.
You couldn't talk to anyone, I assume, or very little.
Yeah, my Japanese skills are not that good, and everyone's English skills are also not that good, so I was kind of stuck in a rut. I was employed by the city hall or the town hall, so then I would provide English lessons to all the schools in the town, which is like 3 of them. So the preschool, primary school, secondary school, or the junior high school. So yeah, everyone knew me. Everyone looked at me everywhere I went.
You're the gaijin.
I'm the gaijin, yeah.
Wow. I mean, at that point, you are just the token foreigner.
Right.
5,000.
Yeah.
People.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy teaching English?
I did. Yeah. I eventually got used to it, and I enjoyed the fun of it. I
got used to it. Sounds like an acquired taste.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It was tough at the beginning, of course, and of course Hokkaido has some very gruesome winters.
Yeah.
Actually, I almost died at one point, which was
What?
In the winter?
Yeah. I was at school and we were caught by a blizzard, a very terrible blizzard, and we had to send all the kids home and all the staff home. I had to walk home. Of course, I didn't have a car. Right. Along the course of the walk, I got really cold, obviously, and there was snow getting in my boots, and my feet were freezing, which was not good. I could barely walk because of the wind and the snow. When I got to my house, I could not open the front door because it was frozen shut.
Oh my god!
Because the door frame was metal, so it just froze together.
Oh my god!
So I decided to go back out and go to a convenience store to buy like an electrical lighter, in a vain attempt to try and heat up the door and melt the ice. Along the way, I got really sleepy, and I thought, maybe I should take a rest. I really wanted to do that, but then.
Sounds like hypothermia.
It is hypothermia,
right?
It is hypothermia, man. I thought I was gonna lose my feet, but yeah, I managed to struggle my way back home and pulled as hard as I could, because of course in Japan you have to pull the front door open, not push it in. Yeah, which is very difficult in that sense. But yeah, I actually managed to open it after a while and heat up. Crazy stuff.
Fuck. Did you have any lasting side effects from that? Like, were your feet okay?
I'm okay.
Just like, your feet are black. I can't walk anymore.
I imagine I was very close, but because I could not feel anything. There was no sensation of like touch at all.
You just wanted to teach English. You just wanted to live in Japan.
Just wanted to teach English, right?
Man wants to teach English, always loses feet.
So how long have you been in Japan for?
On and off, about 4 years. Spent a year as a study abroad student in Tokyo, and then 1 year in Hokkaido, 2 years in Tokyo as an English teacher for an after school thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
How much do you have to speak Japanese in your class, or do you use it for your work at all?
Zero Japanese for us.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
It's an all English environment. Yeah.
Oh, so all the kids are speaking English.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Is it like a cram school kind of thing?
Not a cram school, kind of like a after school, almost like a daycare, if you will.
So you never get a chance to improve your Japanese.
Right, yeah.
That's why people are always online when you talk about living in Japan, like, oh my god, you're not fluent in like 1 year? What the fuck? And it's like, you don't understand. When you're here to do certain things, you don't get the opportunities that a normal person would get living here. You have to go out the way.
With our job as well, right? Like, we're always talking with like English speaking staff and you know, people overseas and stuff like that. So it's very rarely that you have to actually talk to Japanese people.
Unfortunately, it sucks because you can't unfortunately just absorb it via osmosis. You actually have to go out and put effort into learning.
Yeah, you kind of have to learn it.
Yeah, it's a thing which you do, which most of us hated in school.
Yeah,
as an adult, you have to choose to put time in it. Because like one thing that you don't really think about is how much time you have to put into actually learning an activity, and like you have to put time and effort into it. Whereas as an adult, I don't think it's any harder to learn a language. It's just harder to find time to commit to it.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, I would want to take like a year of my life just to like fully commit to learning Japanese. But I can't. I have a job and I have commitments. You know? Exactly. And I think as an adult, that's just much more harder to do.
Yeah. So you've always been really creating on YouTube for quite a while, really? Or just creating in general?
Yeah, I'm a compulsive creator.
Right. So is there like a next step of what you want to achieve after you're done with this documentary?
Interesting that you say that, because I did actually come in contact with two producers involved with creating content for example, streaming services or even Hollywood, actually.
Oh, wow.
Concerning Christian, obviously.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, so they've seen my work and of course they see dollar signs after this recent debacle.
Oh God, yeah.
So, but yeah, so we're interested in maybe creating something. I'm not sure yet if it's possible, but yeah, either American Network or Netflix, Amazon, maybe streaming. I don't know.
About Christian.
About Christian.
Damn.
Like a feature.
Well, honestly, it could be true crime is all the rage right now. This is now a true crime story.
Honestly.
Unfortunately,
this is like this is a Netflix level story.
Bro,
it's like an Avengers level threat. No, this is
making a murderer looks like a joke to this. This is like making a Christian.
Yeah.
Honestly,
like
this
Black
is...
Mirror thought it was dark until this story.
We could have a 5-season Netflix show about this.
Yeah, honestly.
Wouldn't do it justice. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That would be very cool.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
I'm just curious, how much longer do you think it would take to catch up to the story?
Because you're at what, 2017?
2017, yes.
Right.
November 2017. Part 60 will go into 2018 finally. So maybe another 10 episodes.
To
Part
catch
70,
up?
yeah, maybe.
This is like the anime adaptation, catching up to the manga, right?
It's just like, when it catches up to the manga, what happens? Do we delay the episodes? Or?
Stop. Yeah, what happens?
Damn.
Yeah.
It has to be. I don't even know how I would feel being in your shoes. I don't know. I'm sure on one hand I really want this to conclude. On the other hand, I'm like, oh god, what am I going to do after this?
Exactly. Yeah.
I guess. Other than the movies, or any other future plans that you have, or creating stuff, or music.
Do you want to be done with this?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Kind of. But if the opportunity arises, like for example, if I can get something done with Netflix, like I can get my name up there, this could be like a
stepping stone.
A stepping stone, right? Yeah,
exactly. I mean, I feel like now you must be the go-to guy for information about this.
As they say, I'm the Christian guy.
The go-to
I think
story.
You've been the only person who has been able to present it in a way that it doesn't make you feel like you're in some weird internet forum, kind of like finding out about a guy who you shouldn't be looking at. Whereas I feel that the videos very much present it, like you said, in an objective way that makes you not feel too bad for consuming it. Whereas I feel like if you're reading it online, you're like, this is weird.
Yeah, like I shouldn't be here kind of thing, right?
Yeah. Like, I don't know, this feels wrong. I'm feeling this, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I wish you the best of luck. I really want to see what else you can do. I'd be interested to see what other documentaries you could pull off.
Yeah.
God knows that you've proven your dedication to your subject. I think no one can question that.
When you go deep on a subject, you go deep on a subject.
If someone's making a documentary about anything, I'm like, get Gino, man. That man has gone in hard. Massive props to you, man. I have absolutely massive respect for the sheer amount of work you put into this, and I don't think I've put 1/10 the amount of effort into something in my life. So I mean, congrats, I guess.
I'm gonna go and watch the rest. I promise.
You should.
I know like episode 10 right now. I've only got like 50 episodes to catch up on. It's alright, I can do it. If I catch up on One Piece, I can catch up on this.
Yeah, I was about to say, I caught up on One Piece. Like, I'm gonna catch up to the rest of the
You should watch it. It is very compelling. It's very well done. Gino's done an amazing job, and of course, links in the description to all of Gino's channels.
Yes.
Check out his music as well. And his third channel where he does documentaries and stories about yokai. Right? Do you want to plug yourself anymore? Anything else you do?
Yeah,
I'm good.
Well, there you go then.
Yeah, man. Gino, man, thank you so much for coming on. This has really been a pleasure.
What was I going to say?
This is probably the most different episode of Trash Taste we've ever done.
It's been an enlightening episode.
Yeah, eye-opening to say the least.
This is probably the least tangents we've ever took in an episode.
Yeah, right. It's almost a themed episode in a sense. But
it's definitely been an educational episode. I don't know if I wanted to be educated on a lot of stuff, but now I am apparently. But it has also been fascinating.
Yeah, it's super fascinating.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. It's probably been like the episode where I've found it the hardest to talk.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes I'm just like, how do I even react to this stuff? It's
other than making a just dumbfounded face.
It's just gonna be like me making YouTuber reaction faces throughout like 2 hours of this.
We should get all the thumbnails from this.
It's just like the thumbnail face, just also like.
Yeah, just use me and Gaunt for thumbnail faces because we made so many this episode listening to these stories. It's absolutely insane.
Is there anything you'd like to say to the viewers before we end this? Any final thoughts?
Final thoughts. Christian story is very, very complicated, and it can serve as a lesson for many things in life. Serve as a lesson what not to do on the internet, how to behave in in-person relations as well. It can, basically see it and think for yourself, because that's what I really encourage with my series, is that you make your own decisions. I'm not going to tell you what you think.
Thank you for bringing such a good moral to this absolute shit of a story. And I think
but let's thank the patrons as well before we forget.
Oh my god! Sorry, patrons, I'm dragging you in this one.
That you have to have your name on this.
Yeah.
But hey, if you like to support the show, then make sure to go over to our Patreon, patreon.com/trashdays. Also, follow us on Twitter, send us your memes on the subreddit, and if you hate our face, listen to us on Spotify. And thank you, Gino, for coming along.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
All right. Bye. check out Gino's channel.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Now survival is just, the rules have changed, man. It used to being a Sigma male, man. Now it's hard. They gotta pay bills. Fuck, man.
I can't be a Sigma male while I pay the bills. Fuck that shit.
Sigma male, don't pay your bills.
Hi everyone, welcome to another episode of the Trash Taste Podcast. I'm Joey and I'm with the boys. Hello.
Was that the intro?
Yep.
Man, Joey intros have really gone downhill in the past year, man. Maybe like salty salmon spices or whatever the fuck.
What are you, the fucking YouTube comments? I like the old intros better. I like the old studio better.
I remember when Joey put effort into his intros. And then
you remember when Joey cared about Trash Taste?
Yeah, right.
Me too.
Remember when like half of my intros would get the episodes demonetized?
Yeah, it's so annoying. We lost like thousands of dollars because Joey, one of those, couldn't resist being Australian.
Joey was just being Australian.
Yeah. I can't help them. I have to fight the urge to say all the bad words. Yeah.
Can you guys tell I'm absolutely ripped today? I went to the gym the first time in 2 months.
I'm like, what?
I'm absolutely pumped right now.
First time in 2 months?
First time in 2 months. My body is dying.
So you signed up to the new gym at your new place?
I did. And it's different, and the etiquette is slightly different, so it kind of threw me off.
Wait, did you sign up by yourself?
Yeah.
Impossible.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you. I was trying to remember how I did it, and it was confusing because
it was all a blur.
He was asking things, and I was like, yes.
Well, that's just every interaction I have with a Japanese person in Japan. They ask me something, and I just say yes.
Here's how good my Japanese has gotten to this point now.
Yeah.
It's kind of like I'm kind of filling in the blanks. It kind of feels like you're doing one of those Mario Party mini games where you see a part of the sequence and you're like, I think I know where the sequence is going.
It's like going into a Mario Party game without looking at the controls, right? It's like
100%.
I think this is how it works.
So now I'm getting to the point where I'm accustomed to the normal flow of signing up to things. Okay. So I kind of understand what they're saying, and I understood most of what was told of me, and a lot of it was just like, hey, read this, and I'm like, oh, so.
It's just really weird when they pulled the knife out and maybe signed something by blood. You know? It's like, oh, that's, I guess that's tradition.
The rectal exam was a bit weird, but,
the probe was a little longer than I thought.
So did the signing up take as long as the original sign up?
No. But I signed up to Anytime Fitness, which is
Anytime Fitness. Okay,
American chain, I'm pretty sure.
Is it? I don't know.
Can we fact check that?
Can we fact check that?
Listen, when I went in there, it looked American.
They all do because all the gyms use white people to advertise. Advertise their gym.
At the front of our old gym, there was like it was like 5 banners of just like really attractive white guys. And
I've never seen a Japanese person be advertised on a gym before.
It is weird how in Japanese gym it is just white people is like the standard. It's like I think
it might just be because like going to the gym in this country is like a fucking luxury because of how expensive that shit is.
It's not just that. Who the fuck? What Japanese person has time to go to a gym?
That's true.
Also, most Japanese people are in shape, right? And the people that aren't in shape, I don't think they care about being in shape.
No.
Yeah.
They're like, I've got everything I need in my life.
Yeah.
I don't need to be in shape. I've got my 7-Eleven.
It's like, why are you working out? Aren't you just like naturally in shape? It's like, fuck you.
How did you get fat? How did that happen? Basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
I signed up and I don't know. I'm pretty. Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure Anytime Fitness is American. We had a fact check.
Was it American?
Yeah, I just assumed it was American. That sounds American. Like JoyFit 24. Yeah, that's not fucking American.
Yeah,
that sounds Japanese. That sounds like what a Japanese people think American people think of gyms.
Yeah.
Yes, you're joyful and
you're fit and it's open 24 hours. There you go.
So it's a joy. I mean, Anytime Fitness is much better. Anyway, I signed up to it. Didn't really know what the fuck was going on. They took my picture. I got the key thing. I signed my life away. They asked for my card.
Yeah.
It worked out. So I believe I'm signed up. So
that's good.
I walked in yesterday and nobody stopped me. So
that's good.
One thing I've noticed about moving is like, you know, having to cancel memberships and having to cancel stuff is like 10 times easier than signing up to something.
Oh, yeah. Which is, it's the opposite in the West, right?
Yeah. Because like I was dreading having to cancel my gym membership because I remember when we signed up to a gym membership, it took like 45 minutes to an hour of just reading forms. Yeah. So I was just like, so me and Cindy had to go cancel our gym membership, and we said one word. We were just like, we would like to cancel our membership, and we had to sign one piece of paper. It took 5 minutes. Why can't signing up be that easy?
Yeah, why is like no leaving fees? Just like use the gym until like the end of the month. Like,
it's like everything you're not supposed to do as a business, right? It's like why? It's like I love how hesitant they are to sign you up to shit. It's like, are you sure you want to give us money every month? It's like, that's why I'm fucking here. Just let me in, for Christ's sake.
Exactly.
But then the moment you leave, they're like, oh, thank God. All right, easy. Here you go. Take it. Get the fuck out. It's
like I had to change over my internet as well, and that was surprisingly painless because they were like, no worries. Did you want to cancel your internet or did you want to move to a new place? And I'm just like, it's which one's easier? And I'm like, it's both the same. It's just one. Yeah, exactly. It's like, where's the catch? Where's the catch?
Yeah, but then why is it like such pulling teeth when you're like signing up for like water or gas at a new place? It's like, are you sure you want water in your place? It's like, yes, please, thank you. Like I moved to our current place like almost 6 months ago, right? Mm-hmm. And I only just finished finalizing my water stuff.
What? Really?
Yeah, because like for some reason, because I got like a new bank account, and with it came a new card, and for some reason they didn't allow me to use my new bank account because it's not under the same name or some kind of.
Well, you said the B word, bank, in Japan, and
started sweating 5 minutes ago.
That is true. Yeah, so I was like, but I'd done it before at my previous place, and it was pretty painless, right? So I was like, okay, I mean, you know, it's just changing a bank account. Like, how hard could it be? Famous last question. How hard could it be?
Nothing with the word bank in Japan is ever easy.
But what I don't understand, right, is that so I signed up, and I'm like, okay, I want to change to my new bank because like, you know, my money situation has changed at this new place. And they were like, sure, no worries, we'll send you a form, you can fill out all your information and then mail it back to us. I'm like, all right, email was also a thing, but anyway. So I think about a month after that phone call, finally the form comes in. I was like, all right, I don't know why this took a month to send out, but sure, fill it in 5 minutes, send it off. 2 months later, I get a phone call and they say, so your bank is not able to be used.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, Chotomate. You could have told me that on the phone 3 months ago. Why is it now, after all this like waiting and sending out a form, that you're finally like, JK?
They're going to call you up and be like, yeah, by the way, the rate of inflation has changed so significantly in the past 2 months that we're going to need your details all over again.
Right.
How have you been paying for water since then?
So before, it just used to be like a bank transfer, like every month, like automatically. But since then, I've had to like get the form. They mail you the form that says the amount, and then I have to go to the Family Mart or the convenience nearby and do it by cash.
Yeah.
Which just like fucks me up because sometimes I don't check my mail every day. And then there was 1 month where I almost like got my water stopped.
Oh my God.
Because they just straight up didn't send me my form. And I'm like, and they called me and they're like, so you haven't paid for your thing? And I'm like, you haven't given me the fucking form. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to go to the company being like, so I don't have the form, but like, trust me? I owe you guys this money.
I have to pay.
I have to give you this money.
I've realized, right, that when I first moved here, I thought, oh my God, I can pay my bills at the local convenience store. This is amazing. This is great.
Yeah.
Now I realize it's just to avoid banks. It's just like this country has set up a system where the banks just don't need to do anything, but they still get to have all your money.
Yeah.
Basically.
What's up with that?
Yeah. And they give you like, what is it, like 0.001% interest or some shit like that?
The interest gets wiped out by every time you want to take out money.
That's true.
So
like you basically, there's less interest than the fees you pay for like any service.
Yeah, Japan is the only country where like hiding your money under your mattress might be a better investment than putting it into a bank.
Honestly, it's probably safer as well.
People just don't spend money in the country. Like people just don't.
No, they don't.
Yeah. So they're like, why would we give you interest if people are going to keep money in their bank? What the fuck?
Yeah, there really weirdly is like a weird like money saving mentality in this country, even for people who have the money to spend.
So yeah, apparently one of the reasons why they didn't want to give more money out to people during the peak pandemic is because people just don't spend the money. So they would just be giving money that wouldn't help stimulate the economy.
Yeah,
because people wouldn't go out. Even if you gave them $1,000, most people were just going to keep it.
Right.
And not going to. Like, I would.
That surprised me because like domestic tourism is massive here. It's just a massive industry here.
But it is, right?
It's like 90% of the economy.
Yeah, exactly, right?
But it's like, from what I understand of the domestic tourism here, it is like a massive luxury.
Yeah.
Most people can't afford to go, from what I understand, and also don't have the time.
Yeah, it's
I think the biggest resource for any Japanese person, especially working, is time. Yeah. How do you have time to do anything?
If you ever go to a ryokan, right, if you stay there for 2 nights, I guarantee you're probably like 1 out of 100 people who are staying there for more than 1 night.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone leaves the next day, always. I've noticed that. Like, if I go and park my car, it's full. Next day, empty the car park.
Yeah.
At like 2 o'clock, because no one's checking in until like 4.
Yeah.
And I'm the only asshole who apparently stayed. Even though it makes more sense to have a hotel room for at least 2 days, because you at least get 1 full day of the room.
Yeah, that never made sense to me, because how can you enjoy the day? Because that means you spend most ryokan you can't
check in
until 3 or 4, and they won't let you check in early as well.
Yeah,
even if there's
tried,
space, even if there's space with Japanese hotels, and it's not just ryokans, it's hotels as well. Even if they have space in the hotel, you still can't check in until the check-in time.
I feel that the problem though is that like the main demographic that goes to ryokans for 1 night is usually like retirees.
Yeah,
right. And
rich
to
couples.
them, the ryokan itself is the exploring.
Right, but you know what sucks? Like, is the fact that you don't even get like a full 24 hours when you buy 1 night.
Yeah,
right? That's why, like, in my head, I'm like, this is so inefficient.
That is true.
This is why, like, you should never ever like, even if you stay in, like, let's say you're staying in Kyoto, right? You should never change hotel every night because you're just wasting.
Wasting time.
Wasting time that you could have in the hotel room. Like,
Yeah.
You get the breakfast as well or whatever. I don't know. You know, carrying your bags around is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Like,
Plus, like when I'm on holiday, when I'm staying in a hotel or ryokan, when I want to relax, I don't want to think about what time I need to wake up the morning after.
That's true.
Right? I want at least 1 day when I'm just like, if I want to lie in, I can lie in. I want to crack some beers open with the boys. I want to maybe lie until like 10 o'clock, whatever.
Yeah.
But in ryokans, you have to wake up at 8. Because most people are only staying there for 1 night, and they have to wake up early to check out.
Yeah, on Japan's side of things, like having to sleep in or getting to sleep in is like the privileged way of enjoying it. It's like, wow, you would stay here for more than 1 night? What the fuck? You privileged bitch.
There was I can't remember when I went to ryokan, but I went to one, and I remember I loved it, but then I was absolutely appalled that they made us check out at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Really?
Like, is this privilege or I don't know if this is my privilege
I've
showing,
never
but
seen that before.
Like
I've seen
9
that.
a.m. 9 a.m. Bro, give me a chance to like brush my teeth.
I don't even wake up at 9 a.m.
Holy shit! I'm trying to relax out here.
You have to check out at 9 a.m. and I guarantee like earliest check-in is like 4.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, what are you cleaning for so long? Well, surely this cannot take that long. The one thing that I love about like American hotels is that whenever I've always asked for late checkout, they've always given it to me. Like if it's just like an hour extra, like they're always chill about it. Like sometimes they've charged me like $20-30 extra, but the Japanese hotel, I remember one time I stayed in a hotel room in Niigata, and the hotel room itself was $90.
Yeah.
For an extra hour, right, was $70 just for 1 extra hour to stay in the room past 11.
Right.
And I was like, did I hear that correct? Can you say that again? Like, more shit up, please? Like, I was like, 70? The room was 90. How does that make any sense? Tell me, like, sit me down and
because I think to them anything past that time limit is an extra day.
No, it's to them they're offering late checkout without offering late checkout.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like we got late checkout, but it's not really late checkout. But it is late checkout.
It's not late. It's not late at all. There's nothing late about it. The hotel was empty as well. It was like peak Corona. There was nobody staying here. Why were you trying to swindle me?
Well, yeah, they're fighting for their life, man. They need that extra money, right? Because no one's staying there. They're like, oh, let's charge this guy $70.
I'll give you. I know it's not culture. I'll tip you, man. Just leave me alone. Don't charge me $70 for this shit. What do I need to do? Who do I need to send for $50?
It's weird though because like most like high end ryokans especially, they're usually quite lenient with late checkouts and stuff. Like we just myself and Aki and a few others just came back from this ryokan in Yamanashi.
Yeah.
And like they said the checkout was like 9:30.
Yeah.
But we were there till like 11, and they were like, "Yeah, you're good." It's like, okay, then why are you kicking us out at 9:30 if that's the case? Did
you ask them for late checkout, or were they just like?
No, they were like, they said the night before, they were like, oh yeah, so it's 9:30 checkout, is that okay? And we were like, we might be here for longer, is that okay? And they were like, Okay. I'm like, then why did you tell me that was the checkout time? Like, what the fuck?
Maybe just most Japanese people just don't ask.
Yeah, most Japanese people are like, those are the rules. We must follow set rules.
I noticed as well, they're like really anal about getting their, if it says 12, they are so paranoid about checking out after like 1 minute after 12.
Yeah.
And I'm
It's
like,
because I feel that's just like Japanese culture in general, though. Like, we're very strict on time. Like, every time.
Because nobody has it here.
But hotels, it's like, I don't want to be like fighting for my life 10 minutes before checkout. Like, I'll come 20 minutes after. No one's going to care. No one,
give your boy some time.
No one has ever cared, man. I'm trying to enjoy this bathtub you gave me. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
It's like, how can you enjoy it when you're stressed about time? And I guess that's why I'm so like confused as to why people stay in ryokans for like one night. Because I feel like you need a minimum of 2 nights to enjoy the experience. 3 nights if you really just want a relaxing weekend or whatever. That's real privilege in Japan.
Yeah,
right?
like I've never heard of anyone like a Japanese person staying at a ryokan for more than one night. Because to them it's like that one night is probably the equivalent to like a week to some people.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh my god, finally,
Also,
like a night where I'm not working and just get to like do whatever the fuck
because
I want.
another thing about ryokans is that there's like they really pressure you to go to breakfast, and I'm not really a breakfast guy, and I'm especially not a ryokan breakfast guy. You know, like I don't need a 3-course meal for breakfast, which is basically what those breakfasts are.
Oh, it's an onslaught.
American breakfasts think they're big.
Oh no,
Until they go, a ryokan kaiseki breakfast makes American breakfast look fucking tiny.
It's just death by 1,000 bites, bro. It's
really
like
is.
they keep giving you tiny pieces, and they keep coming, and they won't stop. And you know it's over when they finally ask, like, do you want some tea or coffee? But by that point, you're already dead. Like, they've already stuffed you.
Yeah.
They've stuffed you.
I actually felt bad when everyone got mad at you about the breakfast tweet in your hotel, because it was like one of the few times I'm like, I agree with Connor. I'm just like, you don't need that much food for breakfast.
You really don't.
I just, I'm a simple man for breakfast. I don't really eat it. I tend to eat it if I've got something big about to happen.
Yeah.
You know, we did the cycling special. All right, I'll have some breakfast because that's just a wise choice. I'm about to exercise. But if I'm not exercising, I'm not eating breakfast.
Yeah.
Give me a cereal bar at most, right? I'm not really big on it. I'd rather have a nicer lunch.
Yeah, I'm not hungry when I wake up.
No,
I don't know how
exactly.
people can just wake up and go like, I feel like a buffet.
Yeah, no, because like if I have a big breakfast, which I've rarely enjoyed the big breakfast because I'm not hungry for breakfast.
Yeah.
Like that means I'm just not going to eat lunch, or that means I'm just going to get hungry for dinner at this really weird time.
Yeah.
Which is like a bit early for dinner, but like too late for lunch, right?
Yeah.
It like fucks up my eating schedule.
The worst is being, when you like, you're kind of hungry when you wake up because you maybe didn't eat too much the night before.
Yeah.
And then like it really starts to get hungry at like 11.
Yeah.
That's the worst time because you're like, fuck, it's too early for lunch. But
Yeah.
I'm holding out.
But I don't want breakfast.
I want breakfast. I'm holding out here for my goddamn life. And oh my.
I think what it is that I hate the feeling of like having a food coma before 12 p.m.
Yeah.
It's like because you're just tired in the morning, and I'm like, I don't want that.
Do you down a bunch of water when you wake up?
Yes.
Well? I mean, I'm normally full from that as well.
I drink.
How much water do you drink?
Like a lot.
Like a fucking
I drink a lot of water.
You drink a lot of water just in general.
No, I do. I don't see why that's unhealthy.
No, it's not.
I'm a fucking hydro homie. That's what I am, Joey.
Probably
Welcome to the club.
I'll probably drink like 500 milliliters of water.
Yeah. I drink at least like minimum 2 or 3 cups of water.
I also just want to get stuck in with my day. Like if I need a shower, I want to do that. Or I go start working. Right? I just kind of want to get on with my day. I don't know. I don't really want to sit around, fuck around, and just eat some.
Yeah, like having like a fry up that means it's like a special occasion. You know, it's like I can't have a fry up every day. I don't even recommend you have a fry up every day. But like even cereal,
9 out of 10.
even just cereal to me is just that's a big meal for breakfast.
Yeah.
To me, like a lot of people say breakfast is the most important meal of the day. I don't know how accurate that is.
No, that's the fucking cereal companies lying. The cereal companies have tricked us, making us think that these fucking carb monstrosities are necessary. I do not need cornflakes when I wake up.
Motherfucker, the most I'll eat for breakfast is a single banana. Like I'll have
They're putting chemicals in the cornflakes to turn you gay.
So they got the frog scare.
That's why I eat Frosties. Only mini Frosties.
Look, the most I have for breakfast is like a banana, and that's like, that's me done for the morning.
I know the fruit companies aren't trying to convince me to. big fruit companies.
The farming corporations.
Well, no, because it's like the whole fucking the whole chart bullshit came from the pyramid of what you should eat in your day, and you should eat this much bread and shit.
Yeah.
And it's just complete nonsense.
The food pyramid scheme.
Well, yeah, and the whole idea of that you need to eat these cornflakes, which offers no nutritional value in the morning and stuff like that.
Yeah, like wheat was at the bottom, right?
Yeah, it's like, no,
it's like,
fucking
no, it's
nonsense.
not.
And it was all pioneered by these companies, but way back that had an agenda to promote their stuff.
Yeah.
And of course, if you're the Kellogg's team, you're gonna and you have your scientific research team. Of course, you're gonna be like, hey, Kellogg's scientific team, could you maybe no, I'm not saying to excuse the results, but like if there was some kind of correlation that said that Kellogg's is good for breakfast, that would really help us out here. That would.
I'm not saying you should convince the world that Fruit Loops is healthy or anything, but just maybe like hint at
just
it.
saying, like, if you
because we really need to sell those Fruit Loops.
That contract for 5 years is not going to be necessary if no one's buying cornflakes. So I don't know what age I just was like, no more cereal for me. I won't do it. I don't really ever eat cereal anymore.
I wasn't brought up in a cereal household, so I never got the craving of it.
And then a toast household.
Yeah, and like cereal to me always tastes like a sweet, like a dessert.
Well,
right?
Depends what you go for.
Yeah, it depends what you have.
I will say, and I've just shat on cereal for like 5 minutes there, but I do like bran flakes. I really
bran flakes are good.
I love bran flakes.
Yeah, they're good.
But like, I remember one time as a kid when I discovered bran flakes, I thought these are so good that I just will keep eating them all day. Yeah. So I had the whole box in one day. And
that was me and Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, and
yeah, but bran flakes is like fiber on crack.
Yeah,
it's like,
oh Lord, my toilet activity that day was like I imagine they were filming Lord of the Rings Mordor scenes out of my bathroom that day. It was fucking horrible. I was in so much pain.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than an overly fibrous shit.
Oh my God, I was scared. I was genuinely scared. And I was like 12 years old, and I was like, why do they make them taste so good?
Yeah,
I fucking love bran flakes. Oh my God.
I used to have a fucking horrible diet when I was little. Cause
everyone does. Your parents are like, yes, go on, eat those gummies that were made in the fucking Ninja Turtles sewer.
Yeah, because my parents had no retaliation on giving me and my sister like Cocoa Puffs and like Fruit Loops and like Nutri-Grain and all the fucking like sugary ass cereals.
I understand, now when you're a parent that it seems very difficult because you're already kind of struggling just to get by. The last thing you want to do is start like comparing Cocoa Puffs with, it shuts the kid up for 10 minutes. Give him the fucking Cocoa Puffs, right?
Yeah,
but then later on you're like, all right, maybe I shouldn't have given that kids 4 slices of Nutella bread every day. maybe 50 grams of sugar for breakfast wasn't a good idea.
I feel like it was a blessing that I didn't discover Nutella until like I was an adult.
Same.
Yeah. So my God, if I discovered Nutella as a kid, which a lot of people did, my diet would have been destroyed.
Yeah, my diet was destroyed because it's like, oh, okay, you had Cocoa Puffs for breakfast, and then my mum would pack Nutella sandwiches for lunch, and I'm just like, how did I not gain 1 million fucking pounds from that?
Well, luckily when you're young, it's much easier.
Young and Asian
Thank
genes.
God for my Asian metabolism.
That's like the life hack right there, right?
Exactly.
I despise that my mum kept up with like what was healthy because it just meant that I never got to eat anything fun, and all the kids around me always had like. I remember there's one kid. Okay, unfortunately, he was a bit overweight, but he always had chocolate spread sandwiches. Okay. And I just think that sounds so fucking cool.
Yeah.
This man had literal chocolate bread, man. I'm out here eating my fucking cheese sandwich like a peasant. This man's eating like a king. He's getting chocolate spread with his chocolate yogurt, bro.
Oh my God.
This man's eating good. But then when
he wasn't eating good.
No. He was actually dying.
He was dying slowly.
And his parents unfortunately set him up to fail. It was good. And when I tried it, I thought, oh, this doesn't taste good.
No. Does it not?
No, chocolate spread doesn't. And like chocolate mousse and all that, I didn't really like that.
Yeah.
And,
I think chocolate mousse tastes good.
Maybe just because it wasn't normalized for me, I hardly had it. So every time I did have it, I'm just like, oh, I'm having chocolate for a meal. This is this is a life hack right here. This is exciting.
I love cheese strings. Cheese strings
are fucking awesome. Cheese strings are good.
Fun. Even now, I enjoy eating a cheese.
Yeah,
just peeling it off.
Yeah. That's the thing. Is like, I definitely enjoyed this process more.
I don't know, but like trying to get it as thin as possible as well, and just like
trying to get like that perfect bit. It's just like, oh yeah. Oh,
I don't know if they have this. Do they have cheese strings?
Oddly satisfying moment.
Do they have Southeast Asia cheese strings?
They don't think they do.
It's just like this, like
it's in all the
rubber cheese.
It's in all the imports like supermarket
It's
stores,
like not
right?
real cheese. I don't know how they do. I don't know how
It's not real cheese, but it tastes better than real cheese in a sense. But then it doesn't. But like
it's like cheese flavored plastic.
It's like playing a mini game to eat cheese, and for some reason that just adds to the flavor. I don't know why.
We've never had
I used to do this thing when I was little. I don't know if I'm the only one, but like I wouldn't like rip it and then immediately eat it.
Yeah.
I would kind of rip it and try and like create a perfect pile of like perfectly strung up cheeses.
That's like Hannibal Lecter.
And then I like put it in a row and I'm like, my finest work.
My name is Joseph Kira. I'm 12 years old. I live in Melbourne, Australia.
My hobby is
I live a peaceful life in the school cafeteria.
Making perfectly cut up string cheese. Displaying it. Oh yeah.
My God.
Never had a cheese
Never
string.
had it.
You're missing out. You're missing out.
The flavor is shit, but
yeah. I feel if you're an adult and you've never had string cheese as a kid, it's a kind of a tall hurdle to like get into.
There are some things that I try nowadays in Japan, and I'm like, I've never had a Japanese childhood, but I feel the childhood in this certain snack. You know what I mean? Like,
No, I get it.
Like some of the stuff we tried in the Combini episode, right? With that fucking crisp thing that was just like one big what's it or whatever.
Umaibo.
Umaibo. And I'm just like, I can see myself eating this as a kid.
Oh yeah. They also had like the fish cakes, which was vile. The like.
The what? The kamaboko?
Maybe like the fish and cheese or something.
Oh yeah.
That was disgusting.
That was rancid.
Yeah.
I mean, I had both of those when I was a kid, so I was like, oh yeah, childhood.
Damn. Bro.
I mean, just anything that was like of that size, I would just try and feel it.
Yeah, like I realized there are some things that if you didn't grow up with it, you probably wouldn't enjoy it. Like in Thailand, in Thailand, we have this snack called taro, which is taro, which is basically just dried fish.
Quiet, Southeast Asians.
Which is just like what is it? It's just like dried fish, right?
It's just
Yes. It's like
because when I think of taro, I think of the purple like sweet potato.
I have nothing to associate with.
Yeah, so I remember like eating this as a kid and thinking this tastes amazing, and I brought some back to England and I gave some to my mates, and they had a bite and they were like, this is just fish food. And I'm like, this isn't fish food. Yeah, it's that.
I've had that one,
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Fish strings.
Fish strings, basically. Fish, like cheese strings, but with fish.
They took the fish and they did this.
Stop making strings out of everything.
I mean, I just hear that story and I'm just like, oh, Vegemite is over here being like first time.
I never got Marmite.
Every time I like, because I grew up with Vegemite as well, and every time I give that to someone who's not an Australian and they eat it and they're like, oh, this tastes like poison.
I bet it would taste good on toast.
It's brilliant on toast. It's lovely on toast. I mean,
that's just the Brit coming out. Just put it on toast. It'll taste okay. Does it spread on toast? Yeah, we can make it work. We can make it work.
But put beans on toast.
I've had, you know what else is actually good at is on rice. Vegemite on rice is actually not bad. Because if you think about it, it's the same thing as putting it on toast.
I don't know who you offended more, like the Australian in you or like the Japanese in you. But you somehow offended both your ancestors at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely got disowned the moment I said that on camera.
The kangaroo just died somewhere.
Yeah. A rice farmer just died somewhere.
Oh no.
I tried it once because I actually saw it on Japanese YouTube though. Because they were like, okay, so my Australian friend brought back this Vegemite thing. I had it on toast, thought it was disgusting, but then I thought, I'm Japanese. Put that shit on rice. Anything's good on rice. Tried it, and apparently the guy said it was good, so I was like, all right, well, if the guy on the internet said it was good, it must be good.
Well, obviously, it must be true.
It must be true. If a Japanese guy said it on the internet, it must be the truth.
If report of the week says it's good, I'll try it.
Exactly.
That's wow.
Exactly. So I tried it, and I was like, okay, you know what? Not as good as on toast, but possible. Possible.
Yeah. I sorry to go back to the gym. To bring it up again. I was in the gym and I was watching an anime to go along with said gym experience.
Is this the only time you watch anime? Man, you've been talking about watching anime a lot recently.
No, twice.
That is a lot.
Well, you know,
that is a lot, Connor.
That's 2 more times than me.
I was in the gym and I was like, I want to watch something. And then I saw the new season of Baki was out and I was like, well, this is good gym material.
Of course.
And I watched it and like, my God, if you haven't started watching Baki, like, you need to
Okay, I haven't
watch it.
seen this new season yet. Is it like...
This is probably the greatest season of television I've ever seen. This shit was so goddamn funny.
Yeah.
Because part 3 Baki, which is the new season, is my favorite Baki part in the manga.
Honestly, I was like trying to work out, but I just couldn't stop laughing. Like, just some of the plot points. It honestly puts JoJo to shame at times. And how stupid this show gets.
Part 3 is when it really starts to get fucking
If you don't know
ridiculous.
what Baki is, I don't even know how to explain it. It's men with muscles fighting, and it's just so fucking
Basically, a
stupid.
kid who's like, I want to be the strongest creature on the planet, and then he does everything he can to be the strongest creature on the
There's
planet.
no way we can describe in words what Baki is kind of like. It's kind of like JoJo. You kind of just have to experience
The
it.
reason why I think it doesn't do as well as JoJo's, I think it doesn't have like an aesthetic that is quite as appealing as JoJo. JoJo has so much. JoJo has so much style and stuff to go around with it.
Yeah.
But I think Baki is almost more fucking stupid.
Itadaki Keisuke is one of those like illustrators where I'm like, are you really good at drawing or are you really shit?
So
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. There are some scenes where I'm like, damn, that's an amazing shot, and then other scenes I'm like, I don't think this man has ever seen a human being in his life. Because that is not how anatomy works.
It's like you take a character and you're like, let's make this a muscly character, and you're like, what proportions do you think is reasonable for a muscly character? And then the author just went, all right, multiply that by 10, and then that's like the character
Every
designs.
single character, even the weak characters, are like built like brick shit houses.
Yeah.
Right? It's insane. And like, I could tell you some plot points, and I will, and they won't even spoil it for you because it won't make any fucking sense, right? So at one point during the show, the main protagonist, Baki, starts shadowboxing, right?
That's my favorite fucking scene.
So is it the mantis?
So yeah, that as well. But so he starts. It's like a 10-year-old kid, and he's like, "Look, I'm going to show you that I'm going to fight an opponent." And so he starts fighting the air, and then he starts fighting Mike Tyson.
Oh, this one.
Just Mike Tyson appears out of thin air, and Mike Tyson isn't there, but Mike Tyson is landing blows, and he
beats the shit out of him.
physically gets hurt, and then he's fighting him back, and then the kid can see the spirit of Mike Tyson. And then this just happens, and then he's like, and then the main character's like, oh yeah, Mike Tyson's weak. And then he just summons a praying mantis that beats the shit out of him. But then he starts fighting the praying mantis that's imaginary.
Yeah.
In a room, right?
And then like some military guy is like, hey, come fight. And then he's like, no. And then he just kidnaps George Bush. And it's like, what's going on? What is going on? What is going on?
You're talking about Biscuit Oliver, right?
Yeah, then he kidnaps, in this plot, he kidnaps George Bush.
Yeah.
So he can go to prison.
Yeah.
But like,
so then he can beat up all the prisoners.
But why would George Bush help you go to prison if you kidnap him? They would just It doesn't make any sense.
I love how Baki just like is so with the times. Like, you know exactly when Part 3 was
But
released.
also, it's like watching Baki, right? Is like if you only learned about America through Trash Taste. It's literally the shit they say about him. There's this one fucking I had to pause it because I just fucking laughed my ass off. And there's this one point where this American prison guard is about to die, and the two Japanese guys, one of them the Japanese guy saves the American, and the other Japanese goes, why would you save an American? He's never going to care about you. He's American. And I just paused it, and it was like, what? What does that mean? What is that? Is this just like casual, like, what is this, Trash Taste podcast?
America's like, compassion? What is that?
What is that?
What is that? I've never heard of that in my life.
Is it not an American Get Out?
Is that part of the Constitution? Compassion? In my country?
Why would you save an American? They wouldn't care about you.
What? Wait, holy shit.
What?
my favorite Baki's in I'll never fucking figure, and I can't wait for them to adapt this. I think it's part 4, and it's when Barack Obama comes out.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Because he gets so in the manga he's like newly elected, right? So it's like the era of when this was written, and like Hama Yujiro, like the main the dad guy who's like the most powerful guy. He's like he goes to talk to Obama because of course he can.
He can just sit down with any president he wants. Like the main antagonist could just sit down with anyone.
Yeah.
Just because he's so built.
Because he's so built.
It's just like insane.
But like Obama at first is like, I've heard of that man. I don't trust him. I don't trust him at all. But like, I need to see, is he the real deal? I need to see if he's the real deal. So then he comes into the room and he's like, show me you're the real deal. And Yujiro goes, all right, bet. And he grabs like a handful of sand and he crushes it in his hand and turns it into a diamond.
I didn't even know what he's gonna do.
And then Obama's like, you are the real one. Shakes hands.
So there's like this show
Big
is
muscle.
If you haven't watched Baki, you're honestly doing yourself a disservice. It is so fun.
I'm just
get past the start. It can be a little jank, but like the anime is really good.
It's really
funny.
Because I'm surprised that meme culture just hasn't picked up on Baki memes, right? Because so much of this is fucking memeable.
I know,
right? Like
that's one of the things. It's so fucking funny. So apparently, right, because there's these three characters: Baki, the Yujiro Hanma, and Oliver Biscuit, the other guy.
Yeah.
There's these three guys that are so dangerous and so powerful because they're muscles, right?
Yeah.
That half of the GPS in the world is in the air solely to track them. Solely to track them in this world, right? And so whenever they run above 2 kilometers an hour, all the GPS in the world has to stop working just to track these three men. So there's a whole section where they explain that when people are driving or using their phone, the GPS just doesn't work correctly because some of these characters decided to go for a light jog. You can't make this shit up. Who thought of this shit?
I'm telling you, man. Like that's the thing. If you thought JoJo was ridiculous, JoJo's Witches, it could be as ridiculous as Baki at times.
And you combine that with then also another part in another season where Yujiro Hanma, again the main antagonist, meets Muhammad Ali. And he's like, you can't beat me because you took off to do important human rights things. But I respect you because you did that. And it's like, what is going on?
Isn't one of the antagonists like Muhammad Ali's son?
But like he respects Muhammad Ali. But even though he's weaker than him because he took time out of his career to argue for civil rights. Great, we love that.
Good on
but then Muhammad Ali Jr. is just like cocky. And then he gets like
But then he kidnaps like the main like love interest of Baki and then gets beaten up by like 5 dudes for 5 days straight, just like over and over and over. There was also another scene I love where it's like Hanaya Makoto, who's like my favorite fucking character. He's like he's like bored, so he's just like, oh man, everyone's weak, everyone's fucking weak. No one can stand up to me except one man, Hama Yujiro. You know what? I'm gonna go pay him a visit. So he goes and pays him a visit. It's just like walking down the street, and he's like, so we're gonna start fighting? And he's like, right here? I'm like, yeah. Just in the middle of a crowd. But then a kid comes up and is like, oh my god, Yujiro, I'm a massive fan of you. And like hands him like a shikishi, right? It's like, can you sign this shikishi? And, you know, normally you'd think he pulls out a pen, does the sign. No, this is Hama Yujiro. He's built different. What he does is he gets his finger, he stabs the shikishi and then slices it into 4 quarters with his finger. And so it's like all broken apart. And the kid's like, oh my god, thank you so much. And then Hanaya Makoto's like, man, I'd be happier with that than a signature for me. And I was like, what is this thing? And then they start beating the shit out of each other.
It's just like, it is insane. Like, I'm sure if you don't know anything about Baki, that probably made no sense. And it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Even in context, it doesn't make sense.
I still don't quite understand what the story is, and I've watched 3 seasons. I don't get the point.
Because you watched the Netflix seasons, right? And the Netflix seasons aren't even the beginning of the story, because the Netflix seasons are like...
Starts at season 2.
Yeah, so it's like a sequel to an anime or like the manga that came out like decades ago. And then
it's been going longer than
the CGI has gotten a lot better as well in the season.
That's
the
good.
CGI is kind of jank in the first season, I think. But still watch it. It is really funny.
I mean, I would say like the animation, especially compared to JoJo, isn't as good, but like you don't watch it for the animation. You watch it for like the batshit crazy scenes.
It's just insane how they decide fights. And it is like, imagine if a world was decided purely by muscle. Like,
the whole
it's like muscles can solve every world issue in the world,
like,
right?
Guns in this world are meaningless compared to muscles. Like guns don't do anything. Guns are a suggestion. Guns are for normal human beings, and they don't operate in the same world that the characters do. Like,
it's like every single character is an Avengers level threat. That's just what it is, right? And
every single time you think you've met the strongest character, they introduce some new character that is even stronger.
Who's the main one in the part 3 again? Is it the prehistoric guy?
Is it the first human?
No. So I believe they've done what they did with the first season. Well, it's technically one season split into two.
Oh,
I
okay,
think that's what they've done here. So the first arc is just through the prison. And then the next arc is the prehistoric.
Yeah, the pickle, right?
But this arc opens up with a press conference from like a safari where like all these people died to this giant mammoth elephant, which killed hundreds of people and animals. And in this press conference, he's like, one man killed this 500-meter tall mammoth.
That's what I know.
And then the press conference is like, no, it didn't. And then it's like, what is this? What is this? What? It's so dumb.
But that's what I love about Baki is that every character has such this batshit crazy backstory.
Yeah.
That the way they get introduced with this like fucking crazy backstory, and you have like Speedwagon, like basically a narrator just going over their entire backstory, and doing all these like batshit crazy things, and you think it can't get crazier until it fucking does every time.
I've like almost caught up to the manga, and I'm like, how did they top the first human who ever lived, who beat a fucking Tyrannosaurus Rex with his bare hands?
I even though I know sort of what the next arcs are about, like, there's an arc about them fighting prehistoric creatures, right?
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
They just bring him back to life, and they're like, let's see if they stand up to the humans of today.
like Jurassic Park, instead if they turned it into Test the Humans, instead of like seeing what the dinosaurs could do. It's like, let's see what the humans can do against the dinosaurs, because humans are too boring in this world.
Yeah, apparently.
Because it's just like no normal martial arts master is good enough anymore now.
Yeah.
But it's just so funny because like the main protagonist, which is the main character's dad, is just like batshit insane and also just hilarious.
Yeah.
It's just, he's so insane.
Some of the shit he says is actually insane.
And there's just the fact there's a whole scene dedicated to him watching his son having sex. And
that was what sold me on the first
honestly,
season.
if I can't sell you on Baki, it's that there is a scene where he is about to lose his virginity and his dad comes in giving him advice.
Yeah.
In like the creepiest way on earth and the most like manly way.
Yeah,
please watch this show. It is insane. The fact that people haven't watched this is just mind-blowing.
He literally squats down next to the bed and says, eat her.
Yeah. He's like, fuck every day.
Every day.
Answer your instincts. Let your instincts take over. Become an animal. Fuck when you want.
And then to top it off, Baki turns fucking Super Saiyan levels of like powerful after he loses his virginity.
No. They have like a fucking, because like they actually have sex in this anime, and they turn the sex scene into a JoJo fight. I swear to God. It's just like, sex is like a battle.
I'm gonna be honest though, it is in real life. You're like trying to think of like 10 things at once. Make sure you do it right. It's the most accurate sex scene in anime. Changed my mind. Though on top of that, right? Not only is this the hypest sex scene in anime, immediately after that, you don't need this no bullshit Goku Super Saiyan. I'm gonna save the world. This man powered up more than Goku ever wishes he could by losing his virginity. These people can sense that this man lost his virginity. He was fighting.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because one of the prison guys like tries to come up to him, right?
Not one, two. Before this, our main character was so weak that he couldn't face one of these dudes one-on-one. After sex, two of them come in and they cannot face him. Like this man's aura, this man's nen has increased so much from busting a nut that like they can't even think of facing him.
He somehow developed like hockey power. It's like Gon pre-Nen versus post-Nen.
It's like if Gon turned into his dad after nutting. It's insane. Like this whole episode was like, you had to pause it and just be like, what the fuck is going on?
So funny.
It's please watch Baki. It is insane.
It's amazing.
I cannot. And this new season was so goddamn fun. I was going to only watch like 2 episodes. I binged it all in one day. It was so fun.
it's insane. Like
I have to watch it.
If you go into the mindset of this is going to be a kind of stupid JoJo-esque show, I guarantee you will love it.
Yeah.
If you can watch it with the boys, this shit is fucking hilarious.
We need a Baki out of context kind of compilation. Just to like get this going. Just how
the
do
fact
we
that
not?
there's zero memes of Baki.
Yeah.
It's like
there are like so many out of context JoJo memes and compilations, but there's nothing for Baki.
No.
Like how?
I don't. It deserves this
True
place.
crime.
Like it's just I can think of so many
There's
clips.
so many scenes.
So many clips of this goddamn show that could deserve to be memed. Oh my god.
No,
Oh
but-
my lord.
No, but like going back
Fight for my life for Baki, oh my god.
Yeah, going back to the gym though, it's just like, how do you watch this shit when you're doing the gym? Because like the last thing, I tried watching anime while going to the gym because I'm just like,
dubbed.
But like, do you not get too absorbed into whatever you're watching? Because I can't concentrate on like working out if I'm like absorbed into a show. Right?
Cardio, I want to get absorbed in anything but running.
Yeah.
Right.
I want to take my mind off because the moment I want to be staring at my screen and not at that calorie counter or the distance.
Treadmill or bike is like perfect, I feel.
Bike is amazing because you can just, if you have something that's like an hour 30, just go and watch. Like if you want to watch something, like I will do my best to just be like, I'm going to watch this just on the bike. Because to me the viewing experience is near identical. Yeah, it's not as good and you're not as comfortable. I'm not going to say it's the same thing, but you know, if it's something that you don't care about too much, you know, it's not that one film you've been waiting for. Just do it on the bike or the treadmill.
Yeah, because like every time I'd watch something while trying to work out, because I remember when I still went to the gym.
Well, you always saw I was always watching YouTube.
Yeah, you're watching YouTube videos and stuff. I feel like YouTube is fine, but like with anime, I tried watching like the new season of My Hero Academia.
I used to watch that.
Yeah, and I realized I would watch an episode and then I would not retain anything that happened within that episode, and then I would watch the next episode and I would like I'd be so confused as to what was going on.
Dubbed or subbed?
I watch it dubbed.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Okay. See, I can normally follow along, and I mean, because you know, when you're doing you're working out, right? You're working out you're doing the sets for like what, a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm sure someone's gonna come like, you're doing it all wrong. What the fuck, Connor? But like, you know, you get on and off time. So I normally I have it down below, like on the floor. So I do my reps and I just kind of watch like 1 minute. And I'm like, okay, next rep. And then so that kind of get a balance.
I can't do that. Like, if I'm doing reps, like, I need to be, like, fully concentrated on reps.
I need,
but, like,
to be fair, it is really hard to fucking focus when they're telling me about this GPS bullshit and I'm just, like, laughing too much to do this rep.
Baki would be fucking impossible to watch at the gym.
But it's also hype as fuck because, like, they're all the most muscular men on earth talking about, like, the insane amount of strength and muscles they have.
So that's my goal right
so,
there.
So you're kind of, like, doing a squat while someone is talking about how they gain their muscles in Baki is, like, the most like pump thing on earth, dude. Like you can't not go for the extra rep. You know what I mean?
That's
like
true,
it's
that's
insane. I don't know, but it is kind of difficult. You kind of have to pick and choose. Now in my head, I have like media for the gym. I'm like, this is gym
media.
This is stuff that I can watch in the gym because I don't care too much about it, but I want to watch it.
Right.
And if I care a lot, I'll stop watching it after one episode and save it. I know I like it.
Yeah.
And I'll save it for when I want to watch it. If not,
the secret to getting Connor to watch anime: going to the gym.
Basically, get me to do something where I don't
make him lift heavy things.
Make me not watch. But obviously, right now I've not been watching anything at all because I've been just watching League of Legends. But
same here.
But it's kind of
that's
hard.
why I'm very tired today.
Yeah, I had 4 hours of sleep because I've been watching League of Legends. It's been really good this year.
Sounds like your guys' problem.
Yeah, I would talk about it, but
I know Joey's not interested.
It's been
go to the
amazing.
toilet quickly while you guys talk.
Basically, it's been one of the most hypest years in group stages.
I feel like I hear that every fucking time.
It's
every year. It's like this is one of the hypest.
Well, so
how could they top
you know,
this?
League of Legends is probably the only esport I try to keep up with, at least for the worlds. It is really entertaining, and
I'm sure it is. I'm sure if I like understood the rules, I think I'd really get into it as well. Because I like watching esports stuff. But
what I actually enjoy about Worlds, specifically Worlds, is that I get the same feeling from Worlds as I get watching like say the World Cup or something, right? Where like even in the smaller stages, you have like really small regions, and you have like regions that are like across the world, and even though you have like certain countries and certain regions that are stronger than others, like it still feels like a global event where you see fans from all over the world, especially when we had a crowd, you know, just like cheering for even like teams that are not so well known, that are like up and coming regions. And I really I love that in sporting events when it's not just like one kind of country, but it's like a global kind of event.
Yeah. Well, but that's what I mean, right? It's like I feel like League for me would be like any other sport that I just don't know the rules of. Like if I feel like once you teach me the rules of like what's going on, like how you know what's a good play, what's not.
The problem is you need to learn how to play League.
Right, but I don't want to do that.
100% you don't want to know.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, it's like, again, like learning any sport, right? It's like once you know the rules, I think you can have a really fun time of just watching it. Because watching it and playing it is totally different.
Yeah, because that's the reason I got into League as an esport as opposed to like maybe like I remember trying to get into the Overwatch esports scene.
Oh, fuck me.
And oh my god, like the game aside, which I don't think is as good of a spectator sport as say League or something. Yeah. Like I remember I went to an event with our mates, and I found out that, you know, they had teams from like different cities from across the world, right?
It's really upsetting.
Yeah. And they were like, oh my god, they have a team from London. I can't remember what the exact name was.
Spitfire.
London Spitfire. They had a team from London Spitfire. I was like, great, we've got some representation for the UK and London. And I remember the team walks out, and everyone is Korean. And I'm just like, why would you lie to me like this? Why would you lie to me like
really
this?
confused. I didn't understand it, but it's like a franchise model.
Right.
So it's kind of like, you know, like football teams where you sell the slot to whoever does it. But they had.
So I guess there was no Londoner who was good enough.
Not a single Londoner.
To my knowledge, the way that Overwatch had done it is that they had these team names decided, and that you could buy in, and you were given. I don't know if you could choose it or not, but it kind of ruined it because, you know, as much as, you know, you know, League of Legends has so many. You're allowed to bring in foreign imports.
But there's like a maximum cap to how many people you can import from other countries.
Because you know, if you're rooting for Europe, you would like to see European people on the team.
Well, it's like the Japanese rugby team at one point where there were less Japanese players than there were actually foreign imports.
Exactly,
players.
and this year in League, like there was a Japanese team that qualified for the main event, and that's the first time it ever happened in history, because no one in Japan gives a shit about League of Legends. So it's just like really small fucking team qualified for the main event, and I'm just like, fuck it, this is the anime plotline right here. What the fuck? Why am I watching anime?
I think it's got a strong niche here, but it just struggles because there's not a big PC culture here.
No,
unfortunately, and I don't really see a PC culture taking off.
It is growing, but I don't think it's like dedicated to games like League.
I think it's just mobile gaming is just too massive here.
It is,
for like people, because as we said, people don't have time.
But like stuff like Apex is blowing up, so I think that's been a real big push for PC.
I think Apex
that's
is
like VTubers. So that's like so that VTubers
as well. Like I think Apex is doing very well, and VTubers only just, especially at least in Japan, very much pushed it.
I think before that, like the biggest PC game we had here was like PUBG.
Oh
yeah. But and like that was like the biggest.
Put it in the dirt.
And I think that was like the biggest it had ever gotten in Japan in terms of like a PC game.
Well, PC like bangs are popping up a bit in Japan. They are.
PC gaming cafes.
Chill. Because we had them in London, but there was one, and it was so goddamn expensive. Do you remember? It was like $15 an hour.
What?
Yeah, and it's like. It's. I understand that you know you're a business, you got to make money, and London real estate isn't cheap. But also, you know, it has to come on. There has to be a reasonable amount. I've got a PC at home. I mean, come on, like $5 an hour. I'll buy food. I promise I'll buy food. You know, you know. I don't.
It seems like a bit of a rip.
It's a bit too much. Because if I want to have a full gaming session with the boys in a cafe, I spend like $100.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And bro, I can buy.
What if I want to play like?
What if the entire Steam library for that?
Yeah, what if I want to play like a game of like Civ 2, which is like 12 hours on average?
Rip then.
Yeah, it's like $300 for a game of Civ. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I think in countries like Korea, it's a lot more affordable because they rely more on like you buying food and drinks and stuff, which I would prefer. I'll buy food and drink if
exactly.
Can help you out.
Because I feel like in the UK, it's like it's a strange concept, you know.
It is, yeah.
In Korea, it's just a normal way to socialize.
Yeah. Well, I noticed that in Korea, it was in the UK, it was either Chinese students who were there all day, or it was kind of like British people who'd be like, "Oh, play PC for an hour."
What's all this then? Gaming outside the house.
What's all this? The Switch? Is it like the Switch? They got Mario Kart. So it's kind of, it wasn't meant to, unless you were a rich foreign student. I don't think you're supposed to be there all day.
Exactly.
So It's a shame, really, because I'd love to game in a PC.
That's why we want to go to Korea, right?
Yeah, I mean, we don't really want to go to
yeah.
Korea. We've been saying this before on Trash Taste, but we've always just wanted to spend like 12 hours a day gaming, and that's my ideal vacation.
That sounds great. Sounds like an amazing vacation to me.
Turn off my phone, just game.
Yeah,
look at me.
Just game.
Just game. Just game.
Just get some toxic gaming in there.
Yeah.
Because I realized how like small. Like how unpopular PC gaming was in Japan when I actually joined the Japanese League of Legends servers, and I was just like, great, join the Japanese League of Legends servers, perfect way to practice my Japanese and game at the same time.
Yeah.
Little did I realize until about 50 games in, no one on the Japanese League of Legends server speaks Japanese.
No, it's all Chinese.
Everyone speaks Chinese or English,
right?
Because no one Japanese is playing on the Japanese servers. It's just like Chinese people smurfing on the.
Chinese people just go to have fun.
Yeah.
On Japanese.
And what I realized is that it's the most toxic server in the world that I've been to, and that's because no one Japanese is playing on there. It's all Smurfs from other countries, just like being toxic on the server.
Yikes.
So yeah, I can see why Japanese, especially with League at least, why it wasn't so popular in Japan. Apex is a different deal, but basically the secret to getting a game popular in Japan, I guess, is just to appeal to VTubers, right?
Just put some gacha in it, man.
Just put some gacha
put some gacha in League and you're all good. You got the Japanese market.
Oh yeah.
It's a good social game as well. It's very easy to hop in and just play a few games if you guys want to.
Yeah, one day I saw you playing Minecraft the other day.
Now, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm so disappointed you started without me.
What do you mean? I was invited. You guys didn't ask me. Come on, set up the server, boys.
I saw you dying in the lava 5 times.
Listen, we don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Sorry, we'll play Minecraft.
Yeah, I got to get myself situated first because I've recently just moved as well. It was my new place is good. It was an interesting moving experience, mostly because of all the shit that Sydney has built up over the years. And I remember. Okay, so we hired the same moving company, right? So there's this main guy, and he knows that we're YouTubers because he moved
all the trash taste
stuff, right? I don't think he was prepared. Like, he knew that we were anime fans, right? But I don't think he was prepared for some of the stuff that Sydney had just within her closet, right? And so I remember,
poor man.
Yeah, before they do the move, they also have to scout the place just to see what they have to move and how many trucks they have to rent out. And Sydney was just like, you know what? I know the stuff. I know my room's a bit of a nuclear wasteland right now.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna clean it up a bit, right? So what she does is she takes off all the lewd posters off the wall, right? She's like, I'm cleaning up my room. You know, she's not gonna notice.
Cleaning up
my room. So she takes off all the lewd posters, thinking she's got her job done. I've got nothing to worry about. What she forgets, right, is there's no posters on the wall, but there's just a massive pile of sex toys in the corner that she just somehow forgot about.
You really know how numb she is to that kind of shit now, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, right?
It's the pussy of the round table.
It's the pussy of the round table.
Fine art right there.
And it's the 10-kilogram boobs that are just lying on the floor.
Nothing
so
wrong
she
with it.
forgets to hide that, but she takes off the slightly lewd posters off the wall. And so this
is distasteful, can't now.
So the guy opens the door and is greeted by just the 10-kilogram boobs that is just sitting on her desk. That she somehow just forgot about.
Absolute state. He probably wanted to get out of there. Yeah.
And so after we get everything packed up, obviously they hire different people. So he's seen all this before, but obviously his employees haven't seen this, right?
Oh no.
And so they have to pack everything up, right? And so. How it was, they packed everything up. There were about 4 men just loading stuff into the 2 trucks that we had. Sydney stayed behind. Sydney stayed behind to clean up the place after we were all driving to our new place to unpack everything. And I sat with them in one of the vans. And I sat with them, with 2 of them, and 2 of them weren't the main guys, so it was just one of their employees. And it was just it was a good 15-20 minutes of silence, right? And we were just driving along, and the guy next to me just goes, "So interesting stuff you got there." And I'm just like, oh my god. So it's like I'm starting to fucking explain this shit, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, this is just, we're YouTubers, and the room, that room, that room, that's not my room.
How do you explain that shit though to someone? That's like trying to explain what B-board is on 4chan, right? It's like, yeah, so there's a lot of fucked up shit here, but don't worry about it. It's completely fine. Like,
yeah.
You'll get used to it.
When I showed them all the fucking cosplays I had, they were like, what the fuck? Why do you have so many costumes? Why is there so many dresses? I'm like, I don't know.
That's my
It's a
job.
hobby. It's a hobby of mine. What can I say? I just like this
Well,
stuff.
what's worse to say, if it's your job or if it's your hobby? What gets you judged on that?
The guy walked in my room and was like, so you're single, huh?
I'm glad Sydney was there, because if it was just me sorting this out, I can't. How do I explain that? How the fuck do I explain that? So I live with a fiance, and she collects sex toys and reviews them on her YouTube channel, and they're just like, yeah, sure,
reviews.
Sure,
It's like,
yeah,
sure,
bet.
And then, it's not even the worst part, because after I have this like half an hour explanation, explains to them what we did, and just explaining the situation so they understand. So we get to the house, and so they start unloading stuff. First goes the bed, and then all like the other boxes, and then the big stuff, and then I had scheduled the gas guy to come on the same day, because we've got to turn on the gas, maximize, min-maxing moving.
Yep.
So I get a phone call from the gas guy as everyone's coming in, packing, unloading all the stuff into the house. I'm like, I'm about to come over. Is that cool? And I'm like, great, perfect. I'm here right now. Just come right in. So he comes in, checks the gas thing, turns it on, does the check. Everything's perfect. And as he's about to walk down the stairs, guess what pops up? It's the 10-kilogram boobs right in front of him that the guy just like fucking presents to him on a silver platter. And the guy,
Wait, wasn't it inside?
Oh my god!
Wasn't it inside of like a box or anything like that?
Yeah, it was inside a box, the packaging, which is just an anime girl with her breasts out, right? Because this thing doesn't need to go in a box. It is its own box. It's just boobs. That is 10 kilograms. The box is big enough by itself. So he stops. They both stop. The gas guy looks at him, looks down at the box, looks at me, and he goes, "Oh, very important." I'm just like, "Oh,
did he really?"
Yeah.
Oh my god!
So he's like, yes, it is. Thank you.
It's got a sense of humor. Yeah.
The guy said, what if the guy was like, I got one of those?
Oh shit, you got the new model.
Oh shit, that's the new model right there, Pog.
So yeah, I just phoned Sydney up afterwards, and I'm just like, why did you give me this job? I should be the one cleaning up. You should be the one handling this shit.
Were the tits really necessary to keep?
And like,
saying that it needs
also,
to be
did
kept?
it need to go in the box that had all the loose shit in front of it? Like, you couldn't have just put it in like the moving box? Or...
we let the movers pack a lot.
Because what I did with all my loose shit is that I packed it in a box separately before the moving people came, so they had no idea of all the cursed shit I have in my house.
I tried to pack as much stuff as I could, but there's too much stuff. Because when they pack stuff, I just lost track of everything. I was like, I don't know which box everything's in.
Yeah, I tried to help them and like try to keep track of everything, and then like about 2 hours in, you realize I don't know where anything is anymore.
Yeah, and so like even like a month after, I was like, which box is that one specific thing I need in? I tear open all the boxes, can't find it, and I'm like, well, I'm fucked.
Yeah, like I still haven't found my wireless headphones, which is somewhere in one of the boxes. I like you forget about the little items that you kind of need in day-to-day life until you're staring at about 20 boxes in front of you, and you realize that this one thing is in one of these boxes. I guess.
How does that happen? Every time, I swear, like it doesn't matter who I ask, how far they're moving, how much stuff they have. Every move. Items just like go into like some Donnie Darko shit happens where it just like disappears into a void on the way. It's like, because like you look at it, because I had that as well where I was like, okay, I'm missing like 2 or 3 items at least. I went back to the old house, obviously not there. Ring up the moving company, they say they don't have it. I'm like, well then where the fuck did it go? You're not going to tell me it's in one of these boxes, because you open it all up and it's still not there. I'm like, well, what did I do with it? Where did it go?
Man, I miss moving as a student. You just had like 2 suitcases.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. Like you just chuck everything away you don't need.
Because the thing is,
when you're moving, when you have like an apartment and stuff, you just forget how much shit just is hidden.
Yeah.
So you pack
Furniture is such a nightmare.
Yeah, you pack the big shit, and you're like, oh, I'm like 80% done. And then somehow you add another 3 hours of packing on top of that because there's so much shit that's just accumulated randomly.
I was surprised at how much shit was in my kitchen. I thought my kitchen was like two boxes, 3 boxes.
Yeah.
It was like 15 boxes of just kitchen shit. I'm like, how is this? What? Why do I own so many spoons and plates? What is this? I didn't know I owned that much shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why do I have like 4 different types of plates? I don't use one.
It's because you like go deep into like cupboards that you open like once every like couple of months, and it's like, oh, okay, I didn't realize I had 17 bottles of fucking dishwashing liquid just like sitting back there.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, man, getting rid of all the cardboard after moving was
Don't talk to me about that.
Right,
Don't talk to me about
19,000. I probably had a Japanese forest worth of cardboard in my apartment at one point.
Luckily, the service we ordered, they took all the cardboard with them because they unpacked it all for us.
Did they unpack it?
But doesn't that service cost like 10 grand?
Yeah, but we were sponsored.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Well, nice for some. I just have
I just can't, in good faith, pay 10 grand for them to move my stuff.
Oh no! If I didn't get sponsored by it, I wouldn't have paid for it.
Like the one that they charged me like 2 grand.
Yeah.
Which I was like, okay, that makes sense. I guess it's a full day of work. It's a full tank. It's a truck.
You're like talking yourself out of it.
It's 2 days of work. You're throwing away stuff too. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
It makes it somewhere. Somewhere.
You know, they gotta make a profit, man. It's got, but
struggling out here.
Because I saw your moving company. Someone was moving into my building, and it was like the whole place had been like taken over by them. There was like 15 of them. And
Like the elevator and like the outside is like all has their logo on it.
I was like, no wonder they cost like 10 grand. They've got the whole goddamn Japanese workforce here doing this stuff.
They really are like, I don't know why. I guess they're really prideful of their company or something, but like they love plastering their logo all over the fucking place.
I mean, it works.
It seemed like a fucking it seemed like a military operation. It's like that scene from the anime where they call the SDF. They're like, oh shit, get the SDF down here, man. This is a real job now.
Rock up in suits. It's like, oh shit, here they go.
To be fair, I understand, man. If you got a family, you got kids and shit, and you're doing pretty well for yourself, I get it. I fuck trying to move with my kids. I would not want to be in my situation that I was in. Plus kids. I understand that it's like, just bring in the fucking SAS, bring in the Marines. Bring in John Cena to do it. Like I do not want to.
Or especially if you were, in your 60s, 70s, 80s.
Oh god,
It's like, just fucking do it.
Because I guess as you get older, you won't be moving nearly as often. I still don't know if I'm going to move in 2 years, 4 years. But once I'm like 40, I'm probably going to be staying there for a good amount of time.
Yeah, exactly.
40. Wow.
I don't know, 40.
That is a late time to settle down.
Yeah.
But I ain't settling anytime soon. Are you kidding me?
I get you.
Unless I become a billionaire hedge fund man, then I'll just buy 15 properties and live in whichever penthouse suite I want to. Maybe
fly off with a private jet.
One day these stocks are going to turn green, and I tell you, man,
You can't settle down if you're settled in 5 different countries at the same time.
Big brain.
No, because I'm still going through that phase where I'm like, I'm in my 30s now. I should probably think about where I want to settle down. But that just terrifies me.
I feel like settling down is when you're working in a place that you feel like is going to be your end home. I don't think I'm going to live in Japan forever.
No.
I can't speak the goddamn language. and even if I did, I'm like, would I want to raise a kid here? Probably not.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of different factors that go into like my long-term settlement, like where I would want to settle down. Like I do like Asian culture, and I do like living in Japan, but a big thing about Asia is that I don't want my kids to go to school here because, my God, they put so much pressure on exams and schooling here that I'm just like, this is too much. This is too much.
I remember I saw a post that was on Facebook like, Japan per capita has like the least exams of any country, and it was like before high school. And I was like, oh, that's great. Yeah, just let them be happy until age 12, and then just fuck them to death.
They're really happy, and it's like give them heaven for about 12 years, and then give them hell for the next 3.
That makes so much sense because Japanese kids are like so fucking cute. You're like, whenever you see school kids, they're so nice, say hello. You know, they're just so inquisitive and everything. And then like suddenly it's like
it's before they learn racism.
And then it's just like a flip. And I swear, like every Japanese teenager goes to the same moody teenager phase.
Oh yeah,
like it's like there is no exception.
I'm telling you, kids get cocky when they learn racism. I'm just saying it as it is, right? It's like, it's because I can tell, like, because you know, sometimes with Japanese kids, right, just from looking at them, you don't know how old some of these kids are. Like, there are some like 10-year-olds that look 30, and there are some 30-year-olds that look 10.
Yeah,
you know. So but like you can always tell though when it's like a middle school Japanese kid and a high school Japanese kid, not from their looks, but from their attitude.
How happy they are.
Yeah, how happy they are, and just from their attitude.
Yeah,
and just from their attitude towards how I guess they like talk to foreigners, I guess, in a sense. Like,
high school students are very scared of talking.
They are. But middle school and like elementary school Japanese kids love talking to foreigners.
They do. Not that I approach children in the street.
No. I'm not going around going like hello to every child, but you
like
know,
in my old apartment block, the only people who would ever like converse with me are like the little kids.
Yeah.
Whenever I get stuck in a lift, and I'm like, oh, what do you want to go to? Where'd you come from? What I'm just like, oh, what is going on?
They love talking to, and then I don't know what happens. Something in high school happens where they just suddenly become paranoid of foreigners.
I think they ruin their life.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
and then with the expectations.
But you also know which high school student dropped out. Because they're very happy. They're like, oh yeah, hello, how are you? Yes, I'm not in school anymore. Doing really good for myself, thank you very much. Don't have to go through 17 exams a year.
I just wouldn't want my kid going through the system.
Yeah. Same here.
Also, if Japanese banks are like this, God knows what the rules are like with Japanese schools. Oh my lord!
I think it depends.
Like
on
being
the school.
a parent, having to deal with it, it's like.
I think though it depends heavily on the school that you go to. Like obviously, like I think public schools definitely have it the worst. I think that's the same with any country out there. But you know, if you take your kid to like a private school or even an international school, like I think it gets a little bit better.
Yeah, probably. Oh, I don't plan on having kids anytime soon.
No, me neither.
That's a problem for like future me to figure out.
Yeah.
That's a Trash Taste episode 5000, I think.
Yeah. Definitely.
Episode 5000. Jerry's kid shit himself in school.
Am I right? Can you relate?
So I went fishing this weekend. I know we were talking about a Trash Taste fishing special. I'm sorry, guys.
Can't believe you do that too.
Yeah, where the fuck was my invite?
Where the fuck was my invite?
Ask Mei Lin. Mei Lin was one who invited me.
Mei Lin, what the fuck?
I blame Mei Lin.
I trusted you, Mei Lin.
Yeah, Mei Lin just invited us, me and Sydney, if we wanted to have like a kind of like a double date where we go fishing together, and I really fucking enjoyed it.
You look like you're enjoying it.
You look like you're about to shit yourself on the boat.
Oh yeah. So like, okay, so this is
you're like.
So this is the first time where I went sea fishing. So it wasn't fishing in a river or a lake, which I've done before.
Done on a boat before.
So it is an entirely different experience, right? Mostly because I've never been seasick in my life, right? And we were talking about this. So on the journey up there, everyone's like, "Oh, does anyone here get seasick?" Which is, if you get seasick and you're about to go fishing on the sea, probably a bad idea.
Bad time.
Yeah. But none of us had ever been seasick before, so we're like, great. Fishing on the sea, easy. What we didn't realize is what I didn't realize is that when you're actively doing things and having to concentrate things on top of being on the sea and being on the edge of a boat, it like amps up your seasickness to 10. So this is the first time I'd ever felt queasy on a boat, right? But I mean, the entire thing was like, aside from having to deal with the seasickness, it was pretty damn fun. So what happened is we went down to Yokohama and we went to the port there. And so they have this package where you basically go out to sea for about 4 hours. I think it was like about 4 hours.
Decent amount of time.
Yeah, decent amount of time. And basically whatever you catch, you can keep, and you can do whatever you want with the fish. So back when I went fishing in Wisconsin, whatever we caught, we could only keep a certain amount. But here you can like keep whatever you want, and you can cook them afterwards as well. And so we went out to sea, and I remember at the beginning, so it was me, Sydney, Mei Lin, and Maki, right? And so obviously it was our first time. So the fisherman was trying to teach us how it was done.
Yeah.
Right. And within the first hour, Mei Lin catches 2 immediately. Right. And she's just on fire. Right. And she's like, I'm a fucking natural. I'm a fucking natural.
I can imagine how smug.
Yeah, she was so fucking smug. Didn't catch anything for the rest of the trip.
Instant karma compilation.
You'll have to see it. You'll have to see it.
And like on the opposite side of things, which was Sydney, and while Mei Lin was like catching her first 2 within an hour, Sydney was like struggling to get like the reel down, right? The fisherman was like next to her for like a full-on hour, like explaining to her, then explaining to her again, and like he was like eagle-eyed on her, just trying to make sure that she was doing everything correctly, because she was not getting any catches. And then somehow, like after an hour in, she just starts fucking reeling in fish like it's no business. She starts catching like 4 or 5 fish at the end of it.
Learns the controls.
Yeah.
Can finally play the game.
and then there's Maki, which poor guy who's Maiden's husband. Maki, poor guy caught. I think he caught like 1 fish at the end, and so did I. Actually, I caught like 3 or 4, but most of them were 2.
Well, that's very different to 1.
I caught 1 fish that I could keep, and the rest were just like too small to even like to even be worth my time. Right?
Kills babies
because
stabs them, throws back
because Maki unfortunately was like way too seasick to be able to function for most of the trip. Which is the thing where Mei Lin also was seasick, and so was I, to be fair. But Mei Lin, being Mei Lin, didn't want to admit it, because she was like really silent after about an hour, and she was just sitting down, and I was like, Mei Lin, you alright? And she was like, yep, I'm cool. I'm just a little bit tired. She told me afterwards that she just didn't want to admit she was seasick in case like me or Cindy would be like, oh no, little baby,
you get medicine for seasickness.
Yeah, you can. Which we totally would have done anyway.
But it's the pride.
But as soon as Maki mentioned that he was feeling seasick, she turns to me and Sydney was like, Maki's seasick! She's seasick! I'm taking care of Maki! He's seasick!
Wow.
I'm like, wow, Mei Lin.
What an asshole.
Bro.
That's a bro.
And I was just like, I'm seasick as well. You know, obviously, I'm not, you know, it's normal to get seasick.
Maki's just doing like the blinking, like...
Hey, yo, what?
Hey, yo, what?
But it was so funny, because Maki did, Maki's first catch, right? He reeled in 2 little, like, super small fish. So they were like baby fish, right? They were like this big. You know, you can't really do anything with them. So it's like, at this point, you just catch and release it, right? Yeah. And it was the first, like, baby fish we caught on the day, and this was about 2 hours in, and so he caught them, and I was like, oh, look at the little baby fish. So, you know, we should probably release them. So he takes the hook out, and he starts like, he puts them back in the ocean, and they start swimming off. And I swear to God, this thing is like, this is like a scene from The Simpsons, right? And you can see them swimming off. And Sydney, in her little, you know when Sydney is just like talks about a dog or talks about any animal, she's like, "Go swim, little baby, swim." And then as soon as she finishes saying that, out of nowhere, a seagull appears and just dive bombs the fish out of the water and eats it. And the 4 of us we're just standing there looking at this fucking atrocity in silence. And we were just like, well, fuck.
Help the circle of life.
Yeah, it's the circle of life.
Seagull annihilates tiny fish.
Nature has been restored here today.
Oh my god.
No, but it was actually like a really fun experience.
How much was it to go out on the boat?
It was like about $100. So
per person.
Wow. And you can catch as much fish as you want. And afterwards, so you go catch the fish, and afterwards they have different services. So you can go to an izakaya where they can cook the fish, or you can go to an onsen. And so there was this onsen that we went to, which is perfect. Like, if you're fishing for 4 hours, it's surprisingly tired. It's like way more, fishing on the sea is way more active than doing lake fishing or river fishing, right? Because you're batting against the current, and you're constantly like, it's way more active because I don't know what they call it, but they give you this little cage, right? So you got the bait, which is on a hook, and then next to the bait is this little cage where you basically stuff in stuff in like fish, like dead fishes or chum. Oh, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why it's called a chum bucket. Oh my god, it makes so much sense now.
Chum is like just mashed up fish.
Yeah, so they gave us a chum bucket, I guess. I was struggling to find the words to describe this fucking thing. It's a chum bucket.
Man discovers SpongeBob for the first time.
So we had a chum bucket, and so we had to fill up this cage full of chum, and the cage itself would attract the fish school with the smell, and the bait itself would like attract the fish to bite on it. Unfortunately, like the chum would like disintegrate within like a good five minutes. So like every 5 minutes you'd have to like put it down, pick it back up, put it down, pick it back up,
fill it up,
fill it up again, fill up the fill up the chum cage with more chum from your chum buckets. And so it was actually like way more of an active.
Can you guess what Gant's new favorite word is now?
We're gonna be feeling like we're gonna be hearing this a lot.
Chum.
And so it was a way more active. It was way more active than the other kind of fishing I experienced. So I was actually pretty tired. I worked up a good sweat, and my god, the onsen afterwards. You know how after a hard day's work, or how you've done after a hard day's work,
God catches one baby fish. Damn, that was a hard day.
That was a hard day. I was sweating up a storm there.
I was sweating up a storm getting that one fish.
I did catch one fish. I caught the biggest fish of the day. Sydney caught the most fish, but I caught the biggest fish of the day.
Which was the tastiest though?
Huh?
Was yours the tastiest?
Mine was, of course, it was mine. Of course.
Wait, what fish did you catch?
The tasty one.
What type of fish did you have?
I can't remember the type of fish I had.
I believe it was a sea fish.
Mayland, do you remember the type of fish that we were catching?
Like a boot?
Yeah. A tie-up?
Sorry?
Horse mackerel.
Horse mackerel.
Oh, horse mackerel. Okay.
That's like that's like the shitty cheap fish, right? That's like the... That is though, right?
Yeah, that's the shit you put in a can.
That's like the cheap, like when you go to sushi places, that's like the cheapest one.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, it literally is. It's the white one, right?
Yeah. It's the cheapest one.
When you cut it open, it's like really, really white with the silver outline, right?
It's like the blue with like a little bit of yellow in the fish.
Yeah, maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe I'm just fucking.
Well, they do have like different services where you can catch different types of fish, but like the good fish.
That sounds cool though.
Yeah.
I'd like to do that.
The good fish come out.
On invite.
Yeah,
would have been good for
next time.
a special, you know. Or, yeah.
Next time, because you go to this onsen, and while you're in the onsen, just chilling out with the boys or whatever, they're preparing your fish. Right? So they take your fish, and so they take your catch and they feed it to you afterwards. Which is
like, the way you said it, that just made me. I had the immediate image of somebody coming out.
Here's your horse mackerel, sir.
Open your mouth.
Here comes the airplane.
which is great. I mean, what better spice can you?
Why didn't you catch monkfish in RuneScape? That is a high level of fish. Or shark.
You can catch
I think it was
different
like
types
15
of fish.
fishing or something. You know, it wasn't high enough level.
You can catch different
leveled up that fishing.
Yeah, you can catch different types of fish, but the best fish come out at like 7 a.m. So it's like a 7 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
When I'm just like, you know what? I'd like to try fishing. I'm not that dedicated. That's like after 5 tries or something. And that's when you're like dedicated. That's when you have like your own fishing rod and all that shit. You know,
you know you're legit when you got your own equipment.
Yeah,
for sure.
Exactly.
Fishing rod is just one of those devices that I feel like is such a big investment just because of how annoying it is to maintain.
Oh yeah,
and like that shit breaks so easily.
Also, like when you get like super serious, there's like different rods for different fish.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? It's like, oh my god, it's like
I learned that from Tales of Rise.
I'm sure. If I'm 50 and I haven't decided the hobby yet, I think as a white person that is the default hobby I have. Fishing. Yeah, I think.
Oh yeah.
When I get to 50, we'll see.
That and golf are like the two things I'm gonna be like. Yeah,
we'll see if I have a hobby by then. I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe
but you don't have a hobby now.
Yeah. I can't be streaming when I'm 50. I'll be like in my dentures and shitting myself. I can't.
Of course you can. Isn't that old guy who's like used to stream RuneScape a lot?
The guy, the one that Keemstar.
Yeah, the one that Keemstar tried to fucking cancel. He still streams, right? I'm pretty sure. I think so.
Oh shit, good for him.
Yeah. So there's a future, man.
I mean, maybe I'm already like low on energy now.
There's lots of people. I'm sure, man.
You say that, but you stream more than me and Joey combined.
Yeah, I feel like I'm really low on energy, but then you guys always don't stream much, so I don't know. Maybe
I think there's a difference though between low on energy and can't, not being fucked.
Yeah. Right.
It's like I'm not low on energy. I just can't be fucked.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell if I'm low. No, I am low on energy a lot of the times because I have to like.
Who am I kidding?
Who am I kidding? I have to conserve my energy for trash taste. People think I talk a lot, and then no, it's just like I conserve all my like social energy for fucking trash taste every week, and then I reset every week. Can't be
trash
fucking
taste takes a
streaming
lot of
on top
energy,
that.
guys. It's hard work in this show.
No, honestly though, if I stream, then that's my work done for the day because I
Don't do it in the night.
How do I have energy after I've been working all day to also stream, which is to me work? Like,
Sometimes you start streaming and then you just kind of get energy as you're streaming. It's kind of weird.
I get that.
Sometimes it happens. Like sometimes I'm really dreading it.
it's called being an extrovert.
maybe.
Like literally, it's like you're gaining the energy.
I'm siphoning the
from,
energy.
You know that you're siphoning the energy from social interaction, right? For me, it's the opposite. Like I have a certain amount of energy, and I have to expel that during the day, basically.
Expel. What are you shitting it out? What are you? Don't bring shitting out. We had that last
Shit
week.
out my energy.
We had that last week. No more shitting. We promised no more shitting. Go.
It's just like Garn goes to the toilet and Sydney's like, "Are you expelling your energy, honey?" It's like, yes, dear.
Oh my god.
Don't interrupt me during my energy expellation period.
How else is the moving stuff going? You kind of getting settled in? Is it you dreading it?
Yeah, it's because it's a bit different now because I lived in an apartment and this one's a house.
Ooh.
And
Bougie.
I know.
Bougie motherfucker. This guy.
I was actually really lucky to get this house because the previous owner has gotten a job abroad. And so he was very desperate to find a tenant, so we got it at like a fucking amazing price. Because we were like, when we were looking for other places, we didn't even know if we were going to move. Because I remember talking to you guys, because you both were moving, you wanted bigger places, and I'm like, I'm actually really happy with my place.
Your place was a good size, though.
Yeah, it was a good size, and I was just like, I'm only going to move if I can find like a decent enough upgrade. And we saw other places which for the budget that we set, and nothing was really standing out. I was just like, whatever, maybe I'll just stay for another year. And then this was like the last house that we looked at because the estate agent was like, "Yeah, we have one more on offer that you might enjoy."
The best for last.
Yeah, we saved the best for last, and so we looked at this house, and it was like twice the size of any other place they'd shown us for the same price. And we're like, "What the fuck?" There is a catch though, which is I don't know what the exact contract was called, but we only have it for a maximum of 2 years. So that was the catch.
You have to get out.
So after 2 years, we have to get out.
Which is if you're like get really settled in, you really like it.
Well, remember when we were looking for places for the Trash Taste office, one of the places we were considering, I don't know if we talked about this on camera, but one of the places we were considering was exactly the same. Like the first place we found, it was like this like 3-story house that was like, oh yeah, this is like looks like a perfect space. But then we found out that it was like it was owned by an expat who was overseas now, but he was like, I'm coming back in 2 years, so you better get the fuck out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I do think this one's actually better in the end.
I think the studio is
definitely better in the end. But like initially when we were looking at new studios, that was one that we were like really happy with because it was like good price, good location.
So in the end, what made you move there? Was it just because the location?
The house. The location was amazing. The house is fucking amazing. And I was just like, I move on average every 2 years anyway. Yeah. So like as we just discussed, I'm not one to settle down. So
I like mixing it up, you know.
Yeah,
I like getting
changing it up.
Yeah. And as annoying as it is, like I do like it. But all the
2 years is a long time if you think about it.
It is very long.
To me at least, 2 years is like a fucking long time, especially for YouTube.
Something exciting about upgrading a little bit as well. You're like, you know, I've been working hard. I deserve a little bit of an upgrade. You know,
and give myself a pat on the back.
Well, I mean, my new place is like 3 times more expensive than my old one. But that's because I didn't know how I was gonna do financially when I moved here. So I didn't want to. I didn't.
I mean, when I first moved here, I had fucking the cheapest.
Oh yeah, you had
like
a
one bedroom.
Yeah,
I had a one bedroom.
Yeah. Same here because when I moved here, Sydney just didn't have a career yet, so it was like I
remember that. Yeah.
A lot of it was on me to like. Well, she obviously paid for it as well, but a lot of it was. If
it rested on you,
if Sydney falls through and her YouTube career doesn't take off, then all of this is going to fall on me, and that's why I was like, that's what I was thinking about. But now it's a lot more comfortable. We can both share the cost, so we were able to have like a bigger budget, but still not stupidly large. And we just found a really nice house.
And then Sydney's career took off, and we went stupidly large.
In my mind, I was like, because we were living so far away. Are we allowed to say where we live now? Kind of like.
we allowed to say where we lived?
I don't want to.
You don't want to? Okay,
that's fine. Just wondering. It was.
We
far
didn't
away.
live in the center.
It was very far away. Well, not very far away. It kind of was, kind of wasn't. I also lived really far away from the station, so it felt like double damage.
Yeah. Like for me, I lived literally 3 minutes away from the
He was
station.
super close.
So
I was like 5 minutes.
Joey had like a nice distance, I'd say, and then I lived like ridiculously far away.
Yeah.
Like I didn't.
You were like
realize-
halfway between two stations. I remember. Basically.
Yeah. And so I had the really annoying case of just like I'm 50-minute walk to one station, 20 minutes to the other.
Yeah.
Which like doesn't seem like a big deal, but when you're some days when you have to go back and forth multiple times, it really fucking felt dreadful.
Yeah.
And I just got to the point where I'm like, okay, I'm doing well for myself. I'm just going to spend the extra money just to get somewhere that's super close and that I can focus more on work. Don't have to worry about traveling. Like now I don't have to worry too much about. And before I always had to plan precisely when I was leaving the house.
Yeah.
Because I had to look what the train was. I had to make sure I was getting the express train because where we were was so far away that you could get an express train that saved you quite a significant amount of time. And so normally commutes are about an hour for me.
Yeah.
Which is quite a long time. And you do have to really like think, okay, when am I leaving the house? But now I can just kind of be like, I generally know what time I need to leave.
Yeah.
I kind of like the commute though, because like me currently, I'm also like. Just like travel distance for me, like to the office, for example, is like pretty much the same as it was before.
Right.
Yeah, right.
It's not that much different time wise. It's just in a
But
different.
I always complained about it the most because for me, I definitely valued distance from like where I was going often a lot. Like
I really like the commute though for some reason because it puts my mind off of work for even just a little bit.
I liked it until a certain point because commuting here was fine. Commuting back is a fucking nightmare because I would always dread it, right? Because commuting, I don't mind staying on the train, but when it's like when you're going back after we finish filming Trash Taste, normally like in London, it's like the rush hour is from let's say 5 o'clock till 7 o'clock, right? Where like the fucking tube is packed, you're not getting a seat, and you're like a sardine. For some reason, the fucking rush hour in Tokyo starts from like 4 till like 9:30 at night, right?
No, it doesn't end.
It just doesn't end.
It goes on till midnight.
Yeah. So the commute back was just like a nightmare. I would like dread it. So I would dread the commute back every time. So it was just. Normally, if I was in London, I would just wait out the rush hour. But in Japan, there is no waiting out the rush hour. No. You just got to deal with it.
Yeah, and it depends, right? Because like you said, you don't mind the commute. That's good. I mean, very OP for you. You can get a much bigger place. You have a much bigger place than me. And so it's kind of like I don't know. I hated commuting.
Yeah.
And to me, I felt like I could spend my time better. And I did want to spend my time differently, like streaming, right? Like an extra hour of streaming is a big difference.
Oh yeah, of course.
So that would go like a long way. So
I think for me as well, it's because like an hour commute for me now is so much better than what I first had when I first moved here. Because when I first moved here, I lived in a place that was a 25-minute walk to the closest station.
Yeah, fuck that. No.
You know, and it was like way out of Tokyo kind of thing. So like commuting into Tokyo would be like an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Which is the walk. Don't get me wrong, is fine. Walking is not the problem. It's walking in the summer.
Oh
and sometimes you can't always be what you'd like. Sometimes you have to carry a bunch of shit. And that's where it really fucking sucks.
Which is why I'm so glad that finally I'm able to fucking wear a sweater, right?
It's
so nice now. Like, speaking of weather though, like, where did autumn go?
Yeah.
It just was like
winter.
Here for 2 days and then it's like, all right, see ya. It just turned into winter.
It's always like that.
I'm so glad though because I can finally wear some drip.
Right, exactly.
Without dripping myself. It's fucking disgusting for like the middle of September. It was so gross.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just like how Japan decided that it was going to be hot until it wasn't one day. And then it just decided it wasn't
literally
cold.
It went from 25 to 14 in one day.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like it's going back.
No.
But how does that happen?
Japan has 4 seasons, everybody. That's what they tell you.
No.
They don't.
It has pain for 6 months. Then mild discomfort for 2, and then the rest are okay. I guess it's kind of cold. It's kind of shit. Yeah, it's kind of alright.
One biggest thing, going back to the house, one biggest thing that I've had to get used to living in a house is living on the ground floor now, right? Because I've only lived in Japan. I've only lived in apartments in Japan before, and I was like quite high up in my old apartment. So you know what? I could stand next to the window and be pretty confident that no one was going to see me.
Yeah.
It's like, especially when you sleep, sometimes you just sleep in boxes as you do, and sometimes you're just out of the shower and you don't get dressed. Exactly. You don't get dressed straight away. You put on your boxes or whatever, and you just walk around the apartment. I kind of realized that you can't do that in houses. So our house has like pretty big fucking windows, right? Yeah. And so I have a shower, put on my boxes, and so the bathroom or my shower room and my wardrobe is on different floors, right? So finish my shower, go up to my living room and just chilling, before I put on some clothes. Go up to my window to like admire the view, as you do sometimes. Just admire the sunshine
on the ground floor. Admire the pavement.
On the first floor. On the first floor.
Wow. Okay.
On the first floor.
It's a little elevation.
A little bit of elevation.
1 meter extra.
Changes everything.
Yeah, because sometimes when I was on like the 8th floor back in my old apartment, sometimes you just like to look down, breathe in the sunshine, and I thought I'd do the same routine. So I was just standing in my window, and then someone goes up to their balcony to put out some clothes, and me and them meet eye contact. And I'm totally not used to this, because back when you're in an apartment, I was used to just being by the window and nobody could see you because you're too high up to be seen. Yeah. And then so we make eye contact, and then they immediately just close the sliding door again, and then I realize I'm just standing next to my window with my boxers out, and people can very visibly see me. And I'm like,
how many meters away was this person?
They were like across the road.
So like 10 meters away?
Yeah, so like 10 meters away.
So they had 4K definition.
Literally caught in 4K. My God, if it was Maylin, she would like she would have seen my nipples and everything, fucking scarred for life there. My God.
Fallen right off the balcony.
Yeah, I know.
In shock.
Are you liking the new place though so far?
Yeah, really liking it.
Nice.
Also, another thing, I had to go back to my house by myself to pick up some stuff pretty late at night, and it's pretty scary to go back. It's creepy as fuck to go in a house, and I didn't realize that until I went in, because when you're in an apartment, there are like lights, like outside of your building. Right? There are lights, and there are people living next to you. Yeah. You go in this house, and it's just pitch black. You're just by yourself, and you're like, you know what? I wasn't afraid of the dark until I experienced this, and
there's something creepy about an empty apartment, pitch black. There was something really weird about it.
Yeah. An apartment's like, I can handle an apartment, because the worst thing, if something happens, if like a fucking murderer is there or a fucking burglar is there, you can scream, and people around you.
I don't know. Yeah, I think you have too much confidence in people.
Yeah, I think you like your neighbors a little too much.
I don't know. Maybe it's probably just like a placebo, but it feels
of murderers in Japan who kill people in their apartment.
Yeah, I know. But I don't know. Maybe it's placebo, but it 100%. Feels safer. It just feels. I don't know. It's like having a nightlight. It feels like it's not too far away from your front door. Okay. Whereas in a house, you're kind of just there by yourself, and we have a detached house as well. So it feels like you're just completely there, isolated. Whereas in an apartment, there's the apartment block where there's people outside sometimes going in and out. There's lights even at nighttime. So I don't know, right? It just feels like you're a bit more isolated. It feels scarier. I could see why people get scared of ghosts now in Japan, because it's fucking creepy as fuck, man.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I don't want to talk about ghosts.
Yeah.
I got rinsed from the comments last time.
Did you actually?
Wait, what did you say?
Oh, when I talked about ghosts, people were very angry that I spoke about. I was like,
what? Because you don't believe them?
Yeah. But then it was one of those. That was another one of those times I was like, damn, I wish I could like go write a fucking script on why I don't believe in ghosts and why they're stupid.
New video from Seed on VA. Why I don't believe in ghosts. 50.
Yeah, there was a guy who made like he made a follow-up video about us talking about ghosts. Basically.
Oh really?
Yes, basically saying my point, but eloquent, and actually explaining
your point of view. What is this video called?
It's by what's his name, Dark Viper AU. I think he watches Trash Taste a lot. He's a speedrunner,
right.
And while he was speedrunning games, he was just giving this amazingly eloquent explanation as to why people believe in ghosts and why it's generally like a coping thing and whatnot. And, it's stuff that I normally agree with, but it's one of those things that you can never change. If someone believes in ghosts, you're never going to change their mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like, but for me to be like, I don't believe in it, sometimes people get offended by that. They're like, it's because you never experienced it. It's like, even if I did, I wouldn't care.
But the thing is, I've never experienced it, but I still believe in it.
Yeah.
Because it's, I don't know, it's cool.
I understand that it's nice to believe in,
Yeah.
but it's just one of those things that I'm just like, maybe I'm just too boring. I don't know. To me, it just doesn't make sense.
I mean, to me,
I believe it.
Yeah, I mean,
but I didn't believe it until I experienced something, and then I did believe it. So
yeah.
But again, I always think there's a logical explanation for everything that
Oh,
you've
no, of course,
experienced,
of
you know?
course.
I think there's always an explanation that might be boring, might not be immediately obvious, that can explain it.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Sure,
like
but-
every mystery ever in history, you know, that's ever been solved has turned out to be not magic, right? It's like there's always something behind it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. There's always something. Like, we just don't have the capability to understand certain things, and I guess that people use that argument for, well, that could mean that we don't. Ghosts could be real. We don't understand them.
Yeah.
Like, but everything else in our world thus far is proven to be the case. That stuff like that doesn't tend to be real.
Yeah, I believe in like the supernatural or like the paranormal, but I don't believe in 99% of the media that comes out that says like, here's real ghost photo.
One thing that I really despise, and this is one thing that I absolutely hate about, and which really leads me to feel strongly against it, is the whole industry that's propped up around
No, exactly.
ghosts, you know.
I don't agree with
Fortune
that.
tellers,
all
spirit
that
mediums,
stuff. That
stuff
stuff
like that.
is so predatory at times
Yeah.
that it makes me just want to like just get rid of it all. Just
Yeah.
no one don't believe in ghosts, because if one person believes in ghosts, then there has to be someone who then gets into believing into ghosts and then falls down this whole rabbit hole. Their husband dies. Some woman comes to them and tells me, "I'll let you speak to your husband for $50 an hour."
That shit is
like
fucked.
That is
fucked.
predatory.
Yeah,
that
that's
is
fucked.
predatory, and that's kind of different. That's just people taking advantage of people who are like very vulnerable and very just looking for answers. And
But I believe there are people out there who I wouldn't class as vulnerable, but maybe gullible more so.
Oh,
But
yeah.
there's nothing bad's happened to them. They're maybe more likely to believe this kind of stuff. And I suppose you can't argue that they're not getting what they want. They're paying for some bullshit.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what, in my eyes, it's bullshit. But
well,
I guess to
what
them
do you mean
it's
by
valuable.
paying?
Well, maybe they'll ask for. So I have friends, very good friends, who go to fortune tellers and stuff, and I just flat out just do not believe fortune tellers.
Oh no, I don't believe in that.
I don't believe in that shit either.
I just, I think there is, there are a lot of questions that would be raised. Oh, so you know how to read fortunes? Then why are you not very fortunate? Why are you not using this to your ability? If you,
Yeah, why do you not own about 10 Porsches?
Are fortunes able to be changed? Is this some, and if not, why has God bestowed you with this knowledge of all people?
And why are you not using it to your own advantage?
I just find that there are so many questionable actions, and ultimately it all comes down to the fact that you're charging money and you're getting paid.
Well,
I say you're free to believe in whatever the fuck you want, as long as you're not like extorting people.
Yeah, I mean,
of it, right? But
when
I guess
when you add money into the mix, of course, it's going to get fucking messy. Especially if you try to like monetize this. And I think
if you want to give away a fortune for free, go ahead. No harm done.
Yeah. But like to like claim that you have some kind of special power or something, but there's no way to prove that. And right now, whether you believe in ghosts or not, there is no tangible proof for or against. For me, like I believe in the supernatural. I believe in supernatural things because, to me, I believe that at the moment there is so much about the universe and the world that even science can't explain.
I believe I'm near certain an alien species out there exists that we have not been able to come across because the universe is too big. But like the whole concept of modern ghosts and the way that we understand them, I think is completely incorrect.
Well, what is the concept of modern ghosts? Like
the idea that someone would die and they're just going to hang around a place, haunting it. Like what? Like, are you serious? No, that's not going to happen.
I believe in it.
No, God, no. What, like,
but it's also because like a lot of like Shintoist belief revolves around that.
I understand that, and
I
that's
kind of
why.
grew up with it.
That's why. It's one of the. It's very tough for me to argue. Again, like I'm not prepared. I didn't think we were going to talk about it. I'm not eloquent enough. Go and watch this video. This guy. That's great. I don't know. Like I just generally am of a scientific mindset. That's just something I generally appreciate.
I'm most of the time I am generally favorable towards the science stuff. Like I don't believe in like fucking like people who can read like star signs and meridian lines.
I'm sure if you presented some kind of paranormal activity that we had and we really sat down and we really went through it and we really started poking holes in it, we could probably debunk most things.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure.
And any of the stuff that is generally when you see it's unsolvable or nothing to explain, there's generally a massive lack of information or not enough stuff to
but that's what I mean, right? It's like it's a lot like UFO footage where it's I believe in UFOs, but I don't believe in 99% of the photos or videos that come out.
Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of the scandalous stuff.
Same with
bullshit,
ghosts.
But UFOs for sure, we know that they exist. There are tons of unidentified objects we don't fucking know anything about.
But there are also a lot of like haunted videos and like paranormal activity, like videos and photos that are just like no matter how you look at it, it's inexplainable.
It's become such a. And I think
I feel like you just hate the culture around it rather than.
I really do.
I don't like the culture around it. I hate the culture.
Like I never talk about this because I'm just like, I believe in ghosts, and I hardly mention it because it's just like I believe in it because I've seen it. I don't really like to talk about it because it's my experience, right? It's just
you can't force someone to believe in it.
I don't want other people to believe or like experience what I experienced. That's just my experience.
I think it's dumb personally. But I'll never be like, you're a stupid person for believing in it.
And I'm not going to be like, how dare you don't believe in it.
Because you guys have some form of some belief in it. And I would never be like, I think you guys are stupid because you believe in it. I personally, to me, it feels dumb. The idea of it. But I don't care if anyone else.
No, and I am completely fine with people who don't believe in it because it can't be helped, right? It's like you haven't experienced it. Of course, you're not going to believe in it.
Yeah, because like to me, it's like the opposite sense where yes, I completely agree. The culture is very messy. It's very, very sensationalized, which I hate.
Like psychics are nonsense.
All that nonsense. You know what I mean? Like, there's been so many like people who have debunked people who have monetized this. That how can you not know that a lot of people are just predatory? But at the same time, I do believe there is a lot of things that have not been able to explain with current science, and I think it's even I think it's naive to not think that there is not something more out there that hasn't been explained yet, because there's so much about there's so much we don't understand. We take for granted because science has evolved and progressed so much that we forget how much we still do not fucking understand about just the universe.
About everything.
I guess, right? But like generally my thought process along that is if we don't understand the situation and we don't have the tools to be able to explain it, I don't think that a paranormal explanation is the correct one. Because, we didn't know what caused like cholera for a long time. I'm sure at some point they thought it was...
It was the devil, right?
It's one of those things where it's like, generally, when we've come to, at least my belief is that when we just don't have the tools or the knowledge of subsequent fields of physics or maths to understand certain things, but also most of the time it's so fucking minuscule what happened, it doesn't fucking matter. Like if your door closed one night and it was real spooky, it's like why would anyone delve deep into trying to disprove you? Your door uncomfortably closed.
It's called a draft.
It's probably but although
watches Paranormal Activity once. I can see the string right
have you ever heard of pressure differential between rooms? It's a thing. Look it up. But like there are so many things that are so not worth explaining. And generally, most of the shit that is spooky is so not worth wasting time on trying to figure out because there's so little information that we have. It's not worth explaining anyway.
Well, and that's the problem.
But I also, one more thing. I also do want to acknowledge that there is, the whole psychic stuff and all that. I do understand that there is a market that is pure entertainment. Right? I could go to a fortune teller. They could tell me a bunch of nonsense. I don't believe a word they said, but it was fun to hear the funny words that they told me about my future. I understand that's an angle, and I'm fine with that.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
Magic Man, thank you for telling me that I'm going to be wealthy. I appreciate that. But I'm also like going to hear when I've gone to a fortune teller before because I like to experience what kind of generic way they're going to tell me about my future. I love to understand the way that they're trying to do it. But that's not of a place of me genuinely believing it, but I do think that it is kind of a bit. There are a lot of people out there who really believe in this stuff.
I almost. My mum's one of those people, and I'm like, sometimes my mum like takes me to a fortune teller, and I'm like, Mum, again, you get the same fucking spiel every time.
It's been proven that they say generic things that can apply to anyone.
Well, it's cold reading. Cold reading is a technique. It's a psychological technique.
But that's the thing. It's like I almost have an appreciation for these psychics, not so much in the supernatural sense, but more in the psychological sense of being like.
Well, like Darren Brown is more along. He always says not psychic, but like just using the faults of the human mind.
He just uses psychology with science, right?
Right?
And that's like more interesting.
Anyone who's good at that would never claim to be psychic or anything like that. They understand that it's a lot more than that. Because claiming it's psychic really undervalues what you're doing.
Really.
Well, I do the magic brain thing.
Like, do I believe in like psychics and people who can cold read and stuff like that? No. Do I believe there are people out there who can maybe sense some supernatural things? Yes, I do.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay,
I do.
okay,
I
that's
do.
fair enough.
I mean,
I think it's because again, like God and I have personal experience of either
Yeah,
ourselves
this-
or someone we know.
This comes from just my understanding. The brain is just so flawed in many ways, and that
Of course, yeah.
You know, there's been like, I know someone gave an argument. I saw a comment that was arguing about this, and it was just like, if you can't prove it's what's that really horrible argument method where it's like if you can't prove it's not real, then it
is real.
Yeah, and it's like no. The burden is proving that it's real, not that it isn't real.
well, that's
Which is what I find the most annoying about
Yeah.
arguing this subject is that
Yeah.
for some reason it's on the burden to me to prove that you don't have magical sixth sense. No, prove to me concretely that you do.
Yeah, that's the same people who say like, "Oh yes, proof is a synonym for true." It's like,
No,
no, it's really not.
Well, that's the thing. There's no way to prove it right now, and that's why we call believing it.
But
you
that's,
know,
there's just so many things. Where
Have you
it's
watched
like,
Naruto?
There's that.
He doesn't just say that shit.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I'm about to fucking leave right now, Joey.
Okay, so like
Believe
there's
it.
so many like you know.
I'm trying to argue a point here, Joey. I'm trying to argue a fucking point here.
There's so many goddamn clips of people, you know, where they go to people who are like, yeah, I can talk to the dead or I can feel the dead, and then they show them pictures of people who aren't dead. They're like, hey, they're not dead. They're like, oh, well, you know, it's like this happens so many goddamn times. So it's like, at what point are we just going to be like, come on, this is just bullshit? Literally everyone who claims they can do this somewhere or another, when they put to the test, they fail. Like, rarely does, no one ever passes these tests. Why?
But like most of the time, like most of the people I've met who have stories around this, it's got nothing to do with the sensationalized shit you see on TV.
That's true. That's true.
It's,
but that's what also makes it very difficult to have this discussion. Is
Yeah.
that people have their beliefs. They're so strong in their beliefs that they don't consider that they could have maybe experienced something that wasn't that.
Yeah.
More often than not, they never.
Well, it's
think
like
that,
arguing about someone with their religion, right? Which is
Right,
like you,
right,
you,
right.
you never like it's just a lose argument because
Yeah.
either you believe in religion or you don't, and like it's
neither, according to the other side, neither is right or
we
wrong.
are terrible at admitting our own faults as human beings, right?
Yeah.
There's so many like you know, you go to criminal cases. There's so many like trials and stuff where eyewitness testimony has been given, and they swear 100% they have nothing to lose by lying about this, that they saw something happen that turned out it didn't happen, and that their memory, because memory is so unreliable and feelings are so unreliable, and what you see is never exactly what you remember it to be. These things are just, we are so terribly inconsistent as humans that I find it hard to believe that one person who experienced something so wildly kind of outer worldly and that we don't
is
really
it
know.
outer worldly though? I mean, there are bigger fucking mysteries out there in the fucking world right now.
It's case by case. There are sometimes I've heard stuff where I'm like, no. And there's some things where I'm like, you know, that just sounds like you had an experience that I wouldn't describe as like that's like a ghost thing. It's like you just had an experience.
Yeah.
That isn't like a ghost or haunt shit. It's like you felt something, and I felt that was a you thing. I don't think that was the world thing. You know what I mean? I feel like that's you.
That's a you thing.
That sounds like a you
As in, like, if I was in the same room with you at the exact same time, I would not have experienced the same thing as you.
Right.
Because it is entirely a thing that is happening to you. It's a mental thing that's going on. I don't think it's a thing that's in this like physical world or this material world or whatever. I think it's something that if you put two people in the same room and one of them's having that kind of experience and they're feeling things,
like when you went on that tour or whatever, you know, there's like, if you go on a tour and you know, haunted house and why one person feel things and one might doesn't, I don't think it's a ghost choosing, oh, spooky on the guard, you know. I think it's, you are setting your mind is capable. You believe that could happen. You are a person who is susceptible to feeling that you could be haunted. So you go into a place expecting, maybe I could be haunted. I'm open to this idea. Something happens, you feel something, and then your mind is like haunted. Or
I could argue argue the complete opposite, right? Because
I would never. Yeah, but I totally agree.
No, because like you're arguing the mentality that they're susceptible to believing in this thing, but on the opposite side of the fence, you are someone who's so adverse to this idea that you're
just shutting it out.
That you would shut out whatever experience if there was an experience. If there was, right? So
like you never you might have perhaps experienced a similar paranormal thing where in your head it's just like, oh, that just happened. That was a bit weird. All right, anyway, brush it off.
Possibly. I think that it's really tough because, like you said, if it did happen, I would probably think of a logical conclusion as to why that happened.
Exactly.
And more often than not, I feel like I can adequately explain what happened where other people around me whether there was a noise or something that happened, I can normally be like.
But that's what I find this whole, like, I guess, culture to be interesting about, right? Is that, like, we don't know. Like, both sides don't know. And it's the conversation of the believer versus the non-believer. Who is right? Who the fuck knows? But it's fun to talk about.
I think, unfortunately, there's people who argue my side more often than not argue the point that people who believe this shit are dumb.
Yeah.
And so it kind of makes this really horrible.
But of course, like that like whole sensationalized side of things, like putting a bad image on it.
That's just an image problem, right?
Yeah,
it is so much of an image problem because so much of the media around the supernatural is like sensationalized, especially like shit with like Halloween. You like like fucking TV is unfucking watchable.
No, I agree.
In Halloween because everything is like ghost specials.
Yeah,
that's
why all bullshit.
That's why, like, even though I wasn't saying like you're fucking stupid if you believe this shit. The last time we spoke about this, I got like the comments people like were saying to me. Some of them were like really fucking rude about it. They were like, "Connor's he just thinks everyone's stupid if they don't believe." I'm like, "No, they didn't say that." It's like I think that stuff to me is dumb.
Yeah.
But I would never be like, "You're a dumb person for believing."
Well, I think the important thing is that people recognize it is a belief and people have experienced it. And people can believe different things, but you never want to make them feel like they've been discredited for feeling the way they do.
I think that's why we have such a tough political climate right now. because for a long time, all these really extreme beliefs were like, "Oh, you're stupid."
I think that's the problem as well, is that there's really a difference between people who have a belief of like this could be true, and then the people who swear that it's true.
Yeah,
and like I'm one of those people.
Get mixed together.
Yeah, and they get mixed together, and it's like, and that's where like the bad image comes. Like I'm definitely one of those people who is the former, where it's like I believe this could be a possibility, and I find it more fun personally to think of it in that sense. But I'm not going to come out and say like ghosts are real. 100% no cap.
No. I mean,
right? Like I'm not going to say that.
Like we just discussed, you can't prove ghosts are not real, but you can't prove ghosts are fucking real.
Yeah, exactly. But like I have more enjoyment personally.
I hate the argument of you can't prove it's not real.
I personally have the enjoyment of thinking, you know what? There is a possibility. We just don't know, and that's what I find exciting about believing in this thing.
Yeah, for me, it's like it's less of just like this is a fun thing for me to believe, and it's more of just like, you know, everyone's had different experience. I've had like my own experience as well, and I guess like I couldn't logically explain it, and so what happened was, well, at this moment with my experiences and what I've seen, it's more likely for me that it exists than it doesn't exist. And am I open to the fact that maybe what I experienced wasn't real? You know, I'm open either way. But right now, based on my experience, I'm just like, yeah, I believe it. And that's the thing. I believe it, you know? Yeah.
Okay. It's all about whether you're no cap, facts, no printer. It's all about, I guess, like whether you're just like naturally susceptible to, I guess, like believing in things like spirituality.
I think it definitely is.
If you didn't grow up with that side, right? I feel it's a little harder.
Yeah, it definitely comes. I mean, everyone around me was quite religious, Christian or Catholic, etc., etc. I think my probably where I started to grow a disdain towards that stuff is I just didn't enjoy it when I was younger. Like I hated church, I hated all that stuff.
Right.
And then, you know, when you get older and you discover the internet, you're like, oh, well, I can do my own research, and then you start like Googling stuff, and then. I don't know. I think I was very.
And then the 4chan scientists come out of the shadows.
Oh god, red pilled. I think it is entirely reflective of how I view the world. Like you know, I guess what's the fucking meaning of life, bro? Boy, what?
Bro, you gonna bring that out, man? Bro, is this fucking trash taste right now?
Okay, like why? What is our purpose, man? What are we doing? Rick and Morty. It's too deep to understand, Rick.
I don't know, man. It's just like
the same reason why when I look at a fish, what's the fish doing? What's the fish's purpose? You know,
to get in my stomach. That's the fish's purpose.
Just be fucking eaten by someone else, right?
Yeah. so what? You sitting around being like, so what is the purpose of this ghost?
So I sit here and I look at like all these animals that are just there to be eaten or to just survive, and I think that in some senses we're just the same. We don't have some grand purpose to have some spiritual experience. It's just we're just here to shit, eat, and get on with our fucking life.
Yeah, it ain't that
and if I want to play some goddamn League of Legends for 12 hours a day, that the universe has allowed me because I've done my duty, which
which is survive, and now I can mentally destroy my life, be a league. But you know, I think once you've survived, that's it.
I believe they call that a nihilist.
The problem is that now we just have now survival is just the rules have changed, man. It used to being a Sigma male, man. Now it's hard. They gotta pay bills. Fuck, man.
I can't be Sigma male while I pay the bills. Fuck that shit.
Sigma male, don't pay your bills.
Sigma male grinder.
Bills pay you. Yeah, I don't know, because that's, you know, I don't really believe there's a lot of shit going on in life. I just kind of think that you just kind of.
And that's fine, man.
You're going to get plopped, and this is what you're doing.
That's fine.
Like,
That's fine.
I wish that I could have some more enjoyment out of it. I wish, but that's just not how I feel. I don't know why.
That's fine, man.
I wonder what made me feel that way. Well, how do you guys feel about it? Is this comfortable talking about it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I guess like I don't know. For me, it's like at least with like the whole ghost thing. For me, is like obviously I had that story I told you guys about my sister going through.
Do you feel like it reflects your kind of spiritual?
Yeah, I mean,
I believe more. I have a lot more respect for spirituality than I do religion. I think organized religion I'm not too fond of. I don't know if this is a podcast where we're talking about this.
Yeah. We don't want to go too deep into that.
My God, we're like we're taking on every topic that you shouldn't be talking about right now.
Just eggshells from here
let's
on
talk
out.
about right, left, and
No, for me personally, it's like again because I did grow up in a
Japan, right?
Yeah, I mean like it was like the whole Shintoist belief, and you know used to go to temples all the time, and you know would hear stories about you know my grandparents like being very Shintoist and just believing in again like that whole spirituality and like that
I like spirituality.
That core Buddhist belief is
I like something, you know, I can get behind anything that the general belief is be good and you will get good.
Yeah, you know, like
be nice to people.
Like when I was a kid, you know, my grandma would tell me like, you know, like don't throw the rubbish in the river. Not because it's bad for the pollution, but because the river god is going to get angry at you and it'll come back to bite you in the ass. And I'm like, oh shit, well I don't want to anger them, so I'll do that, right? Like, you know, it might be a little bit of an ass backwards logic, but you know, as a kid, like that is, I think, a healthy way to like look at a logical explanation to something.
I'll get behind anything that is generally just be a nice person.
Yeah,
like, that's
exactly.
Like, just give back.
Yeah.
You know? That's like, cause I feel like I want to do that just myself. I don't need some kind of belief system for me to do that. I just want to be a good person and do that because I want to give back.
I'm not walking around as a 27-year-old going, "Oh fuck, I better not anger this river god."
Yeah,
right? But like at the back of my mind, there is a part where it's you know it builds like not only respect for surroundings around you, but also just becoming a better person. Right? And it's like. You do what you have to believe in, as long as you're not hurting anyone else. Believe what you have to believe in to be a better person. You know,
no, because like my experience was, you know, obviously I was raised up to be a Buddhist and everything like that in my life. Yeah, I mean, okay, so I was. So here's a bit more behind that backstory, right? So I was a monk when I was a kid.
Yeah, write it down. Write it down.
I was so as I said before, I was a monk 2 times in my life. One time as a kid, one time as an adult. So the kid thing was basically doing it so I could like. You know, give good karma to my family because that's just how I was raised.
You know,
right?
I was too Gen Z. I thought you were on about Reddit then for.
Funnily enough, karma was the concept that existed before Reddit. I know. So then after that I went to university, grew up and everything, and then I had this you know. Spiritual experience with some people, and then after having that experience, I kind of just like I don't know what the right word or the right term to like coin this as, but I just kind of realized that I didn't know what the fuck I believed, right?
Yeah, right.
Because I had this experience that I couldn't explain logically, and I was like an engineer before, so I'm like everything
scientific,
can be scientific. Everything can be explained logically. This experience, and then I kind of realized, fuck, what do I believe? Right? And then at that point, I realized everything that I believed wasn't because I actually believed it, but it was just because that was what I was raised to believe.
See, yeah, that's one thing that's really difficult because I mean you have to be raised. Like,
we
can't all be raised by wolves, right? So it's kind of hard to get an unbiased view of like a religion or a spirituality because you often have so much like baggage or kind of backstory with that kind of thing. So it's often hard to look at it critically.
Yeah. So like that was like actually a huge turning point in my life that like basically put my plate clean, put me on a clean slate, and I was like, okay, I'm going to become a monk now. That was like the actual point when I'm like, I'm going to become a monk, not because my parents told me to, but because I need to like figure this shit out myself and figure out, is this what I actually believe, or is it something that was instilled to me as a kid? And so that was like the big decision maker, to be like, I'm gonna start something new in my life. I'm going to like try to experience this lifestyle, not because anyone told me to, but because I chose this. I chose to experience this, and whatever comes out of this experience and whatever comes out of these beliefs are my own. And that's why right now I became a monk. When you're fucking alone by yourself with your thoughts for 4 weeks or a month, 2 months, you have a lot of time to think about shit, right? Yeah. And so in these like 2 months, I basically just like had time to rewind my entire life and basically break down why I believe the things I do and why I'm the person I am. Yeah. And like after becoming a monk and after having that time to myself and studying, I already knew about the Buddhist religion and the Buddhist beliefs, and so after that I knew what I believed out of, let's say, what the traditional religion teaches you. Yeah. But I also had my own beliefs and my own views on top of that.
I think that's how it should be, though. I think you should take the cause of something you like, a structure that you like of a spirit or whatever that you like, and then just kind of add your own things that you really want to.
I mean, Japan is pretty notorious for that, right?
Right,
they
Japan's
just take
like
the
a
best
mix.
bits of every religion, and it's like, yep, this is what we believe.
I don't know, like the whole thing with like karma as well. Like I almost in like a scientific way. I think that if you're a good you're a positive impact on people, I think it just comes back. Like it's just
every reaction is an equal.
That's what I'm saying, man. Newton's always right.
Newton was on some fucking shit, dude.
Do I believe there's this cosmic system?
No, like God's keeping track.
So someone's keeping track. Like, you're on the naughty list.
I'd like to think so. I could just go and do whatever the fuck I wanted. Be nice to everyone. See, this garden is a soup kitchen. Soup kitchen.
But do I believe in general, if you're a good person, that it will come back to you?
100%. Yeah,
of course. I truly believe that. And like that I guess is the biggest thing, the biggest change before me just being told what to believe and actually deciding what I believe. It's like once you decided it, or once I decided it, nothing can change my opinion, because I was like, I'm so like set in my beliefs, because this is basically everything that I've built from my entire experience of life. And the only thing that can change this is new things I experience, because and to me, that's why I guess nothing really phases me when it comes to like arguing about my beliefs, like my core beliefs, because I'm very set in it.
I don't really feel like I have anything controversial either. I just kind of like, man, just be good. I mean, like you say, like, you had all this whole experience, but I mean, ultimately we came to the same conclusion, right? Yeah. Through our own means, right? I think that's what it's about. I don't know. I don't have a problem with however you want to do your life. Just don't be a negative impact. That's kind of what
again, you're free to believe whatever the fuck you believe. Just don't like hurt or inconvenience others. Yeah.
Like what pisses me off is when people try to put their beliefs on other people. Like, I have my core beliefs and I firmly believe them, but I would never try to say, hey, this is my experience and you should experience and believe exactly the same things as me. Because to me you can't force that upon someone. You can raise a kid, but I hope my kid goes through the exact same thing that I went through when they realize, fuck, I need to like decide this shit for myself. And I'm sure there's a lot of people watching this that have never thought about this deeply, and for that's not exactly a bad thing, because it's something that I never had to think about until I had some experience that forced me to like put me in this position to think about it.
It's bizarre, isn't it? That you can just go your whole life and you've been raised to believe a certain thing, and you just never questioned it. Yeah, that's what I always found quite like odd, because I always questioning everything from like the get go. Like anything they told me, I was like, no, I don't know, which is strange, because I guess that's why I'm so adverse to stuff like that, because ever since a young age I can remember I was the annoying kid who was like, no, I don't think that's right. But that's just because I don't know how I don't know where I got that mindset from, but I've always been like that.
I guess just some people just don't really question things because they just think, oh, if I just follow what everyone else believes, and if I just follow the crowd, then nothing can go wrong, right?
So you're telling me I'm a Sigma man?
I'm saying that you're a leader.
Sigma male.
You're a leader in your own mind, right?
I don't know.
I just think some people just have never thought that deeply about it, and that's fine. There's a lot of people I've met.
Live your life, dude.
There's a lot of people I've met who are just happy.
Yeah,
they're just satisfied, and they've never like honestly, I wish I was more like that because my god, like some people
having an existential crisis in the bathtub.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, members of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster are like, we're fucking happy, dude. We got a fucking spaghetti monster on our side. We good.
Yeah, for me, I just think just don't try to put your beliefs on other people.
Yeah.
Try to accept what anyone else believes, even if it's like different from yours. You can believe what the fuck you want. You can like if people want to hear about your experiences and give you that opportunity, then go ahead. Tell your experiences, tell your beliefs. But if they're not interested, which a lot of people are not going to be interested, then just give them that
Don't
space.
get offended.
Then don't get offended. And don't get offended when they believe something different as well.
I never really understood that whole aspect of it, getting really angry about other people's...
What, like being like, how dare you don't believe the same thing I believe and shit? Yeah, I never got that either. It just seems very like I don't know. It's like you're very like self-concerned about like fitting in or and shit like that. It's like
I just want people to be comfortable somewhere.
Yeah, who cares?
I guess if you have a dietary requirement, well, it's not a big deal. it's like one meal of my life that we won't be able to eat pork. Like I think I'll be all right. Like I'm not offended.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's fine.
I'm
dude.
good. I'll you know, and even then, it's like it's kind of strange. I don't know.
It's deep.
It's deep. So we're going a bit of a lighter topic before.
Where's the poop? There's not enough poop in this episode.
I just shit myself.
So I've been addicted to like a new type of video recently.
For fuck's sake.
Like
I know what you tweeted about.
Yeah. It's like sometimes the YouTube algorithm just works in like mysterious ways, right?
You know a story that starts off with that sentence isn't going to lead to anything.
Yeah, so
grandiose.
So like I get this video recommended on my YouTube, which is like, someone shearing cow hooves, and like they get instant relief from bubbles.
Oh my god, I've seen those.
Yes.
I've seen them too.
So I was like, what the fuck? What is this? Why does YouTube think I'm going to be interested in cow hooves?
I have that section of like videos that I would never subscribe for, but are pleasantly surprising when I watch them.
Yeah.
Stuff like restoration, cleaning cars.
Yeah.
There was one that was like testing mouse traps. And this guy worked on a farm, and he just had like every single goddamn mousetrap on Earth.
Yeah.
And it was just like weirdly, kind of like, oh, that's cool how the trap works. But also, I'm watching mice die, so I kind of feel bad.
I feel the same way about like guys who own like massive ant farms and stuff like that.
Oh,
Keep those.
That makes me so anxious. Yeah. The whole living room.
It's like, damn, like whole
living room. One fuck up, and like you're just ants everywhere.
You burn the house.
Needless to say, I mean, he doesn't have to invite people over.
Yeah,
true. I think he gets out of having to have the friends over once.
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't invite you, but I've got the ant farm.
Yeah, I remember just watching the cow hoof videos, and I've never seen something that is like disgusting but weirdly relaxing as well. It's
because that shit comes off so clean.
It comes off so clean, and just it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like scratching an itch or something like that. You know, where it's like
it's like the EO videos. I don't get.
Yeah, seeing the pus come out of like the cow hooves. It's like disgusting, but like for some reason, when you see the words "instant relief" in the title, you're just like, I'm happy for the cow, man. I'm happy.
Yeah, at least the cow's happy. Yeah.
something about instant relief in the title is just like, I feel better now. I feel better for the cow. It's disgusting.
What did we used to just do with cows? Weren't doing this. Were they just like chilling, just with their like disgusting toes?
Yeah, they were just standing out in the paddock, just chewing grass, being like, well, I'm in insufferable pain right now, but what am I fucking gonna fucking do?
Because like
evolution kind of fucked up there. Like my feet don't just collect shit. I'm unable to clean them.
Yeah. Because like these cow hooves are like fucking hard, because what they have to do used to shear them was like razor sharp, and they can barely get through them. So how the fuck these cows can survive without humans is just beyond me. Because I've seen some of the cow videos.
Put them in like fucking cages, didn't they?
Well, maybe the reason why, like, you know, when cows tip over and they can't get up, it's not because they can't get up, it's because they don't want to fucking get up. They're like, relief, thank God. Let my feet breathe.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Because like I imagine it's just like the worst ingrown toenail you've ever had, but you don't have anything to cut it.
Yeah.
And like I've had some pretty bad ingrown toenails, so I feel some kind of spiritual connection to the cow just seeing this pus come out, right?
If Garn were to make a video like that, he'd put like instant relief, #relatable. It's like, oh shit, if it's relatable, yeah, I feel you, cow.
Me using a toilet, instant relief. Satisfying.
30-minute compilation of
using different bidets.
instant relief.
Bidet compilation.
Hashtag relatable.
Oh, this one is very spicy. I went to a restaurant. I did want to vote it down 1 star because the toilet had no bidet. It was a really nice restaurant. They didn't have a bidet. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Gotta go good at my meal after I've just wiped my ass like an animal? Disgusting.
Or maybe they expected you to like finish the meal first.
Why are we going back to bidets?
Sorry,
you said we weren't going to go back to shitting.
It's not shitting. It's not shitting. It's bidets.
Literally 1 week later.
It's not shitting. It's bidets, and I love them. Okay.
I'm gonna trash taste spirituality. Bidets.
I want a bidet installed in every chair in my house.
When are we getting Toto fucking sponsored
Conan
trash taste bidet?
Conan got to go to the Toto Museum or whatever.
Toto, can you sponsor?
I want to go.
Taste
We should do a bidet like rating channel.
Yeah.
I'd be down for that.
Can we do a bidet
Every
tier
bidet.
list?
I'd be down for that, man. I'd be down for that.
Oh my god, I want to do that so bad.
I don't know. It depends, like, because some people like different strength and stuff, and some machines can't quite get the strength that you use.
Exactly.
Also, it's like how accurate is that first? Like
that first strike?
Yeah, right.
Sometimes the water is too cold.
Yeah.
You gotta heat up.
Not the right
time.
Toto, call us.
Anyway, that's for a future episode of Trash Taste, I guess.
That's been Trash Taste.
You know who else likes bidets though? Our patrons.
They wish they could have Toto bidets installed in every house.
One day we might get a Toto Trash Taste collab of like some Trash Taste bidets, but
all these patrons who believe in their ghosts,
or maybe don't believe,
or
in
maybe
their ghosts.
don't. It doesn't
depending
matter
on the tier.
Yeah, this guy might not believe in ghosts.
Yeah, this guy might. You know,
you know what? Next tier is fortune telling tier. I've decided. We'll send you a message that predicts your fortune.
How can you do it?
Can we do a meridian?
Send a generic one out to everyone.
Can we do a meridian line tier list of like which ones are believable, which ones?
I'm done. This episode is finished.
All right, but if you enjoyed the show, make sure to subscribe to our Patreon, patreon.com/trashtaste. Also follow us on subreddit, or send us your memes on the subreddit. Follow us on Twitter, and if you hate our face, listen to us on Spotify. Fuck, I fucked that up first time.
Oh my god. Yeah,
I'm losing it.
Bye.
All right, bye.
I will bring my notebook.
Benny's adventure team, assemble! Or not.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
Passable weapon. Passable weapon. Not bad, not bad. Not bad. You've got a trick.
Footsteps fade, what could happen?
By royal decree.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
This realm if you ever have any let the show begin. Okay, faster.
Today, you witness your reckoning!
Faster. Okay, faster. We are fire.
There is no atonement for 1,000-year pain! You stand upon your tomb, though you know it not! Come, experience an eon of suffering!
Okay, faster. Go. Whirling snow. Sacred name. Rest. Faster. Okay, faster. adventure in ages.
You're trembling. Is it the cold or just cowardice? Adventure time. Go in! The flood of frost. Rack and ruin. Testable. Into the light it up! The Tsaritsa's benevolence has no place for transgressors! Light it up! Time to go. Thank for mercy. Vengeance will be mine. One with nature. Eye for an eye. Dreamwork. It's gonna hurt in the morning. Time to go. Into the wind. More shield. Shudder. One with wind and cloud. Light it up. The wind's wind. Crunch time. Go in it. Rack and ruin. Let's light it up. Light it up. Time to go. Stand. Come. Into the wind. Shudder. Beg for mercy. Good thing. Disengage. That's an order. More speed. I never asked for redemption. Never. Ever seen one of these? You're stuck now. I swear by my sword. Crush. This'll pack a punch. Blood of frost. I condemn you. More speed. Shudder.
Vengeance will be mine. Rack and ruin. Wait, hear me. Shudder. Got something for you. The hunt is on. Beg for mercy. This is a new one.
Astra Ad.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and welcome back to Five Nights at Freddy's. This is going to be the final episode because I am going to get to the bottom of this mystery and explore what is really going on in the Pizzaplex. Also, I got robbed! I got robbed during my stream. Chica popped up out of nowhere and it sent me back here, but now I'm not going to fool around. I'm not going to waste time because I know exactly what I need to do, mostly. And I know exactly where I need to go. So I'm going to start by going to get the thing that I thought by killing Monty. So I'm going to go kill Monty. I'll be back in a bit later once I actually know what I need to do. But right now I just need to play, get to where I was before so that I can show you everything that you need to know. If you wanted to know all the secrets of Five Nights at Freddy's, this is where it is. Or maybe not, I have no idea. I'm just being dramatic. Okay, status update. I saw Golden Freddy. I saw the puppet. I saw it all. The marionette. Baby was here. It was nuts, but my recording failed. It was so cool. I wish I could have shown you. I just wanted you to know that I saw him. Definitely. Funny, they were all playing in the ball pit in Monty's Golf, but I just forgot to record it. Anyway, I'm gonna continue up to Mazer Size. I'll be right back. Okay. Actually, I am back because one of the things that I gotta do, I don't know exactly why, but I know what it's going to affect, is I have to take pictures of all these characters that are on this movie poster that's in the daycare theater. Watch what happens. Pretty weird, huh? Kinda strange. Also, I forgot to get this. Not that these collectibles super matter. And if you haven't seen my,
Warning, tampering with Fazbear automated staff
watch
will
yourself.
result
If you
in
haven't
suspension
seen
of
my, my stream yet, I before I actually did the upgrade of Freddy, I did a few more things and I got a few more items, which allows me to be a little quicker in this before I committed to 6 a.m. and I can't save anymore. So everything you see from now on, I cannot save. Also this. Okay. That's a clear path. Douchebag. Okay. Wababooey. Okay.
Rock and roll.
Got that. Now I just need to upgrade Freddy because there are some things that I need to show you that are behind clawed fences. Well, they will be clawed once I'm done with them. I am also going to utilize... No, not the bucket. I'm going to utilize Freddy a bit more because that's something that I have not been doing. Not nearly enough, anyway. I'm just going to walk right out. Hello? Don't mind me, just Freddy enjoying a bit of golf. I love golf. It's my favorite activity. I'm Freddy. I'm Mr. Five Nights. Don't mind me. 5 Nights at Fred and me come through. Alright, goodbye. So now I'm going to show you what comes next. Right now. Okay, we made it through the claw upgrade with no problem. I knew it was going to be fine. Okay, so we have this upgrade all solid. We're good to go. We have the claws. So the next step is I'm going to try to find more of those cardboard cutouts. The one that I showed you of the mermaid Chica that I flashed and then the eyes lit up. It's not a typical reaction to flashing, but in this case, it's going to help me do something. Something really funky. Now, here's another one of them. This thing. Oh, it's a safe spot. This thing. Strange, yes? Strange. Very strange. It'll all make sense very soon. But also, we're going to go down into the basement. So, one of the things that I found was this message that says, Security Report, 12:24 a.m. Bonnie is seen leaving his green room in Rockstar Row, heading east towards the atrium. 2:40 a.m., Bonnie enters the East Arcade. 4:12 a.m., Bonnie enters Monty Golf. So, something about Bonnie is key to all of the things that are happening in this adventure. I hesitate to call it an adventure. More like a calamity or a disaster, but something has to do with Bonnie and Bonnie's either disappearance or decommissioning. There's something strange. And there's also something strange with this room here that you can get into, which just has a static screen from a projector. And a particular item that you can get in this room is the sun figure. Go figure. But the most important weird secret in this place is yet to come. Why can't I hear that music? Not this. This is amazing. The Fox plush is really great and all, but that's not the main secret. The main secret is over here. It's right here, behind 2 gates. One that you can only get through if you have the claw upgrade, and the other, you need Chica's shouting ability to get through. So you need to basically have an upgraded Freddy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And it's that sound. You know what that sound is? It's the sound of progress. I forgot. Sorry, Freddy. I just needed to. I apologize. So yeah, this may look familiar if you've played Sister Location or seen my video on Sister Location. And those are the exotic butters. And that's DV, if you've never seen DV. But there's also this on the wall. It says it requires item. I don't know what item. I have several items in my inventory, including this weird performance disc and other stuff. What is this? Great stuff. Yeah, so I've got a lot of random crap. I don't know why I have a lot of random crap, but you know, something needs to go in here that looks like a physical magnetic tape. And I'm betting that it'll play a message if I do get it. So that's kind of part of what I'm looking for, and we're starting to reach the limit of what I've seen, what I was doing in my stream, but I have a lead on where to go from here, because there still are a few more things. A few more little secret surprises here and there and everywhere. I call this the Freddy assist. So I can't make it through this gap, but he can. And I just hop in him, and then he spits me back out, and I'm through the gap that I couldn't get through. I'm sure that could be used to speedrun or break the game in several different ways. But for this, it helped me get through a gap that for some reason I couldn't get through before. Just that easy. And then boom, I'm here in the atrium, which is where I wanted to be, definitely. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. So there's one more place I need to go before I go to the daycare. And honestly, I probably should have gone there first, because now I have to kind of circle back around. But I'll be back when I'm there.
Warning, tampering with Fazbear
That was a
automated
good
staff
shot.
will result in
God
suspension
damn,
of
that
your
was a good
membership.
shot. God damn, that was a good shot. Okay, the reason I'm going... I gotta get through this zone, which is easy if I just take my time and understand exactly where I'm going. Because one of the main problems is that Chica... Whoa. Let me get in. I'm just gonna use Freddy, you know? I'm just gonna use Freddy, because Freddy's here, and I've been burned before in this exact moment because I was too silly to use Freddy, and I'm not gonna be that silly anymore because Freddy's here, Freddy makes it perfectly easy, and just getting through this section alone is all I really need. That's it. That's all there is. That's all there is to it. I'm not gonna die again. I'm not gonna die again. I just refuse to. I absolutely refuse to. Okay, so I'm back here. And for those of you who are curious, or for those of you who haven't seen the stream, I need to be back here because there's something at the end of this hallway. There's actually two somethings at the end of this hallway. The first of which is Princess Quest 2, which is an arcade game that I played all three of on the stream. So if you want to see the quote-unquote good ending, go check that out. This is something else. Oh, wow. I needed that. And I should have gotten that before, but I didn't have a camera at the time. So now I have to go all the way. What the hell? What? What the hell? Why is that glowing? Why is that glowing? What? What? Why is that glowing? What? Why is that glowing? What the hell? It's like sizzling. What? I've never seen that before in my life. I have no idea what that's about. That's weird. Okay. Not my problem. Okay. But for now, I'm just gonna get in Freddy again, and we're gonna go right through this section one more time. Easy peasy. Maybe I'll even take him to the dance floor, if he's a good boy. Are you a good boy, Freddy? Are you a good boy? Are you a good boy, Freddy? You gonna be good? You gonna be good to me? You better be good to me. I wonder if I got out of him over the ledge there, if he would just dump me onto the floor. Worth a try, but not right now. Nah, it's fine. Okay, because I can just do this. Yeah! Whoa, hey, bud. Okay, I'm kind of curious about something. If I hop in him, and I go on this dance floor with me inside him, I hope it don't crush me. Is this gonna crush me to death? No. God, I really wanted him to do something with DJ Music Man over there. I really thought that there was gonna be like some Freddy dancing, but alas, we do not deserve it. We are not good enough. That is so in your eyes. Okay. Crazy. Getting out of your mind. Fine! Alright, I'll be back. So what I need to do now is I need to go into the theater, go past the theater, and then go downstairs into the basement of the theater. Because you're gonna notice something in this poster that I'm about to go past. You'll notice that there are some glowing eyes, equivalent to the characters that I personally flashed. And there's one more, Foxy, who we also have not seen and has been replaced by Roxy. Very peculiar. Yeah? Yeah, you following me? You following me? This thread of mystery goes deep. But I'll get to the bottom of it. You better be deactivated. You better be deactivated. You all better stay deactivated. He's right here. Bam. Bada bing. Oh. Do not like that. I do not like it. Alright. So now we hop back in old Fred boy here. And we make our way to that poster, and then we do something with it. I don't know what, but we do something. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Very interesting. Ah. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh. Oh, well, this is something. Oh. Oh my goodness. That's Balloon World. Hey. Would you look at that? It's Balloon Boy World. And another golden box. Golden Moon. I didn't get the one from Golf. Torn paper. It is there, but you can see I already got that one. They're working together. The arcades, they're hiding something. The glitches. Glitch them all at the same time, and the princess will recognize me. She's testing me. I'm not yet worthy. The others are protecting it. Let me stay. I am so close. Just one more night, please. I can save the princess. Glitch them. What do you mean? Oh, I can play this one. Oh. Oh. See, I couldn't play Chica's Feeding Frenzy. Oh, weird. How do I play? Oh. Oh, weird. Oh, what the hell? Oh, this is, kind of cool. Ah, damn it. I don't know how important it is to get those. I don't know how important it is to get that, or maybe that was an obstacle, I don't know. How would I get that? Ah, oh. Oh, God. Oh, that's unsettling. Woo! Huh? Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God! Oh! Alright, hold on. Oh, good. Glitch them. I have to glitch this. I have to figure out how to make this not work. That's the question. Or that's the thing. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to get, like, some kind of a score? Am I supposed to break 9,000? Wait. Is the screen flashing? Is it starting to break? Oh, God, no. It's like that helicopter game. Okay. Oh, I'm seeing glitches. I saw that. That was a glitch. That was most certainly a glitch. I saw a glitch there for a little bit. What did I need to do? Did I need to do something with that little glitch there, or was there something else? That was a painful night cycle. Oh, God, no. Oh, no. Nah, there's something else there. What is that? Oh, definitely not. Don't touch it. Okay. Well, I think I just ruined my chances because I was like, oh, maybe I touch it. But no, of course not. What do I do? I saw the little glitch, but what does that mean? Oh, it's being so nice. What? Oh my God. The game just crashed. Well, I got the game to glitch. I sure did, didn't I? I definitely got the game to glitch. I'll be back.
Gregory, you have a choice to make.
Okay. I just got the claws. I've killed Monty. I'm gonna do a thing that I've been told about.
Where did you get these parts?
I'd rather
But
not
I'm not
say.
100% sure if it's gonna work.
I should now be able to smash through the cyclone fences around the building, the way Monty does.
Exactly like he did.
Yeah, exactly like he did. So I'm gonna do a thing. I'm gonna do a thing here. I'm gonna get to a thing eventually. I'm gonna get to a thing. But for now, I'm gonna do a thing. And it's fine. But I'm gonna check to see if there's a way that I can actually save. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know for sure. But maybe there's a way that I can save my game. And if that's true, then that means I could save myself a whole hell of a lot of headache if there ever is a game crash. Especially when I'm trying to glitch the game inside the game, but the game inside the game causes my game that it's inside of to crash. Which is very bad. You know, I'm fine if my skill is bad and I fail somehow. I just need to go, while I'm here, I'm gonna go get this cutout here. But I'm fine if, like, I mess up. But if the game just crashes, there's nothing I can do about that, so I'm gonna try to do whatever I can to save, in case that happens again. Wham! Alright, I'll be back. So, from what I've been told, there's a way to get an autosave to occur if you go into Roxy's Raceway. I don't remember what specifically caused it to occur, but this is what I heard, and at this point I will do anything. So if this can get an autosave to happen, I will take it. Because I can't deal with another crash, or losing, or starting over again. I can't deal. I won't deal. I refuse to deal. Oh God, you're here. Oh God, you're here, you're here. No, 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 not like this. Oh my God. Oh my God, if you kill me, I swear, if you kill me. Okay, duly noted, you're still here. I should be in Freddy. Why am I not just in Freddy? I forgot that Freddy is a thing. I always forget. Why do I forget? Because I'm dumb. I think it's just that simple. I might be dumb. I might be a big old dumbass. I think they said something about this. Oh.
Good job. You have found a driver assistant. I do not believe it will work in that condition, though. However, there is a staff repair station in the West Arcade. You will need a dance pass to access the West Arcade. Have you checked the party garages? The raceway was closed very abruptly prior to the new construction. Guests tend to leave things behind during emergency situations.
It just went to 5:15. The clock literally went to 5:15. I don't know if this is going to permanently break the game, which it seems very likely to do. So, if it's 5:15, that must mean that a save is available. Right? Wow, you are hanging out right there, aren't you? You are right there, huh? You stay right there, Freddy. You stay right there. You stay right there. Oh! Okay, I'm just gonna create a new slot.
I am still.
Whoa! Whoa!
I can still.
Whoa! Okay, alright, okay. Enough of that, enough of you. Alright. That has probably permanently broken the game. I would imagine. Because that seems like something that you shouldn't be able to do. And yet here we are. Okay, I have a save. Yeah, that didn't just start an autosave. That did everything. That gave me a new lease on life. That's what that gave me. Okay, I gotta... What are you doing? That's what I thought. 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 Okay, so I gotta get up to the... arcade. Not for the reason that it's saying that I should get up there, but for the reason that I'm saying I should get up there. Which is a different reason, and I haven't even told you what the reason is, but I need to get up there. So shush! Shush you and shush me! Alright, let us away, Freddy. Alright, I'll be back once I get some stuff done, now that I have a save in my pocket. And hopefully more saves in the future. This might be the start of something beautiful, everybody. This might be the start of something beautiful. God, can you imagine saves? Can you imagine saves? Can you imagine saves? I'm just doing new slots every time, I don't know why, but can you imagine saving your game? Oh, I can imagine it now. I can imagine it. I can imagine it now. I can imagine it now. I can hardly believe it, but I'm about to go get the last cutout again, and I have saves. So many saves. So many delightful saves. Oh my God! Oh! Good thing I have a save! What the hell? Oh my God! What was that? Okay, don't touch those things, apparently. Nobody likes that. Oh, see, that's another thing that I'm glad I have a save right here. Right outside the daycare. That's peculiar. Let me slide into fun. I guess I can't do that. Oh well, whatever. Okay, now I'm gonna do that again, but be a little more cautious this time and a little more suspecting that these things are actually still alive and I should not touch them. I should not touch them at all. Keep a good distance from them at all times. Ay. Yeah, those sounds. That's not good sound. Oh. Why? Why do you do those sounds? I don't like those sounds. It's bad sounds. Bad sounds. Alright. Good. Great. I think I know how to glitch it. I need to get to those little glitch things, and then I need to die at that point. It sounds strange, but I think that's what it is, because when Balloon Boy dies, he goes all the way up and all the way down, which probably means that if he dies at that moment, it would cause him to go up into that glitch. Because it didn't see, I don't think it's a thing where you gotta play it a million times to get the ultimate high score. I don't think that matters. I think it's about those little squiggles and making them work for you, right? So I just gotta get to the cave, because that's where I saw the first one. If it's in the same place, it might be, it might not be. There! Whoa, that's what I'm talking about. That's what it is. That's the thing. What was that? So I needed, I was right, but I didn't have to die. All I had to do was physically touch it. Where's the next one? I know it was around there somewhere. There it is. There. Oh. I think that's what you might call a glitch. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. I don't know if I'm supposed to follow this path or what. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, God. No! Oh, it was right there! No! I don't know why I went for the balloon, but it just seemed like the right thing to do. I know I was supposed to trace the path, but god damn it! God damn it! Hang on, let me check what that achievement was, because if it says maintenance log balloon world out of order, did I do it? Did I actually do it? Did I glitch it? I think I did. Does that mean it's good? I got the achievement, so that must mean that it's good, right? I'm done with that, right? That's what that means. I glitched it as much as I could possibly glitch it, right? It must be. I must have done it, okay? I must have done that. I must have done that. I must have. I did it, and that's all there is to it. I'm really hoping that it actually works, because I don't know, it just gave me an achievement, and I have a vague note that says glitch them all. Okay, it's hiding. Glitch them all at the same time, then the princess will recognize me. She's testing me. I am not yet worthy. The others are protecting it. Let me stay. I'm so close. They're working together. The arcades. They're hiding something. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Is it talking about the princess wanting to glitch it? Because I guess technically that's what I don't know. I do not know. I don't know. Alright. There's something else that I want to do. I know that there's something that you need for that room downstairs. Clearly you need some kind of an item there. And I don't know what that is yet. I don't know what it is yet. But I will get to it. I will get to it in just a hot second. Because there's one other thing that I want to try. Here. Wasn't there, I believe, over in the photo area? Something like this. Something about this. Something about this. Over here in this side, I believe there was a fence that Freddy can now bash through. It was either this side or the main race area, but I've kind of combed through that and I didn't see it over there, so I'm thinking that it's over here. Maybe I can see it on this map. The map. The map, the map, the map, the map. The map, the map, looking at the map. Up top. Wasn't it up top here? Up top here? Up top? Up tippity top here? Wasn't there something up here? Eh? No, I guess not. Maybe not here. Maybe it was in the other area. Let me just comb through this real quick. Really carefully. Looking through all of this stuff. Wasn't there something? Am I crazy? This is where Princess Quest was. The first one. I already did that. I did all of that. So I don't need to do that again. Ooh, hello. Shoes! Shoes? Am I faster? Why didn't I get that sooner? Oh, why didn't I get... Am I I'm definitely faster. I'm so much faster. I'm definitely faster. Oh, I'm fast. Oh, no way. No way. There are so many of these guys around here. All right, what about over here? Is there anything over here? Okay, it must have been in the other section. I know there's a fence here. I know there is. I remember there being one. Oh, there was this one. I don't know. What's the point of this? Oh, I guess so. Either that one was for Chica to get through, and that one was for Monty. So I guess it could have been either or. Yeah. It's not really what I'm looking for. There's this. Whoa. Right. Right. Where the people went down to investigate the thing. The power draw. It was here. Whoa. Hey, pal. Good to see you again. Thanks. What is this? Oh. What is this? Oh, hello. What's all this then? What's all this then? Where am I? Huh? Not on the map. I've gone off the grid. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Convenient Chica thing. Thank you. Oh, hello.
This elevator does not appear to follow any safety protocols. I do not think it can survive more than one trip.
Well, get your ass in here, Fred boy! Are you telling me that I could have just gone down here? Am I sure? For what? That I didn't have to do any of that shit? Whoa, hey, buddy. Calm yourself down there, Freddy. I'm not doing that. I didn't edit that audio. I edited the other audio. It's doing what I was doing. What are you... Oh. Oh, come along, Freddy. You're a good boy, Freddy. What? What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What is that? What is that, Freddy? What is that? Freddy? What is any of this? Okay. Alright, I'm not touching those things. Freddy! Whoa! Freddy, good boy, Freddy, good. Oh, hi, what are you doing here, Freddy? What? Can you just not? Come along, Freddy. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all good. What? What? Oh. Okay. Okay. This is just here. Oh. I see. Okay. Freddy, do you have anything to say about this, or was I supposed to be in you this whole time? Hang on, let me back up a couple steps here. You have anything to say about this? No? Nothing at all? Strange, huh? Very weird. I don't think I was supposed to because I had to turn on all these generators anyway. It's probably fine. Nothing to say about this, eh, Fredster? Nothing to say at all. Weird, huh? This doesn't seem familiar to you? You're not, and no memories coming up out of the ether? No, it's just a pizzeria that's under the ground here. Perfectly normal. Very, very normal. Whoa, what the hell is that? What the hell is that about? I can just go down there. Okay. That's normal. That's normal. This is normal. This is very normal. Wow. All right. Come on, boy. No time like the present. Let's get down here. You?
I know what this is. I have been here before. She brought me here. I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. I did not want to, but I had no choice. Now I have a choice. I have changed. My friends are here. They are so angry, confused. But I can protect you. I am not me.
You are not you. Well, that's a different tune from the It's Me. Whoa! That's what you meant by you can protect me. I see. All right. Okay. All right. Well, let's try that again. Fred boy, you just stay close this time. I'll be right back, guys. Okay.
I know what this is. I have been here before. She brought me here.
Uh-huh.
I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. I did not want to, but I had no choice. Now I have a choice.
What the hell?
I have changed. My friends are here.
Oh.
They are so angry, confused.
Whoa.
But I can protect you. I am not me.
You am not you. Whoa. Okay. What? Oh, Freddy, you...
Stop him.
What was that? Are you okay?
He is trying to take control of me. I do not think I can fight it for long.
Oh.
He? What is that thing?
I just lit it on fire. What? Oh. I'm playing FNAF. I'm playing FNAF 3. I'm playing FNAF 3. Okay. Springtrap's here, and I'm playing FNAF...
It's Chica. Shut the doors.
Which one? Which... What are you talking about? Where? Oh. Maybe that door... Oh! Bye, it's not a big deal. Zip zappity boop! Ha! Okay. Ha! Oh, she still moves. Alright, well, this is a little odd. Huh. This is so bizarre. Also, I noticed there was an autosave down at the bottom. Are you telling me that if I'd have just hippity hopped down here...
What do I do?
The doors will not hide.
Hide? What do you mean hide? Hide where? Hide where? Where? What? I don't know where to hide, so I tucked behind something. In you? Wait, in you. Nope, that was the wrong move. Oh, well, that's not good. I'm hiding. I'm hiding. I'm hiding so good. I did it. Ooh. Oh, what? Why? You what? What? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing, Freddy? You didn't tell me that you were all crazy. Oh my god. But also, there seems to have been an autosave here, so I could have just come down here instead of doing the whole exploitative thing. But it's fine, it's whatever. I don't even care anymore. Who are you gonna call? Nobody. There's nobody to call. Okay, so story is don't let Freddy get you, apparently. It was a good hiding place because even Freddy couldn't find me, but whatever. And I don't know if it's important.
What was that? Are you okay?
He is trying to take control of me.
What happens if I go out? Nah, those doors are closed.
He? What is that thing?
Roast! Maybe I do that when he's taking control of Freddy. I roasty toasty him, that'll distract him. You know what I mean? That'll probably do it. That's probably the strategy.
Look out. It's Chica. Shut the doors.
So I have roasted. Yeah, that does it. Okay. Hiya! No, don't do it. Alright, well, that did nothing. Hi. Hello. Alright, hate to see you go. Nope. Ha! Okay, that's how you do that. So the problem is when Roxy would be here, that would be a bit of a tough situation. But so far, this seems pretty simple.
What do I do?
The doors will not hold her. Hide!
You got it. Oh. You Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, you don't know I'm here. You don't know, you don't know. You don't know, you don't know, you don't know, you don't know, you don't know. Oh my god, you don't, oh my god, you don't know, you don't know, you don't know, you don't know, go away. You don't know, you don't know. Yeah, that's right, that's right, that's right. You don't know! You don't know. You have no idea. Oh my god. What is this nonsense? Ah! Get in, get in, get in! Let in! Just good old. What? I guess I was supposed to hide in Freddy the whole time. Well, that's a shame. Freddy, you betrayed me. How could you do such a thing? How could you do that to me? I thought we were friends.
It's Roxy. What do I do?
The doors will not hold her. Hide!
I'm hiding. Okay. Yeah, I sure hope that I don't... Well, it happened. The thing I didn't want to happen happened! Oh my god, are you serious, Freddy? Right now you gotta take a piss? Yeah, gotta take a piss now? Freddy, are you joking me? Oh my god, please do not. I have no idea what's happening. I win? I win? I win? What is Freddy doing in there? No, 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 why? Oh my god. This is such a weird mess. And there she goes. And here she comes! Okay, as amusing as this is, I'm obviously not making any progress. You tired? You tuckered? You tuckered? Hey, Roxy, you tuckered now? You all tired out? Yeah? That's okay. That's okay. You take a break. You take a little nap. You relax. You take a load off. You take a break now. You take a break. You earned it. Oh, you're peppy again! Alright, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna make a break for it! Yeah! You can't catch me, I got shoes! Alright, come at me, come at me. Yeah, you want some of this? Yeah, you sure seem like you can see good for someone who's blind. Ah ha ha. What? Yeah. Heh. Take some of that. What do you think of that? That's what I thought. Can't figure your way out of a door, huh? Oh, does Puppy want in? Oh, Puppy want to be let in? Okay. Ah! Hey. Easy now. Listen, you lost. You lost. That's just the way it is. Oh, so tired. Oh. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. I legitimately have no idea. Like, why is Freddy stuck in that tube? Why is this not doing nothing? Why is Roxy being this way? Roxy literally will not let go no matter what. Come on. Come at me. I'll let you here. I'll let you. Alright, fine. Why nothing has changed at all? What do you mean? Oh, you're so silly. Everything's exactly as it was. Anyway, time to fight this fight again. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna prioritize hiding. Just because I think that there's probably a way to blind Freddy. Like when he's possessed. Unless that's like too late and no good for anybody, but I think that there's a way to blind him.
Are you
Hello?
okay?
He is trying to fly low.
What is that thing?
So I'm gonna I know that I can hide from Roxy. Oh, maybe here too. Probably not there. I think behind the bed is the bed. Whoa, I thought I got stuck. I think behind the bed is probably the best bet. And then whenever I get a chance, try to snap this. And if that doesn't work, I'll figure something else out. So I just hide. And even if he gets possessed, I'm just gonna wait. Yeah, because he's being possessed, but me running out for some reason makes Roxy just constantly want to be a part of me. Well, it's red there. Nope, there she goes. Oh, here she comes. Let's see if Roxy... Okay, maybe I'm not hiding right and it was just a fluke that when I went behind the bed, I got free? Well, she almost got me there. Oh, I think I know what was supposed to happen. I think I know. I think that's why Freddy ran into the tube. Because I got in his chest, and then he went to hide. But I just have to make sure that I don't, let him get possessed before I do that. I gotta, like, wait for the last minute, which probably means that I do have to close the door. Even though I heard him say the doors won't hold her, it might hold her just long enough to be able to get, Freddy free and then into a pod. I think that's probably the correct solution. If not, then I'm dumb and I don't know. So whatever happens, I definitely... The only place to hide in this entire building is in Freddy. So what I'll do is I'll try to close the door and yada yada.
It's Chica. Shut the doors.
Which door? Hi. How you doing? Okay, bye.
It's Roxy. What do I do?
The doors will not hold her. Hide!
Did you go over? Where'd you go? Okay, if I hop in here. Although, I feel like I was in here. I don't know. Something seems off. It still doesn't seem quite right. Oh. Well, see, that's the issue there. Right there, that's the issue. Can I get in there with you? Can I hop in? Please? Room for two? Here? Oh. See, this is weird. Why would it do that? Why are you over there? Uh-oh. Why are you coming over here? No. Hide, hide. Where could I possibly hide here? It's a little strange. Awfully strange for a creature that, can't see to be able to see me so well. So what do you do? I feel like it's something with Freddy going into those pods, but for some reason he goes in without me. Don't know why, but he do. It might, I don't know, it might have something to do with the fact that the game is, that I've glitched the game with that save thing, but I don't know. Like, I'd be willing to go back and do it normally, because there's an autosave down here, and it wouldn't take that much effort to just pop on down, but, I can't help but feel there's gotta be, like, something else here. You know?
What was that?
Let me see
Are
something.
you okay?
He is trying to take control of me. I do not think I can fight it for long.
He? What is that thing?
Okay, he just spat me out. No, that's because I pressed E. Okay, so... Okay, suddenly he's low power. Why? I don't know. And now this opens for him.
It's Chica. Shut the doors.
What? It says, well, now I'm stuck in here. What? What? Oh, okay. What? I don't know. Oh, wow. Freddy, you alright there, pal? So I made it in. Oh no, he got too much juice. Oh no, that's fine.
Watch the vents.
Okay, why? Oh, Monty, that's why. Well, Freddy oh, he's back. But I did kind of technically hide. I think. Is he there, or what's the deal? No, he's gone. Okay. I'm winning? I'm winning. I'm winning.
Roxy! What do I do?
The doors will not hold her. Hide!
Okay. Whatever. But okay, I'm trying to. You gonna do the? Nope. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna try this thing again. Okay, I'm in here now. Well, that's... Oh, you are so unfortunate. And he's spinning again. Great. I don't know. I don't understand. This is so strange. I'm just not sure what the deal is. When Roxy comes out, everything just, for some reason, breaks. Whoa! Easy there, girl. I mean, it probably has to do with the idea that... Whoa, hey, whoa, okay. All right, well, Freddy got out, I guess, and that means that I guess I could pop back in or something. I don't know. If I can't get it to work this time, I think it definitely is super bugged, and it's probably due to the fact that it's not 6 a.m. or something like that. You know what I mean? So I might have to go back and do it again, which is... Oh, I forgot I'm not in Freddy. I'm not me! Right. You know, actually, it's worth a shot. I think there will be an autosave, because there was an autosave here. And why else would there be an autosave, if not for that purpose? So, I think what I need to do is I need to go back, and I need to do it the correct way. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna get Monty, I'm gonna upgrade the whole thing, and then I'm gonna go straight to Roxy.
You have a choice. You are staying? I am
Because why not, right?
I found this party
All right,
pass.
I'll be back.
There are areas.
Okay. So I have the claws. All I need to do is install them and then go to Roxy's Raceway, not do the autosave thing, but just go down the stairs into the pit, and theoretically, that's it. Right? Unless I'm not paying attention to something important and it's gonna come back and bite me in the ass, quite literally. Probably Roxy. What is this one? Whoa. Why are you here? This is not worth it. It's so not worth it. Not worth it. Why am I doing it? I don't know. Not worth it. Oh. A Freddy upgrade. What does that mean? What does that mean? Freddy, just get your ass over here. Freddy, just get your ass over here. Well, come on. Come on, Freddy. We gotta go. We gotta go. Because we can't die. Oh, I got a new bar of battery. That would have been useful literally forever ago. But okay, here we go. I'm hoping there's an autosave. And the benefit is, I think, if it's still broken, I just go back to my old save. Which should still exist. But now we have Freddy. You am not you, eh? You am not you. Well, I am me, and me am Markiplier, and me am finally gonna beat this no matter what.
What was that?
Whoosh.
Are
Okay.
you okay?
I'm hoping that this works now. Well, those still aren't enderable, but I'm not gonna discount that. I'm not gonna discount anything.
What is that thing?
Alright. Here we go. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close that, get in him, see if I can get over to one of these things over here. It doesn't open. Okay, well that's different at least. Don't mind me. Oh, there it goes. Oh boy. Okay, well that's a problem. He's gotta go potty. Oh no. It's still just as broken, isn't it? It's still broken. How? This makes no sense. Let me go rescue my... Whoa! Why was he rocketing towards me? Can I hop in you? Wait. Oh my god. Wait. Come here. Oh my god, it's not letting me in. Why is it not letting me in? Oh, it let me in! I'm hidden! You can't get me! Well, okay, well that's just patently unfair. Why would you do that? What? I'm at a loss. I'm so confused. I didn't even do the save bug or anything like that. She's just here. Why? I have no idea.
I cannot see.
Good, great. He's still coming after me even though he's being possessed. I don't know why I'm even bothering with this, but whatever. Oh, low power. Well, if only there was a way to fix that, huh? If only there was a way to fix that. And where am I going? I don't know what. He's now just moving. And he's stuck. I don't know. Well, this is unfortunate for me. Yep, and now I'm out. Okay, where am I? Oh! I win. Look at that. That's pretty nice. Very peaceful. Okay, so I think I've done it. I got the 3-star ending, the good ending, and I got the 2-star ending, that ending. There's only one other ending left to play. Let me see. Oh, it did do an autosave. Oh, that would have been very nice of it. I appreciate that. There's actually only one other ending left to do in this entire game, and I think it's fitting that this is the last one I do. I think you know what I'm going to refer to. No, not the Vanny ending I did in the last one.
To make. The door
It's
is
the only
open,
choice to
and
really make.
You can go, or you can continue to investigate the secrets of the Pizzaplex. I feel there is something else going on besides Vanny.
Yeah, besides Vanny. All right, you have good luck with that. All right, bye. Oh. Later. Vanny, the kid's sleeping in a box. Oh, geez, are you gonna... No, okay. So, that is the end of Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach as far as I know. I still don't know what the deal was with those arcade games. The fact that Balloon Boy could glitch and there was the golf game, I couldn't figure out what the glitch was there, but there's something there, maybe. I don't know if it's like a factor in it, but I feel like there's some other thing with all of these weird accessory collectibles and whatnot. There's something else there. Why was that arcade cabinet so hard to get to, right? Why? There must have been a reason, and there must have been a reason for glitching it out like you did that got you an achievement, which was interesting. Why did that happen? But it's a mystery for another day. I'm pretty satisfied with my experience in this game. Obviously, it was lacking polish, and I don't want to say it was missing like quality testing, because I'm sure there was quality testing, but clearly there's an extraordinary amount of bugs in this game. But I still got through it, and it still was in the universe of Five Nights at Freddy's, and that's what I caught most of the time. When I look past the bugs and whatnot, what you get is a glimpse into a universe that is really interesting and intriguing. And that's what Five Nights at Freddy's is all about. It's a universe that you want to know more of because it's so horrifying. Not horrifying like it's the scariest thing in the world, horrifying as if the idea behind the actual truth of the animatronics is literally horrifying. And you caught some of that. I think they could have done a little more, because it was so much that was hidden away and it was so much reliant on the jump scares and stuff. But something about the kind of distortion of Freddy once you got that voice box in him stopped, right? As soon as I got the voice box in him, he delivered those few lines that were super creepy, and I saw him going down a path of being like, oh, am I corrupting Freddy by putting all these other parts in him? And then that was just kind of lost. And I was like, I feel like there could have been something more with that darkness to it, that corruption of it, the kind of collection of all these other parts from the other animatronics and putting it into Freddy, but somehow that's not good. So, either way, it was fun. Thank you everybody so much for watching. If there is some big, deep, dark secret in this, let me know down in the comments below. Thank you everybody so much for watching. Links to all the Five Nights at Freddy's games I've ever played is in the description there. I've got a big playlist. Also, fan games are there. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey. I have a podcast. I would love for you to check it out, but it's up to you. Link is also down there in the description. Thank you. And as always, I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye!
a little over 7.5 months ago, I think, I released my very, very, very first Genshin Impact Theory video, and at the time, I think I had a little over 1,000 subscribers, which was a pretty tight little community of people who like to watch me play Fire Emblem Heroes. And today, we're at 50,000 subscribers, which is just unfathomable to me. I don't even think I've been in a space before where I could see 50,000 people. So the fact that there are 50,000 people who have actually clicked on a subscribe button because they saw something that I made is just a really, really cool feeling. And I honestly can't thank you guys enough for sticking with me and supporting this channel and just being here. So as promised, here is a little compilation video of a lot of cute little puppies and dogs and similar things that I hope you guys enjoy. So I'll be quiet now and enjoy the fluffs. This may come as a surprise, but Dragonspine is one of my most favorite locations in the entire game. I know we don't really get that many reasons to come back here, and the sheer cold can be a real pain in the tush, but the atmosphere just really gets me, you know? And best of all, every year Albedo decides to invite us to his mountainside workshop and grace us just a little piece of his knowledge about alchemy, Dragonspine, Conria, and whatever else strikes his fancy. And this year, during the Shadows Emit Snowstorm event, Albedo decided to smack us upside the head with a few bombshell factoids on his teacher and mother, the one supposedly responsible for the cataclysmic events of 500 years ago, the creator of the Great Dragon Durin and Woman of Mystery, the Great Conrian alchemist, Rhine-daughter, also known as Gold. So, while everyone is distracted trying to figure out which Albedo is a man-eating whopper flower, let's step back and take a deeper look into the person who set the events of 500 years ago in motion, and what that means for the world of Teyvat. This is World Structure Theory, Part 4. But first, a reminder, and please don't skip this, it's important. This video is for context and is not meant to contain a clear and targeted theory, although there will be ample speculation speckled throughout this whole thing. There will be a video that follows this one that will attempt to link all of the loose threads I've made throughout this entire video series together. There is a lot of information in this video, and I thought that having all of the context plus the analysis would be just way too much, just information overload. So, that said, all information within this video will be cited and links will be provided in the description box. The source links are there so you can do your own research and draw your own conclusions, because in the end, this is really just an opinion piece, okay? Also, in the event I have any post-video notes or corrections or user-submitted feedback or other fun things, they will be added into a pinned comment, so please make sure to check that out as well, because some really neat stuff tends to end up in there. And with all that out of the way, let's begin. Of all the things to catch my attention in the Shadows Emit Snowstorm event, I didn't expect glassblowing to top the list. Albedo's mention of glassblowing honestly came out of nowhere for me, especially since he leads with the statement that glassblowing is a very rare art in Teyvat. If it's rare in Teyvat, where isn't it rare? Why mention Teyvat specifically if there's not another place to compare it to, unless you're talking about Conria, which is still kind of weird. But the mention starts to make sense when he brings up the concept of a pontile mark and compares it to the mark on his neck. A pontile mark or a pontile scar is what we call the mark left behind by a blowpipe once it's been removed from a blown piece of glass. So effectively, Albedo is calling himself a piece of blown glasswork created by Rhine-daughter. This implies that Rhine-daughter breathed life into Albedo, which I think is referencing the idea of blowing a soul into the body as per the Quran, and also the Old Testament. We'll revisit this concept later, so just make note of it for now. Still, if the art of glassblowing itself is so rare, why would Albedo choose it as an analogy when talking to the Traveler? Does he think the Traveler will be familiar with it? And if so, why? I guess you could argue that the pontile mark analogy was just too perfect not to use, but while I agree with this, I do think there's something a little more deliberate behind Albedo's choice of references. Glassblowing has a long history, dating back to the 1st century BCE. Even before the invention of metal blowpipes, people were blowing glass using clay pipes in regions like Syria and Egypt. Eventually, the art spread all over Europe and Asia, but remained relatively unchanged until the early 1800s. And around the 1800s, at least as far as I can tell, the most heavily trafficked and important river in Europe, the Rhine River, was found to be full of these really beautiful crystalline quartz pebbles. It didn't take long before the locals stripped the river of these incredibly unique and beautiful stones as demand for them skyrocketed. But when no more pebbles were able to be reliably sourced from the river, glass blowers in Czechoslovakia got a little creative with their craft. These glass blowers found a way to emulate the looks of the Rhine pebbles by using glass. By coating a gem-shaped piece of glass on one side with metal powder, they were able to refract light back through the glass. This resulted in a very convincing kind of counterfeit Rhine pebble. We know these pieces of glass today as rhinestones. If you want to learn more about the history of glassblowing and rhinestones, I'll leave a bunch of links in the description. And for the purposes of this video, this is really all you need to know. Just remember that RNGodess now has a rather odd connection to the art of glassblowing, not just through Albedo, but through some really suspicious connections with the Rhine River, the Rhine Pebbles, and obviously the manufactured rhinestones. Remember that Conria was a region with very little life, and this was likely the purpose behind the creation of the art of chemia. So if you can't get something naturally, you should manufacture it artificially, right? Can't get those sparkly Rhine pebbles? Make stones that look like them. And this is where things start to get interesting. Time for a pop quiz! What does RNGodess, the Rhine River, and the Rhine Pebbles, and rhinestones all have in common? If you said they use the word Rhine, you are correct, obviously. And this use of the term Rhine is not a coincidence. But to find out why, we'll need to study a little bit of opera, specifically Das Rheingold. Now, Das Rheingold is the first part in a 4-part Germanic folklore-inspired opera known as the Ring Cycle, written by German composer Richard Wagner. I will leave a link below to some summaries and an actual retelling of the opera itself so you can watch it in your own time, but I'm only going to give you the highlights for right now. Basically, Das Rheingold features 3 maidens that live in the Rhine River, conveniently known as the Rhine Maidens. They guard a very powerful and peculiar hoard of gold that apparently grants the owner the power to rule the world. One day, the gold catches the eye of the dwarf named Albric. Albric tries to court one of the maidens, but when they turn him down, he gets mad, steals her gold, and curses love and the gold, eventually forging said gold into a powerful ring, which then lets him become king of the Nibelung underworld. There's obviously a lot more to it, but this is the only real relevant bit for right now. We'll look into the story more in other videos. But for now, here's the takeaway. There are 3 Rhine maidens in the Rhine River, guarding a powerful treasure that's stolen by an angry dwarf, Albric, who crafts it into an all-powerful but cursed ring. The ring makes him a king, so maybe it should be more likened to a crown? Like a finger crown, a crown you wear on your finger. Wait a second. I know of a king with a really important ring that also has relevance to this game. He goes by the name of Solomon. King Solomon is a biblical figure, the history of whom we won't get into right now, but he's noteworthy here because he is a king that possesses a very powerful ring that was supposedly given to him directly by God. This ring, known as Solomon's Seal, gave Solomon the ability to capture and control 72 demons, or jinn, as outlined in the book the Ars Goetia. For those of you who don't know, all of the gods mentioned in-game so far have been named after demons in this book. Morax, Barbados, Decarabia, Marcosius, Baal, Baalzebul, and even Havria is based on Havres, Guizhang on Guizhen, and Osail likely on Ose. They're also not called gods in Chinese, but instead demon gods, as if the reference wasn't already explicit enough. So just as Solomon possessed a ring to rule over demons, Celestia has the ability to rule over archons. And since all the other gods are dead or sealed, I guess they rule over them too. Kinda. Although we haven't really seen mention of a ring in the latter case. In the case of Celestia, the control seems to be implemented in the form of the Gnosis, which come only in the shape of chess pieces, as far as we're aware. Since we don't really know of a ring or a crown in Celestia, and we know that the Rheingold was stolen by Albric the dwarf in the opera and then later forged into a ring, could we assume the same thing here? Consider the following scenario. There's a very popular theory in the community that Kaya is a secret prince of Conria, and for reasons we don't really need to get into right now, it mostly has to do with the name of his normal attacks and his constellation names, but anyway. But this theory might actually have some additional merit, mostly because Kaya's last name is the same as the dwarf that stole the Rheingold to begin with. They're both called Albric. Now, when Kaya talks about his past, he doesn't necessarily lie, but he does go out of his way to tell his stories in the most cryptic way possible. If you've watched my theory video on the treasure hoarders, you'll remember that I talked a bit about Kaya's grandfather. Kaya calls his grandfather a pirate, and not his father, which is noteworthy, which is why Kaya insists that he inherited his eye patch from his grandfather, because, pirates have eye patches. But pirates also have associations with other things, like treasure, stealing things, and gold. So what if Kaya's story is partially true? What if Kaya calls his grandfather a pirate not because he was one literally, but because he was a man who stole the Rhine Maiden's gold? A so-called ring of God like the one King Solomon possessed. Although, there is actually a problem with this idea, namely about the stolen good being a ring. One ring implies that only one person can possess it at a time, and if it is like Solomon's seal, then likely the ring is in possession of Celestia since Celestia has control over the Archons. But if you think of the ring as something that can be crafted from Rhine gold, then we have to assume that Rhine gold is a material that can be forged into multiple items and not just one. For example, perhaps the Rhine gold could be forged into a chess set. And maybe that chess set just so happens to have a missing piece. Let's talk about the Gnosis for a bit. As you probably know, each Gnosis we've seen so far is shaped like a piece from a modern chess set. Venti's Animo Gnosis is likely a queen piece, while Zhongli's Geo-Gnosis appears to be a rook. That's usually where the discussion ends, but take a closer look at these two objects. Notice anything? Both Gnosis are actually made out of 3 materials: a gemstone core, a gold casing, and an unknown black substance that we'll just ignore for right now because it's kind of weird and I don't want to think about it. Let's focus on the gold and the gem core. I call it a gemstone core for 2 reasons. First, the Geognosis, at least, is cut like a literal gemstone, so just obvious association, right? The animal one doesn't have any facets, but I will not hold that against it. It's technically based off of turquoise anyway, and turquoise doesn't usually get faceted, but regardless. Second, the cores of these Gnosis appear to match that of the Ascension gemstones. Remember the turquoise I mentioned earlier? That's the one. These gems each contain a line that either has been or will be spoken by their respective archons at some point in the story, so we can therefore deduce that these gems are tied to the archons themselves. Remember this because we'll come back to it. Now, a typical modern chess set has 16 pieces per color. That's 2 rooks, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 1 king, 1 queen, and 8 pawns. This poses some problems for our current archonship since there are only 7 of them, leaving at least 1 large piece and all 8 pawns completely unaccounted for, let alone the other 16 pieces from the opposing color. Some theorists suggest that perhaps there's only 1 Gnosis for each type of piece, which would result in only 6 Gnosis plus 8 pawns, which may or may not even matter here, denoting that the final 7th Gnosis must be a fake, but other theories suggest that one of the pieces might just belong to Celestia. I'm just not feeling these explanations. They just feel way too convenient, even if they are fairly plausible. So I did a little digging, and I stumbled upon a type of chess game, a Viking chess game. It's known as Taffel. Now, Taffel is a Nordic type of chess game with a lot of variations. Of these, one very specific variation, Brandov, caught my eye. This game uses 13 pieces, 8 black, 5 white, and has them laid out in a cross configuration that honestly resembles a primogem, which has more significance than you'd think. We'll come back to that later. And I know what you're thinking, 13 is still way more than 7. And yes, you're right about that, but 13 is actually a number I can work with. As you're probably aware, Genshin has a very heavy Gnostic influence, and within Gnosticism there are 12 archons created by the Demiurge. 7 archons were allowed to rule the heavens or the overworld, while 5 archons were left to the abyss or the underworld. 7 plus 5 plus 1 for the Demiurge brings us to exactly 13. The name Brandov translates directly to Black Raven, which is what you call the black pieces. The white pieces are called kings. Name of the game is to get the high king, that's the one in the center, to one of the corners of the board to escape while the ravens try and stop him. There are 8 ravens and 5 kings, which means that the archons have to be the ravens here, right? But there are only 7 Archons, and that's when I remind you of this series' part 2 when we talked about the treasure hoarders and how their raven insignia appears to be inspired by the raven that stole the sun and their connections to Conria. Consider the possibility that the RNGold is actually, in this case, a golden, godly taffel set, where each piece contains the power of the primordial elements of creation, thus leaving Celestia with only 7 seats to fill, and Albric with 1 piece of the RNGold that's hidden away deep beneath Tevat. Now remember that the Gnosis in Genshin are also known as the Heart of God, and Rhine-Daughter disappeared after finding the Heart of Naberius. Naberius is the name of one of the demons in the Ars Goetia, which makes him a demon god just like the rest of the Archons. But the real question here is how the hell did Rhine-Daughter know what it was? And even if she could recognize a Gnosis on sight, how did she know which one it was? Who it belonged to? How did she know it was Naberius's heart? Unless she'd seen it before. But before we go any further, I want to explain a little bit about why I'm so fixated on this chess set being a taffel set. And for that, we'll need to talk a little bit about Norse mythology, specifically Ragnarok. So, Das RNGold is based on Norse myth and some other assorted Germanic folklore. Genshin follows quite a bit of Norse mythology too, and not just because it takes some inspiration from Das RNGold. It also takes inspiration from Ragnarok, aka the Twilight of the Gods. Now, most people know Ragnarok as a great battle of the gods, but the truth is Ragnarok was actually a series of disasters, one of which was a battle. It begins with the Great Winter, known as the Fimbulvetr. This winter lasts 3 times as long as a normal winter. It's kind of like a mini ice age, and that causes men to starve and turn on each other. Then the Great Wolves, kind of like the Rift Hounds, Skoll and Hati, finally swallow both the sun and the moon. And then the sky splits in 2, and the fire giants then set the world on fire. Amidst these fires, the gods do battle, and when the battle ends, what's left of the world sinks beneath the sea. The land would eventually rise again, but we'll talk about this later. So, that leaves us with an ice age, a great battle of gods, a scorched earth, and then something kind of like a flood. These are all things that are actually described in the artifact set known as the Prayers set. Most seem to think that this set is talking about cycles of destruction over multiple different civilizations, but I think this is all describing the same calamity, but at different points within it. Here's why. Before the Archon War, there were 3 moon sisters, Arya, Sonnet, and Canon. They ruled the whole world. They took turns riding across the sky in a silver carriage and changed places 3 times a month. If they failed to do this, a great disaster would occur. I think the Moon Sisters are actually Genshin's version of the Rhine Maidens, and that the very reason they exchanged places was because they were guarding something, just like the Rhine Maidens were guarding the RNGold. If they lost that something, then a great disaster would occur. If you're wondering about the whole river connection, note that the Milky Way galaxy, which is visible in-game, is known in many languages as the Silver River, including in Chinese. And since the Moon Sisters traveled across the sky, that technically makes them 3 maidens in a river. There's more to this story, but we'll cover it later. Eventually, this disaster did come to pass, and the sisters turned on each other, and basically most everyone died. Well, the Moon Sisters and the Seelies died, anyway. Mankind is kind of a question mark because it's not actually explicitly stated anywhere. But in Norse mythology, some humans and gods took refuge in the forest at the base of the World Tree and survived beyond Ragnarok. So the area around the tree was safe. So what if that was also the case in Genshin? What if some humans and gods actually sought refuge at the base of the tree, which bubbled itself when it was uprooted and tipped into the sea, sinking beneath the surface? Cut off from the rest of the world, the tree would then stabilize the land that sank along with it, and it ends up becoming the Tevat I outlined in part 3 of this series. Humans and gods alike become heavily dependent on this tree for survival, and thus began a symbiotic but potentially unhealthy relationship. But there's one teensy tiny little detail that very few people talk about with regards to Ragnarok's aftermath. And that is the rise of a new pantheon of gods. In the case of Genshin, I'm going to call this new pantheon of gods Celestia. See, the gods that survive Ragnarok meet up at the base of the tree once the land returns to the surface, and at this time, they find a golden taffel set at the base of the tree, and it's a remnant from the previous pantheon that died during Ragnarok. I hypothesize that 7 pieces were distributed to the Archons, and one, the Heart of Nibarius, I think was either stolen or discovered by Albric, which leaves 5 still in possession of Celestia. We'll talk about this in depth in another video, I promise, but there's something else we have to talk about right now first. One of the things I noticed with the Ascension gemstones, and therefore the gem cores within the Gnosis, is that they bear a weird resemblance to the selection of stones found on the breastplate of Aaron from the Old Testament. Now, Aaron was the brother of Moses and the high priest of the Israelites. His breastplate was made of gold and held 12 gems in a grid, each representing a different tribe of Israel, as well as 12 separate blessings of God. 12 gems plus Aaron makes 13. That's 12 pieces plus 1 High King, as we mentioned earlier with the Taffel set. Now, these stones match beat for beat the Ascension gems and the Gnosis gem cores. Pyro is agate or carnelian, which is a unique gem that forms in volcanic areas. Cryo is directly referencing ice jade, which could also be nephrite jade, which is a type of jasper. Hydro is definitely referencing lapis lazuli, which dissolves in water and contains a ton of the mineral lazurite. Geo is called topaz, but like dozens of gems of the same color were called topazes in the Bible, but weren't actually topaz because they didn't actually have access to real topaz, so this is likely actually a chrysolite instead. Specifically a peridot, which is generally green, but it's mostly gold too, and olivine in color, but it's particularly interesting here because it is formed in molten lava and not in the Earth's crust. It's also one of the few gems that are found on meteorites, which, you know, Zhongli likes to yeet meteorites at his enemy, so there's that. Now, Anemo references turquoise, which was often hailed as a sky gem or stone of heaven, and Electro references amethyst, which gets its purple color from irradiation. That leaves emerald, likely for Dendro, diamond for a neutral traveler, and then ruby, carbuncle, beryl, and onyx, I'm guessing, for the rest of the breastplate gems, which are unaccounted for as of right now. But why does this matter, you ask? Because Aaron was also known for his rod. Get your mind out of the gutter. It's not that kind of rod. I mean a literal rod, a wood one, like a staff. It's literally called a rod in the Bible, okay? It's not my fault. I didn't do this. Anyway, Aaron's rod is noteworthy as it appears in several biblical passages. First, it is turned into a snake at the behest of Moses in order to prove to the Pharaoh that he is indeed the true Messiah of God. Later, the rod is placed among 11 other rods where only it sprouts into a fruiting almond tree. Then later still, this rod is one of 3 artifacts placed into the Ark of the Covenant alongside the tablets of the 10 Commandments and a pot of manna. For those of you who don't know, the word Tevat is usually associated with the phrase Tevat Noah, where it can be literally translated into the Ark of Noah. Although the word Tevat in this case does refer to a large boat, the intention behind the term is actually kind of more like a box or a chest, from my understanding. Kind of like a treasure chest or a container one uses to keep things safe. And that's why the artifact itself goes by the name Ark of the Covenant. It was basically a big golden chest with 2 cherubim on top, winged twins facing each other, which honestly sounds a bit like our traveler twins, doesn't it? So this technically would make Tevat not a ship, but something more like a treasure chest, which, as we established, contains Aaron's rod, 2 tablets, and a pot. As previously mentioned, Aaron's rod fruited into something small and tree-ish, like a thing, which makes me think of the world tree within Tevat. And I know this sounds like a stupid leap, but hear me out. Aaron's rod sounds like Aryan rod, And RNGodess is a Welsh goddess associated with the moon, whose name means silver wheel, which would then make her a silver wheel in the Silver River of the Milky Way galaxy, mind you, so there's your Rhine River connection. And a friendly reminder that the Moon Sisters in Genshin are named Arya, Sonnet, and Canon. I am hypothesizing that the Moon Sister Arya is actually a direct reference not only to Eren, but to the goddess Arianrod, the latter of which ruled over the cycle of life and death. Now, Arianrod's castle was said to be where the souls of dead men go to rest, and it's associated with the Milky Way galaxy specifically. Its entrance was said to be nestled within a rocky reef out at sea, just like Musk Reef, and the entrance to the Spiral Abyss. The castle itself is described as a labyrinth, which again is exactly how the Spiral Abyss is described in-game, and the icon of the Spiral Abyss is actually a tree. This means that the world tree is like the staff of Arya, within which is her labyrinth of a palace that collects the souls of the dead with a lovely view of the Milky Way galaxy, and also has an entrance in Musk Reef. Remember how I said in my previous video that the Abyss itself might be the space within the world tree? This is why. Oh, and there's a little bit more to this. We've also seen canon in-game, at least I think we have. And I've even made an entire video on this, but if you don't want to watch that right now, here's the highlights. In that video, I theorized that the goddess Canon was actually talking about a goddess known as Nyorin Canon, a Buddhist deity who governs over the wheel of samsara, and whose name also means the turning of the wheel of law. So if Arianrod gets the tree and the rod, then maybe we give Canon the 10 Commandment stones, or the laws. 10 laws? I mean, Teyvat does have its own laws, right? So that leaves us with Sonnet, and honestly, the only thing I can really think of when it comes to Sonnet is Hecate, which sounds also like a huge stretch. She has moon associations and a wheel known as the Strophilos, which, kinda looks like the symbol on Paimon's belly. Wait. Sonnets usually have a narrative, and Paimon says she's the best storyteller. Hecate was considered the keeper of the world's soul and went by the other name of Trivia, of which Paimon has a ridiculous amount. And she's also considered the goddess of doorways and borders, and didn't Alice say that the borders between worlds was growing thin? Could it be because the one that rules over them has lost her power? Anyway, I digress a little bit. Going back to Arya's tree that sank beneath the sea, let's assume that for all intents and purposes that the tree was supposed to be dormant while the world was healing, since, the Moon Sisters apparently had a heads up about the disaster that might happen one day. Might as well be prepared, Then one day, when the rest of the world was ready, someone, a crowned heir maybe, would be able to retrieve something within the tree, or the tree itself. But when that someone was sent, they discovered that the tree was not only continuously fruiting, but that it had birthed and maintained an entire small world within this ark in which it was contained. And not only that, it was a small world governed by gods using a power that never actually belonged to them. It's Celestia governing over the world using the Gnosis. And that was not part of the plan. So maybe this first heir got a little lost within this little world. She was deceived by things and lost sight of who she was, so a second crowned heir had to be sent. And that's where this game began. But what's that got to do with RNGodess exactly? In the beginning of this video, we talked about how RNGodess breathed life into Albedo and how it was likened to glass blowing, which was so prominent in the Rhine River region. We've been able to connect the dots between the river and the Moon Sisters and the existence of a great power that I've theorized to be within the Gnosis. So I suppose it's time to talk about what I think this all means. RNGodess was working on something called the Primordial Human Project, which seems to be kind of like her magnum opus. The magnum opus, for those of you who don't know what it is is what alchemists call the coveted formula that could create the Philosopher's Stone, which is apparently a miracle stone that can not only transmute anything into anything else, but it can also grant immortality since it basically unlocks the secret of life itself. It's kind of like having cheat codes, you know? The magnum opus has 4 stages: nigredo, or source material, also known as blackness; albedo, or purification, also known as whiteness; rubido, or fermentation, also known as redness; and citrinitas, or completion, also known as gold. Albedo is obviously named after the second stage in this process. His title is even Chalk Prince, which refers to whiteness. The creation that came before him, however, Durin, was described as a black dragon with corrosive blood, which makes me think he was probably stage 1, nigredo. That would totally explain why Albedo's body double ended up within the dragon's belly. If Durin was, in many ways, considered source material, then anything deemed a failure was likely fed to Durin as a form of recycling. It was likely going to be dissolved and returned to blackness or source material so that they could be made into something new again. Disturbing. So anyway, Albedo is probably stage 2 of 4. He's a successful proof of concept, but he's not the success RNGodess is ultimately looking for, which is kind of odd since he seems to be a fully functioning human. So if the human part of the Primordial Human Project isn't the important part, then what if the important part is actually the primordial part? I don't know about you, but when I think of primordial, I think the first of. So immediately when I thought of the first human, in this case, I thought of Adam, as in Adam and Eve. In the Old Testament, Adam was formed from clay, and he lay still on the ground until God breathed unto him a soul. And this is where we get the phrase breathing life into something, which is what RNGodess did with Albedo through her glass-blowing technique. And that makes me wonder if the challenge here isn't so much the creation of a convincing or perfect human body, but in fact the creation and imbuement of a human soul. Remember how I said the Taffel set was shaped like a primogem? Well, in Chinese, the character used in place of primo is the same one used for primordial in the Primordial Human Project, which makes these technically primordial gems, and that's even more explicit if you read the description, because it's in there too. What's even more interesting is that Genshin, as in the name of the game, uses the same character for primordial, making the name of the game itself the primordial god. So I'm sitting here wondering if RNGodess isn't so much trying to create Adam so much as she's trying to emulate the powers of the primordial god. And I'm thinking that this god possesses all of the powers that are contained within each gnosis and then some. A god fundamentally composed of every element in the world. And that's why I think the Heart of Naberius is really one of the missing gnosis that was lost during the Calamity 500 years ago, or even before then. Then it was rediscovered later by RNGodess when she stumbled upon it with Albedo. In fact, Kaya even tells us about a Celestian god that dropped a sword into the sea that his grandfather apparently salvaged. I know the Gnosis isn't exactly, a sword, but since Kaya talks in riddles, we could maybe interpret this line as a divine blade or divine power kind of thing. Sorry, it's just that I know it's a stretch, but Celestia having an oopsie and just dropping a Gnosis into the sea is just too funny of an idea not to entertain. Although, worth pointing out here that Dainsleif actually has the same name as a sword from Norse mythology, and was a royal guard of Conria, and has an outfit similar to those Celestians that we see in the manga, and... Back to RNGodess. I do think she was studying the Heart of Naberius, trying to unlock the primordial powers sealed within it in order to obtain the true power of creation. But why? I don't have an answer to that. I don't really know what's going to happen, or what all of this means in context. I I don't know if Ryandotter is trying to become God, or if she's actually one of the surviving Moon Sisters trying to reclaim her power, or if she's descended from them, or if she's the crowned heir from the Battle Pass sent to retrieve something important that sank along with Tevat, but lost sight of herself. And I could make a case for all of these scenarios, but maybe it's for the best that I don't. At least for right now. But don't let that stop you guys from exploring the possibilities yourselves. I definitely want to hear your thoughts, so make sure you leave them down in the comments. This marks the end of World Structure Theory Part 4. Part 5 is close behind, and I will attempt to tie all of the ideas posed throughout the series into one huge cohesive theory, so please stay tuned for that. Thank you all so much for sticking with me throughout this whole thing, and a huge thanks to Schwan who helped me refine this massive thoughts into something actually digestible, as well as contributing some concepts and ideas that gave this video some real focus. I'll leave a link to her Twitter in the description, so please check it out if you get a chance to. Anyway, I am off to bury myself in books, so until next time, I'll see you later.
It is time to enjoy the 2.4 live stream. Let us begin.
Rebuild the Jade Chamber? That's a huge project. No way.
Okay, this looks like it's trash quality. Okay, there we go.
When I first set foot in the Jade Chamber, I stood at the edge of the platform and looked down upon Liyue Harbor far below. However, it is not only out of consideration for myself that I have built the Jade Chamber anew at this time. I hope the Jade Chamber will always float in the skies above Liyue Harbor, bearing witness to the prosperity and peace of the human world.
Deep down inside, I wish I could slow down time.
Oh, she is gorgeous!
We're very fortunate to be right here.
I definitely did not know that they were getting skins. Alright, I can't really fake my reaction. But I am telling you that Queen Kaching is getting a well-deserved skin. And here's Yunjin.
Okay, hold on a second.
What's up? Observe. The divine damsel of devastation is your upcoming up, right?
Wait, she has the smoothest polearm attack animation I think we've ever seen. What?
Perhaps the little girl was...
What?
Not as brave as the opera makes her out to be.
Transfiguration. Do your master's bidding.
She's literally... Wait, she literally moves the same as Ganyu. Wait, this is so hot. Oh my god. Like, they both have the same, like, slight movements the same way. What the f? Who's this? Bro, this sounds like Voldemort. What the f? Bro. Wait, this literally sounds like Voldemort from Harry Potter. Bro, you good? What is happening? Wait, is this boss? Or this weird snack-looking thing? Hyrule Abyss Herald? Wait, who the f is talking? What the f? Wait, is that a new dual boss thingy? What is happening? What is going on?
It's not gonna be easy to deal with. I don't think my fleet can take it on their own.
Wait, we're dead.
If it came to it,
Wait, what happened?
I
We're
could
dead.
always destroy another Jade Chamber.
Wait, just destroy another one's forehead. Wait, isn't that Oziel? Isn't that Blue Snack? Wait. That was Blue Snack, no? Wait, why are there so many snacks? There's blue snack, purple snack, duo snack, yep snack, angry snack, Voldemort snack. This is snack impact.
在新版本中，我们最先迎来的将是全新的魔神任务肩章风起鹤归。大家应该已经在刚才的视频里看到了群玉阁，而这次的魔神任务讲述的就是关于群玉阁重建的故事。群玉阁原先作为天前星凝光的住所，整体的设计宏大，不仅堪称富丽堂皇，在之前的魔神任务中，为了击败漩涡魔神奥赛尔。凝光毅然决然放弃了这个对自己意义非凡的建筑。一路而来，相信不少玩家都想要见到群玉阁重现辉煌的样子。当听到凝光提出重建群玉阁的计划时，作为璃月大英雄的旅行者，想必也会挺身而出。不过，重建群玉阁将会是一个巨大的工程。所幸在本次的故事中，旅行者不是孤身一个人。我们的新朋友申鹤、云锦也会各自发挥所长，祝大家一臂之力。此前大家可能已经通过角色卡初步认识了这两位新角色，接下来就由我先做一个简单的介绍，带大家了解他们的身世和性格特点吧。
Oh, she's so pretty, dude. What the her hair, her like crane-looking stuff. Wait, dude, her eyes. What, dude? Her eyes like what is happening? Her eyes are like crystal balls.
I was born fated to bear the curse of calamity, so I am prone to bring harm to the people around me. The Adepti urged me to bind my soul with red ropes to keep my homicidal nature at bay.
Wait, what?
If you are able to walk alongside me without fear... Very well. Now, give me your hand.
首先，我们来看一下申鹤。申鹤虽然师从流云借风真君，但却不是仙人，而是和重云一样，出生于驱邪世家的凡人。申鹤在小时候经历了常人难以想象的苦难，然后在机缘巧合之下被师父收留，从此与世隔绝，以甘露为饮，以山川为家。凭借绝佳的悟性。
Okay, YouTube Cross, I'm sorry for my chat. All right, we know that she suffered from a very bad childhood, and my chat is literally omega down bad. I apologize. What the? I'm literally reading the lore on this character, and my chat is not hold it. What the hell?
受他帮助的人误以为是
Sorry for the mic pop.
开始传言说，璃月又多了一位本领高强的白发仙子。说到这里，大家可能就好奇了，遇上去如此厉害的一位角色，他又会有着怎样的本事呢？申鹤是一个能够在战斗中召唤分身并肩作战，并为冰元素的队友创造输出环境。
Cryo teammates and boost their damage.
元素战技养灵卫照、降异咒、点按和长按时，会以不同的方式造成冰元素伤害。以任意一种方式释放元素战技时，申鹤都会为附近队伍中的角色附加冰灵效果。
OK，
附加了该效果的角色使用普通攻击、重击、下落攻击、元素战技和元素爆发伤害时，将基于申鹤当前的攻击力提高造成的伤害。固有天赋会在申鹤释放养灵卫照、降异咒时，根据技能的释放方式获得不同的效果。点按时，附近队伍中角色的元素战技和元素爆发造成的伤害会提高。长按时提升的则是角色的普通攻击、重击和下落攻击造成的伤害。当申鹤释放元素爆发神女潜灵真诀时
，There's probably gonna be a constellation that like allows her to get both buffs and make Ganyu extremely more OP. Probably.
是分身入灵将在场上持续造成冰元素伤害，同时会使
Wait, that's literally Chi-Chi's, right?
当元素爆发神女潜灵真诀时。分身入灵将在场上持续造成冰元素伤害，同时会使领域内敌人的冰元素抗性降低。解锁申鹤的另一项固有天赋大洞弥罗尊法后，领域内的当前场上角色还将获得冰元素伤害加成。在日常冒险时，申鹤的生活天赋来复之时可以使他在璃月地区执行时长为20小时的
increase rewards，
增加获得的。
Not that the rewards are that much that
作为
good.
坊间传说，申鹤的经历流传到了璃月港，被演绎成了戏台上为人所津津乐道的
Alright,
戏
so we're
曲。
seeing an upgrade to the Ganyu composition with Shenhe. Ganyu, Kokomi, Shenhe plus 1. You can drop Kokomi if you don't need a healer, but Kokomi is the glue because she heals. And then the fourth will be Venti or Kazuha. Yeah. Yoonjin is so pretty. What the f, man? Wait, is that her idol animation? Oh my god, her auto attacks are literally Kraygasm. They are so fast and fluid. Holy shit. What? Look at that. Bro. This is Chinese opera, right? This is culturally Chinese opera singing. Oh, they hired this for the CN probably.
As the saying goes, you never truly know someone until you meet them in person.
And this is the
At long
EMVA.
last, I finally have the great honor of meeting you today.
So what we just heard there was definitely the CNVA singing Chinese opera, which is culturally significant for Yoonjin, and then the ENVA. This is the EN thing.
My name is Yoonjin, and I am humbled to be the director of the Yunhan Opera Troupe. We have been performing at Hayu Tea House as of late, and we'd be honored to have you attend a performance.
Oh, that is so accurate, though. That again? That is so accurate. This reminds me of like. That is probably 99% accurate.
Someone until you meet them in person. And at long last, I finally have the great honor of meeting you today. My name
Apparently
is
the opera scene is very popular in China. I wouldn't doubt it.
Director of the Yunhan Opera
I can
Troupe.
hear it.
We have been performing at Hayu Tea House as of late, and we'd be honored to have you attend a performance sometime.
在商业繁荣、文娱活动十分兴盛的璃月港，前往和玉茶馆听云。
I'm glad that my chat is trying to push away the people that are disrespectful, because there's a big problem when it comes to Oriental arts and fine arts, because the Western audience doesn't understand how it's presented, but the first reaction that they have is that it's stigmatized as annoying, which is a huge problem. Because Western audience does not understand it, they think that it's annoying and shouldn't be heard, because it's not what they're used to.
云锦唱上一段戏曲，算得上市民生活中的一大乐趣。云锦通晓璃乐戏文化中的各种讲究和门道，既会演戏也会写戏。戏台上的他轻盈灵动，写作时的他笔下生花，是一位才气十足的戏曲艺术家。那么这样一位戏曲名角在
By the way, it's totally okay if you guys are shocked at it and you guys at first are like not used to it or feel that it's not up your alley. Totally fine. But saying that it's like yikes or cringe, that is not okay. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like it's totally fine to like not be okay with it because you're not used to it. Totally fine. Right? But the first reaction should not be to call it out because you don't like it.
进行战斗时又会有着怎样的表现呢？作为一名颜元素的辅助型角色，云锦对于以普通攻击伤害为主要输出方式的队友来说，会是一位可靠的后盾。他的元素战技称为玄云开相，在长按时会摆出玄云开相之架势进行蓄力。松开技能按键时，云锦会挥舞长枪，释放积攒的力量进行攻击。在技能的蓄力和释放过程中，云锦还会为自身展开护盾。依据蓄力的时间，释放时的状态将分为一段蓄力与二段蓄力。解锁天赋误手本真 若云锦在被攻击的瞬间释放元素战技，则会直接以2段蓄力的形式
this is like a mini beta.
如果能掌握好释放技能的时机，就可以更加有效的打击敌人。
Yeah, it's like beta.
云锦的元素爆发破障剑晶仪可以造成炎元素范围伤害，并为附近队伍中所有角色赋予特殊效果。飞云奇阵，处于飞云奇阵效果下的角色，对敌人造成普通攻击伤害时，会基于云锦当前的防御力提高造成的伤害。
Hold on a second. Wait. So that was normal text, right? So she's a geo-based character, but buffs normal attack damage to enemies. So this does not... Okay. So she's like Albedo. Yeah? Just like a standalone off-field sub-DPS.
时会基于云锦当前的防御力提高造成的伤害。在戏曲中追求不同文化碰撞的云锦，在战斗时能够从类型
Oh, that's so cool! She can benefit greatly from an elementally diverse party.
获得收益，解锁天赋
These are unique mechanics. Okay, that's cool.
当队伍中存在越多元素类型的角色时，飞云奇阵提升的普通攻击伤害值也会进一步增加。身为戏曲表演艺术家，云锦不得不为了保持体型而侵蚀养性，所以在他完美烹饪冒险类食物时，还有一定的概率获得2倍产出。
Alright, here we go. I can't even fake. Okay, let's just pretend that I never knew about these banners. Okay, I definitely didn't know. Wow, so cool. Shanna's up first half, and Xiao's being rerun since 1. Dude, no way.
I
can't. I'm sorry.
与角色活动
And then second half with Zhongli and Ganyu being rerun.
钟离和甘宇2位老朋友也会分别出现在
Enjoy triple rerun, boys.
那么新角色的介绍到这里也要告一段落了。在角色剧情方面 2.4 版本更新后，宁光的邀约事件玉阁归客制
Oh, that's really cool.
的邀约事件玄歌之雅
Mingguang and Yunjin
在新的
hangouts.
故事里，旅行者们可以和他们共度一段美好的时光。
So chat, Yunjin and Shenhe are first half of 2.4. They're both the new characters in the first half. That means I have a lot of work to do.
此外，全新的5星
And this is going to be Shenhe's signature.
版本的神助复兴活动
Calamity Queller.
感兴趣的旅行者可以从官方后续发布的公告中了解到这把武器的详细属性和效果。
各位旅行者，大家好，我是原神项目组的系统设计师
System Designer.
不知不觉又到了璃月港上下张灯结彩的日子。璃月人都在为迎接海灯节而忙碌着，
explaining probably lantern,
而项目组
right?
也同样在努力去筹备一个更有趣的海灯节活动，带给大家更新鲜的体验。话不多说，让我们一起来看看全新的活动内容吧。过节期间，燃放烟花是璃月人不可或缺的娱乐活动。在第一项活动玩法焰雨星花中，
Okay,
旅行者们就将亲自体验制作烟花。活动中，旅行者会获得一个小道具烟花筒。
Making
当旅行者
fireworks.
将烟花筒放置后，选择熔炼烟花，即可开始烟花的制作。制作出的烟花获得的
So we can. This is probably related to Yoimiya.
也会更加丰富。通过转动藏影灯的机键，将它们的
that's really cool.
完整的图形，便可解开
Shadow
相应
based
的灯
or
谜。
like the shadow
挑战
forms
中
an
也
image.
会有解谜进度的提示。
That's kind of pog.
旅行者们需要通过3种途径回收群域隔沉没时散落的物资。
Pyro
大家可以
specters.
通过开动浪船，在海面上直接
What do they do on deck?
第2种途径
王可以
则是前往盗宝团营地击败这些贼人，追回已经被盗走的物资。由于营地中的盗宝团精锐具备特殊强化状态，
Tomatoes.
打起来会
Yes,
有
Jen.
棘手。
Yes,
这时候
tomatoes.
大家就需要留意在营地中存在的
Explosive tomatoes.
拾取之后，可以将它投掷给正
Yoimiya is useless. Chat, just don't activate your E. Just do physical Yoimiya. You're fine. You're chilling. 5 hit. Yoimiya will always be relevant. Is this a okay? Dude, chat. I have PTSD. I thought this was gonna be a commission.
活动中，我们还可以合理利用海面上漂浮的炸药桶，对热气球和敌人造成大量伤害。
It's not though. It's just
击
the.
败沿途的敌人，也可以获得少量额外成效。海灯节的最后一项挑战5位仲尼，需要大家面对一个新的巨型 BOSS。 威压感十足。
Wait, are we fighting Oziel?
之前的故事中，我们曾经见过的对手，击败这个大家伙，完成各项挑战。
Wait, are we underwater? What the f is happening here?
接下来，让我们一起看看海灯节期间可以拿到的奖励吧。与去年的海灯节类似。
Oh, nice. Okay, so we get to invite a new, we get to invite a free 4-star Leah character, and Yunjin seems to be a part of it, right?
海灯节任务：飞星咒彩、愿客年华。
So free Yunjin.
两种活动代币。可以在8位芈月的角色中任意邀请。
Having this as an option is actually fairly nice. This is a really nice, just small part.
我们此次还为您光和克勤设计了2套新衣装，达成代币收集目标，即可免费获取荧光的全新
I don't even know what I said.
沙中幽兰。
I just made noises. Sorry.
克勤的新衣装宜居偏仙，
Best girl Kaching, actual main right here, is going to be able to benefit from her skin. Not like some self-proclaimed fakes out there.
在海灯节即将结束之际，我们还将再次为旅行者们陆续献上礼品，以感谢所有玩家对海灯节、对原神的支持。
Okay, so we have, dude, chat. Do you guys see Shenhe's eyes? God, damn. Bro, I cannot not notice. Wait, I cannot not notice how beautiful Shenhe's eyes are. Jeez. Free 4-star character, outfits, skin offer, 10 wishes, lantern rite gifts, recipes, crowns, yepcock.
当然，海灯节之外，新版本还有更多有趣的活动。挑战活动魔药研析就是其中之一。
More events, more free stuff.
玩家将携带魔药进行试验，不同的魔药可以提供不同的战斗效果。一次试验中总共存在4个阶层的战斗挑战。与以往挑战活动不同的是，大家可以自由选择挑战阶层的顺序。不过，随着每一个阶层的完成，其余阶层的难度会逐步提升。同时，本次活动还有特殊的。
Is this just free primos, or is it something we need to pay attention, like the potion stuff?
为了让更多的玩家朋友能够体验本次活动，我们也提供了不同的试用
trials again. Oh, what are these potions? Okay, so wait, so this is just like the energy amplifier event. Those potions are reminiscent to those crystal things that we can like do to get buffs. I think, probably the same thing for more primos. Similar, but with trial characters. Well, the other one also has trials, right? The energy amplifier has trials too.
我们也希望这个活动能够给大家带来更具策略性的闯关体验。
Oh my god!
新版本除了紧张刺激的挑战活动，自然也会有相对轻松的玩法。
Relaxing gameplay, very nice.
巡礼就是一个较为休闲的打卡旅行活动。大家还记得曾经在盗窃的镇守之森与我们一起游玩的小朋友，
sure.
藏之托。未踏足的地方。
Okay, just free stuff.
风景应该能让几法
free stuff after free stuff after free stuff.
一起旅行，
We take those.
见识到各地的风土人情，
Kichi Bushi.
原石等奖励物资。当然，最重要的还是收获与新伙伴一同旅游时的快乐。不要忘了多给他拍点照片哦。
Yes, we'll take lots of pictures of this guy.
不少玩家朋友十分喜欢的风行迷踪活动
And wind trace.
又可以和大家一起躲猫猫。
Wait, 2.4 is packed. What the?
我们在此次活动中也增加了一些新地图，记得邀请大家一起来玩。一口气讲了这么多内容，我们也稍
Bro, you're probably gonna see you're probably gonna see the bozos play some form of wind trace in some fashion. Because I feel like we didn't really get to know those other creators until after wind trace was over. Because wind trace was really early on. We played with Mr. Code at one point, and that was pretty fun. I made a video on it. This was when like my YouTube had like 10,000, 20,000 subs. Like very small at that point, so this is all coming back as like 1.3 all over again.
旅行者们好，我是原神的场景原画 Jeff， 我想跟大家分享一个好消息，在 2.4 版本中，全新的世界区域渊下宫即将开放，等待着各位前来探索。渊下宫位于海奇岛下方的
isn't that the weapons? Oh, it's underwater Tsumi. Oh.
由于数千年前的巨变，渊下宫整个岛屿从地面沉入到其虚无的深渊之下。渊下宫住民们曾在这里与黑暗进行了长久的抗争。
What is? Sorry, I think the mic popped again. What is this?
在蛇神的带领下，将深渊照得和白昼一样明亮。独特的地理位置令渊下宫呈现出别具一格的风貌。 因处于深渊中与世隔绝。
Holy
色
crap.
调和生态都跟地表
Bro, I have like negative 20% exploration on like 80% of Inazuma. This looks absolutely beautiful, and I will try my best, but you know, we'll see where it goes. Okay, this actually looks so sick though. So pretty, so beautiful. Did it pop again? I'm sorry. I think it popped again. I keep on touching the mic.
基于这个设定，我们把月下宫的主要基调定为孤独的探索党。经过了多次不同类型的尝试，最终确定了这个空洞。
Wait, it's a Hilichurl plush. So this is under the thing, right?
会先到达一个相对封闭、幽暗的空间的无比广阔的世界。
Dude,
这就会产生巨大的空间。
This is so insane, man.
希望利用这种对比差异来调动玩家的情绪，同时，玩法上也增添了一个全局的机制。
A transition switch?
月下宫的咒语也是通过白玉国高塔大日玉来进行。
What the f? You do it manually?
机制也影响了整个地区的谜题和任务设计。
Bro, puzzle contradictions. This is. Oh my god, they're 5-head. Oh my god, they're 5-head. They are massive brain.
区别于到期其他场景，是一座位于海源之下的巨大浮空岛屿，同时也是古老文明的起源之地。
Holy brain！
所以在渊下宫场景的美术构思方向上，我们想传达给玩家的视觉感受是，既有海洋深渊的神秘感，
I love all of their unique designs.
荒凉感。为此。
Jack, even though the enemies that they produce might be bedge and rage-inducing, the areas in which they develop are insane. We may get stupid doggos that teleport 500 times before they can be attacked, but at least we get this. This is actually beautiful though. What if we have a new intro for videos now? Because I switched it to Inazuma, but the color design, the ambience design, the spatial design, absolutely insane. The large river Styx. Wait, are we in? River Styx?
游玩的顺序和流程就不会受到过多的限制，所以探索过程完全由旅行者自己决定。因此，本次的世界任务设计上，我们采用了碎片化的处理方式，让旅行者通过与残影对话，从不同的角度来了解月下宫的故事。
Converse with after images. What the hell?
地域中还栖息着一个古老的物种——深海龙蜥。
But dismal bishap.
居的方式生活在漆黑的深水中。 适应并且喜爱黑暗，是极其危险的掠食者。
Hello，
这些龙蜥极具威胁，当它们的特殊攻击命中目标时，还会吸收目标的能量，并且造成额外的伤害。目标的能量越低，则受到的伤害越高。受渊下宫独特的环境影响，有一些特殊的龙蜥个体进化的十分新型狡诈。他们会作为区域 BOSS 出现，擅长协同作战，会相互配合。 一起释放更为强大的攻击。
Wait, what the?
用周围的环境进行战斗。
Bruh.
当然，大家也可以利用这一点进行反制哦。
Oh god.
这次在渊下宫，旅行者们还会碰到深渊使徒和深渊勇者。
Wait, these are going to be open world mobs now?
他善于操纵。
And here's a pyro one.
如果被他的深渊地火击中，就会受到无视护盾的延迟爆发伤害。
It's doomed, boys.
要小心了哟。
I don't think we can though if they follow the same mechanics.
再次回到《原神2.4》版本前瞻特别节目的现场，向大家展示了全新的地区之后，我们还有不少新版本的系统优化情报想跟大家分享。在2.4版本中，项目组的系统设计师也针对多项系统进行了迭代和更新。
Please tell me the first one is that when you move from floor 9 to floor 10 to floor 11, floor 12, you can see the map layout before having to exit and then re-enter.
首先，在深境螺旋的玩法界面中，我们增添了挑战任务的实时完成进度。比如当前目标为限时挑战时，若是挑战时间已超出目标的范围，则目标会显示为灰色，提醒玩家。
Okay, fair. That's fine.
在每进到新一层的挑战时。
Oh my god, finally! Holy sh!
不再需要退出挑战去查询情报。
It's finally here!
PC 和 PS 平台的玩家朋
Oh my god, it's actually finally here, dude. Oh, that's so annoying when you go from each floor, you don't know the layouts. You have to lead anyway. Holy nice. Oh? Oh, that's cool. This is actually really nice. It might seem small, but it's really nice because y'all know that when you teleport to Leah and you want to go to Inazuma, you gotta do like three map swipes, right? 3 map swipes to get to Inazuma. You have to swipe through the ocean, bro. This is... Oh, that's fair. I think this was overdue. This is nice. Yeah, this is nice. Wow, the game has changed so much, dude. Those of you guys who know what we had to deal with in the beginning of the game, unoptimized game, no QoL features. How far we've come. This game has evolved quite a bit. No condensed resin? Oh yeah, dude. No, you guys don't know the pain of no condensed resin. 120 max resin, no condensed. This game is mainstream. Sheesh. I cannot believe that, like, can you believe that, like, I can't, it feels weird to be like a content creator in this space. Feels dank, man. That's it. That was clean and concise. Nothing empty. That was another great special program. Holy shit, they announced so much stuff too. What the f, man? I'm glad that the comments are positive. But yeah, that should be it. That's my reaction to this stuff. But yeah, exciting stuff. The most things that you guys will be like up for the YouTube for us, the things that you guys will care about are guide-based videos and educational content, of which Yunjin and Shenhe first half, along with Xiao, I will monk steer as best as I can. Breach. Second half, Zhongli and Ganyu, along with the weapon banner for Calamity Queller for Shenhe. Any Abyss changes we will make note of, and then other cozy stuff, Archon Quest, those type of things will happen on the Twitch stream.